The exercise files for today's course are located in the video description below. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Welcome to Microsoft PowerPoint Introduction. You're learning with Mo Jones, IT professional and educator. Let's take a look at what we'll be covering today for this very popular presentation application. We'll navigate the PowerPoint interface. We'll learn how to design presentations. Big part of PowerPoint is being able to insert and format text. We'll also insert and format images. We'll take it a step further. We'll work with objects such as text boxes, shapes, charts, tables, and we'll actually insert and manage tables, charts, and then we'll take a look at some of the animation and transition features just to make your presentation more dynamic and responsive. Go ahead and open up Microsoft PowerPoint and we'll dive right in.
Looking to support our channel and get a great deal? Become a member today to unlock ad-free videos. That's right, your favorite courses without a single ad. Interested in a specific video? Purchase one of our ad-free courses individually. Looking for even more? Gain access to exams, certificates, and exclusive content at learnitanytime.com. More information can be found in the video description below.
I'm going to go ahead and open up PowerPoint. Depending on the operating system that you use, just locate your app launcher and go ahead and open up PowerPoint. When you open PowerPoint for the first time, you're presented with the Start screen. And on the Start screen, we'll realize we have three big buttons here. One says Home, one says New, and one says Open. And the main thing with these three buttons, they all allow you to pretty much do a couple of different things here. You can find files that you have created. You can open files that you have created or open a template. You can also go ahead and create a presentation as well. Right now I'm on the Home tab, and the Home tab shows me all of my recent presentations that I've created. If I click on the New tab here, this gives me the chance to do something like create a new blank presentation, or I can go ahead and start from a template. So there's a lot of templates here that are already made for us. This is a really good start if you want a really good starting point to create a really professional looking document. These were created by professionals. They already have the slides inserted for you. You just need to go ahead and add your own content to these different ones here as well. I'll scroll down and we'll just quickly take a brief look at one here. So this one is for a sales pitch. So we can see a little preview, at least one of the slides. And over here on the right, we get a brief description of what this actually offers. If I wanted to go ahead and open this up, I can go ahead and click on Create. I'll click on Create here and I'll take a look at this. So this downloads the file for you. And we can see over here on the slide pane, we have 21 slides. So this is the first slide. This is the title slide. We can see that we have a background image in here. We have a few text boxes or content placeholders. And let's just preview this. So pretty nice placement of the text and the shapes and the images. So very nice, very organized, very simple to read. Now, one thing that you'll realize is the modern presentations, they resemble web interfaces. So a lot of the shapes and a lot of the colors that we'll see, they resemble web pages as well. This one uses a lot of white space, which is perfectly fine. If you can find a good way to balance that, that works well here as well. So basically all of this information here is a table, so we can plug our own information in here if we want to. Let's say if this was 75,000, we can go ahead and do that. And then once we're done, we can go ahead and save it. Well, I'm going to go ahead and run this here. So to run the presentation, we'll talk about this in just a little bit, but down here on the taskbar, we have this little icon here. This will allow us to run the presentation or run the slideshow. Here's my slideshow. I can use the arrow keys to go to the next slide. I can press back to go to the first slide. I can even press up and down, so whichever way you want to navigate. You can also click on the slide. That brings you from one slide to the next. Down here on the bottom left, you'd see it's a little faded here, but we have some more controls here. We can go back, we can go forward, and we'll cover some of these other advanced features here in just a little bit as well. So go ahead and open up your version of PowerPoint. Once you're on the start screen, just click on New and go ahead and search for a presentation. Go ahead and download it and just preview it and come right back. Now that we've viewed a fully functional template, let's go ahead and create a new blank presentation. So right here, I'm still on my start screen. From the Home tab, I can go ahead and click on Blank Presentation. I can also get there from the New tab as well. Let's go ahead and create a new blank presentation. Here is my blank presentation. Let's take a look at some of the different components here. Here we can see all of our slides. Right now we have one slide. As we add slides, we'll see them appear here. We can see that we have our first slide. So this is actually a title slide. It's telling us to add a title and to go ahead and add a subtitle as well. So this slide is a pre-made slide. It has its own formatting and its own orientation in here as well. If you take a look at the bottom, you'll notice that we have, so this is our status bar. Down here we can do things like change the different views. Right now we're using the normal view. If we wanted to take a look at the reading view, here's the reading view. If we wanted to run the presentation in full screen mode, here is our presentation view here as well. We can also zoom in or out. Notice right now I'm currently at 89%. So depending on your monitor size and or resolution, you may notice a different size here. If I want to go ahead and make this a little bigger, if I click on the plus sign here, I can see it's making it bigger. If I click on the minus sign, it goes back down. But if I want it to fit perfectly, based on my current settings, I'll click on this auto fit here. And this will automatically fit it so I don't have to scroll up or sideways. So I'll click here, fit slide to current window. And it's telling me that based on my current settings, 89%, I'm good to go. We'll work with these areas in just a little bit here. Right now, here's our best friend, the ribbon. This is where we find all of our commands that we can use, such as inserting a new slide, such as changing the font. Once we start entering text, changing the paragraph options here as well. If we click on the Insert tab, we expect to find things that we can insert, such as a table, or pictures, or shapes, or charts, or text boxes, and various types of media. We're going to be inserting a lot of things here into our PowerPoint before this course is over. If we click on the Design tab, we'll notice that we have different themes that we can select here. And if you just kind of mouse over them, we can see the preview of what our presentation would look like, at least the title slide as well. So that's the ribbon. The other part that we have here is the search box. Now this search box is pretty cool. It does more than just allows us to search things. We can get a quick tutorial. We can search for phrases in our document. Let's say I forgot how to zoom. I'll go ahead and type the phrase zoom in here. And this is the way that search box works. It gives us different pieces of information or opportunities. So the very first tier here, we have several actions that we can use. So I can use the fit to window command, the same thing that I did down here. I can go ahead and zoom to a particular level. And then we have find and slide. So I can go ahead and search for the phrase zoom in my presentation. But then down here is where it's really cool. We can get help. So maybe I forgot how to zoom in or out of a document. Down here on the bottom, I can get a quick tutorial. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. I'll type zoom in here, let me clear my annotations. I'll click on zoom in or out of a document. And just like that, it opens up a side pane over here for me. And it gives me a quick 1-2 in terms of how to zoom in to my document. Notice it's pointing me to my zoom bar here on my status bar, telling me I can either slide this or I can go ahead and click on the minus or click on the plus to zoom in or out here as well. If I want to be more specific, I can choose a particular zoom setting. So if I click here, this expands the article further for me. So this is good. I don't need to go ahead and search the internet for an answer on how to zoom. Right here, I can go ahead and learn right here as well. If I want to expand the article, I can click on this link and this will open up the article in a browser for me. I'll go ahead and close this here and we're good to go. So go ahead and navigate the interface. Go ahead and take a look at the search bar. Go ahead and click on the different ribbon tabs here to see what we can do, see what commands are available. Go ahead and zoom in or out of your document. The last thing we can talk about here is right here we have the ribbon display options. Right now I can see my full ribbon. If I click on this drop down here, I have a couple of different options. I can go to full screen mode. If I want to just see the tabs, so I'll just see the tabs, but I don't see any of this information down here, I can show tabs only. So if I click here, so notice I'm only seeing tabs. Now, why would you want to do this? Well, this gives me a little more room. Now I can see more of my slide. And if you notice, when I switch to tabs only, now I can utilize more space. I'm at 98% as well. If I still need to access a command, for example, if I wanted to insert something, it's on demand now. So it shows me the ribbon here. And if I click away, it goes back. Now, it's your choice. You can either show the tabs or once you click back here again, you'll notice that the ribbon display options will appear again. We can also press Ctrl plus F1 to collapse or expand the ribbon. I'll go back to always show ribbon and I'm good to go. So go ahead and tour the interface and come right back. Now that we've toured the interface, let's go ahead and focus on our slide here. Let's break this slide down. So as we can see, we have one slide in here. Let's go ahead and add another slide. So this is the title slide. So from the Home tab, I can click on the New Slide drop down here. If I click on this arrow, this will show me the different types of slides that I can insert. So if I click here, I can see I have a few to choose from. I actually have 9 different types of slides that I can choose from. So right now, here's our title slide. Here we have title and content. We have section header. We have to content, comparison, title only. So just a title with a blank slide. We have a blank slide, caption on the left, content on the right, and we have a picture with caption here as well. I'm going to insert a title and content, and let's go ahead and compare those two slides. So now I have two because I did insert. So here's my title slide. And then down here is my title and content. Let's take a look at the title slide here. Now in the title slide, we'll notice that we have two what's called content placeholders. So this is a title content placeholder, and on the bottom, this is a subtitle content placeholder. So they're pre-made, they have their own special formatting in here. So for example, if I were to click inside of the title content placeholder, we can see that it's using the font size of 60. Well, let's click on the subtitle content placeholder and let's see what that is. So that is 24. So these are already predefined here. Now, we'll notice once we choose a design theme, some of these options will change as well. But for now, we have on this slide, we have a title placeholder and we have a subtitle placeholder. Let's take a look at slide number 2. So here's slide number 2. We can see that we have a title placeholder, and down here we have what's called a content placeholder. This is called a content placeholder because there's various types of content that we can insert. So we can insert a image either from online or from our device. We can insert icons, tables, charts, video. So a lot of different things that we can insert here. We can also add text. So if I just click in here, I have now activated this content placeholder, and I can type in here. Go ahead and do that. So for this particular content placeholder, the default font size is 28. Let's click on the title here. Now notice the title placeholder for this slide, it's not 60 like the title. This is 44. Right? So the title slide is meant to really stand out. So we have bigger and bolder font. But then for each of your slides, you don't want that same size. So this has a size of 44 as well. So those are the basics when working with slides. There's different types of layouts that we can use. And then for each slide has its own placeholders, content placeholder, picture placeholder, different things that we can do here as well. Go ahead and insert a slide and go ahead and take a look at the difference between the two. We can also change this slide. So if I right click on the slide here, I'll go down to layout, and maybe I want to change this to content with caption. And we can see, so now we have a little more detail. We still have our content placeholder over here to the right, but we have a title and text over here as well. Insert a few slides, change the layouts, and take a look at the placeholders on each slide, and come right back. Welcome back. Well, let's go ahead and start designing our slide here. I'm going to delete the second slide. Now to delete a slide, I can simply click on it. I can see that it's highlighted here. And I can either press the delete key or I can right click on it and choose the delete slide command. Either way, I'm going to go ahead and delete this slide. I'll go ahead and put a title in here. So I'll call this PowerPoint. And I'll go ahead and put module 1 here. Why not? So PowerPoint module 1. So we've started. We see we can just simply click on a placeholder and start typing content in there. Now, I don't have any colors in here. Everything is just black and white, very plain. So the next logical thing to do is choose a design. So let's go ahead and click on the design tab. And now we have what's called themes. So we're basically going to go ahead and choose a theme. And depending on the theme that you choose, you have what's called variants. So maybe you want a different variation of that particular theme. Maybe that theme is also available in blue or purple or orange. We can go ahead and do that. So the first thing I want to do is choose a theme. By default, we're using the basic office theme here. Here's the first one, facet. So we can see it adds some, I'll go ahead and actually click on there. So we can see, kind of add some details in here. Let's go ahead and insert a slide as well. So let's go ahead and insert a new slide. Now, take a look at the different slide layouts that are available. Remember, originally we had 9, now we have quite a few more here. So each theme will have their own kind of special layouts that you can use here. For example, this one has a name card that we can use. Let's just add a title and content. And let's go back to the design tab. Now let's just continue previewing the different designs here that we can use. I'll click on the gallery theme here. We can see that that's what that looks like. So here's my title slide, and here's my title and content slide. So usually spend a little bit of time choosing the theme that is right. Here's another theme. Here's one of my favorite. Here's the Ion Boardroom theme. And so I'll go ahead and choose Ion Boardroom. And then I'm going to go ahead and choose one of these different variants here. So I have 4 different ones that I can choose from. Let's see what this would look like with this color. Here's the bluish color. And also here's the more orange color here as well. So we can use that. Organic is pretty nice as well. That also comes with variants. We can go ahead and choose one. Very classy. This one looks very classy. So go ahead and choose one and just take a look and see what slide layouts are available. And take a look and see how it's actually changing the look and feel of your presentation here. I'm going to go ahead and choose, let's see, where is dividend? I like dividend. Can't find it right now. Here it is. I like dividend. If you just hover over it, it gives you the name of it. I'll go ahead and use this. And I'll change it to this variant here as well. So pretty nice, very modern, very classy. Finally, let's see what displays. Okay, so we just have the basic layouts here. Right. So go ahead and take a look at that. Go ahead and click on the Design tab. Choose a theme, choose a variant, and then take a look at the different slide layouts that are available and come right back. Welcome back. Okay, so I have my title slide here, PowerPoint Module 1. I have my title and content here. Let's just go ahead and document what we've learned so far. So I'll go ahead and put Lesson 1 in here. And Lesson 1 was all about getting started. Now you notice with this particular theme that I selected, it's automatically capitalizing all of the letters that I type here in the title area. I'll go ahead and click inside of my content placeholder here, and we'll just talk about some things that we learned here. We talked about the start screen. We talked about the ribbon. And I'm just working with a list here. So if I just press enter, we can see I'm working with a bulleted list. Most of the content placeholders that we work with, they will incorporate bullets as well. So start screen, ribbon. We also talked about just the different slide layouts. And we're able to take a look at content placeholders. Okay, so content placeholders here. That's pretty much what we covered here in Lesson 1. For Lesson 2, let's go ahead and insert a new slide. Let's go ahead and also insert a title and content. So with Lesson 2, we started talking about just how to develop a presentation. So developing a presentation. So one of the first things we need to do is choose a design. Able to choose a design / theme, and optionally choose a variant as well. So that's what we've done so far. Let's continue developing our presentation here in Lesson 2. Now, we're still talking about design here. Now, one of the things that's available is the designer. Now, the designer, it's right here on my home tab, all the way to the far right. We can see I have my designer right here. Now, what the designer is, let's see if we mouse over it, gives us a little detail, opens the designer pane for instant slide makeovers. So what if you chose a theme, but you're not, you want a little more flexibility, you want a little more content on your slide? Let's take a look and see, based on the content that we have on this slide, let's see what the designer will provide for us. So I'll click on the designer here. Now notice when I clicked on the designer, it's giving me different slides to be able to choose from. So this is using an infographic. So it's creating an infographic for me that I can use. The third one here puts a picture on the left. So the designer basically analyzes the content that's on your slide, and then it tries to create a slide based on the text that you have on here or pictures. Now, the designer really likes pictures. If I were to add a picture in here, we would see a lot more options that are available. But let's just scroll down here. So basically, if you like one of these designs, you can go ahead and just click on it. And that will actually convert your slide to that particular design. I'll go ahead and choose this one here. And as you can see, it converted our text into what's called SmartArt. We'll cover SmartArt at another time, but it created a nice infographic for us here as well. I can press Ctrl-Z to undo that. So would you rather have your slide look like this? Would you rather have it look like this? I can always change this if I want to. So if I go back to the top here, let's see, this one has a picture on the left. Okay, so that looks pretty nice. Nice little accent color here as well. So you can always change them. But I like these. It's giving us some nice, simple layouts to choose from here as well. Now this is on a per slide basis. This is not going to change every slide for you. If I go back to the title slide here, we'll notice that we have different options that are available. If I want to see more, I can click on See More Designs. So that's how the designer works. Sometimes it will not find a design for you right away. You can always come back a little later and apply a design here as well. I'm going to go ahead and choose one of these. I'll choose this one. Nice and elegant. And for my second slide, I'll go ahead and convert that to an infographic. So not so bad. We use the designer. We have 3 really nice looking slides. We did not have to worry about placing these objects on here and making sure that they align properly. The designer took care of that for us. Everything is lined up. Everything is kind of snapped to the grid here as well. So go ahead and turn on the designer. Go ahead and apply a couple of designs to your first 3 slides and come right back. Welcome back. Well, hopefully you found a design theme that you like. Hopefully you're able to design each of your slides individually by using the designer here. So for lesson 2, we'll continue talking about developing a presentation. I just added another line here, designing slides with the designer. So when we're developing a presentation, the first step is kind of choosing your design. And after that is adding content. Now, once you add content, the next thing that you may want to do is to either, well, really to work with the text. So here's my text here on slide number 3. Looks a little small. I have a lot of space here at the top and on the bottom. And let's go ahead and take a look and see. I'll go ahead and just highlight the text here. I can double click to highlight a word. I can triple click to highlight an entire row. And once I do that, I can see that this is using the font size of 18. Now, based on the theme that I've selected, it uses its own font as well, right? Because a theme, basically a theme, I'll put the detail here. I'm going to press enter. And I'll press tab. So a theme is basically a set of fonts, colors, and effects. So each theme has its own set of fonts, colors, and effects. So that's why we notice that the font type has changed here. Okay, well, let's go ahead and take a look at a couple of font commands. Maybe I want to change the color here. Maybe I want to change the, change the effect. Maybe make some with the text shadow, some bold, italicized. Let's take a look at some of these different font commands here. I'm going to highlight my first row here, and I'll go ahead and make that bold. Right. And I can go ahead and make that italicized. I can go ahead and use the text shadow here. So the text shadow kind of gives it a nice shadow behind it. I'll go ahead and remove the bold and italicize from there. So it's just a subtle way to kind of call attention to something here as well. What about, let's see, what else can I do here? Now, here's the strike through. So this kind of crosses it out for me. So we're just kind of exploring the different font commands that are available. Now, what about, here's the change case. Now this is pretty neat. I can do something like capitalize each word. So notice all of my words are capitalized here. So like a title. So I can do that. I'm going to remove the strike through here. And I'll remove the text shadow. If I want to make it all uppercase, I can go ahead and do that. But I think I'm good. I'm just going to leave it as sentence casing here as well. Now I do want to make everything a little bigger. Right now it's 18. So I want to increase the size. So I'm going to highlight all of the content in here. And what I'll do is I'll click on the big A here. And this will make my text just a little bit bigger. And maybe about there. I just want to make sure it's not as big as my title. So my title is 28. And now I'm at 24. So that looks pretty good. I can go ahead and do that. Now this is a level 2 item here because I indented this, so by default it's smaller than the level 1 item here as well. So I'll go ahead and make this italicized. If you like shortcuts, as you hover over these different commands, if a shortcut is available, it will be displayed for you. So if I wanted to make this text bold, I can press Control B. Control I will italicize it for me. Control U will place the underline there as well. So we can use those font commands. I'm going to go ahead and make that italicized, and maybe I'll make that all uppercase as well. I'll also change the color. Now, when you're changing colors in PowerPoint, you'll notice that you have what's called theme colors. So again, remember, a theme is a set of colors, fonts, and effects. So these are the different colors that come with this particular theme, this dividend theme that I chose here. We have different varieties of that color. And then we always have these standard colors down here as well. Now, you want to kind of stay away from the standard colors because the professional that created this theme, these colors work together well. So if I choose any of these colors, it's not going to adversely affect the look and feel of my text there. But if I were to choose a standard color, I can kind of see it's not really a nice contrast right away. Not all of them, just some of them here as well. So maybe I want to change this. Not a lot of color options available here. A lot of kind of, dull colors. But there you go. So I can go ahead and change that if I want to. We also have the highlighter. So if you wanted to highlight something, you can use the highlighter here. Not a big fan of it though. I typically don't use that. So we can do that as well. So we can change the font size. We can apply these different font commands here as well. I can also go ahead and maybe, change my bullets. So right now, because of this particular theme, I have these square bullets. If I click on the bullets drop down here, I can change that to maybe arrows or star bullets or hollow square bullets. I'll use hollow square and I'm good to go. I'm going to go ahead and remove this highlighting here so I can say no color. Another really nice tool that I like to use in the font command group is this little eraser here. Now what this does, this will allow us to remove the formatting from any chunk of text. So if I wanted to reset this here back to the default text, I can go ahead and click here. And notice how it puts it back to normal for me, with the exception of the sentence casing. So I can go ahead and do that as well. So go ahead and insert some text. Go ahead and take a look at the different font commands that are available and come right back. Welcome back. So that wraps up lesson 2. So we're able to choose a design theme, or we're able to design slides with the designer, and we're able to add some content here as well. Let's go ahead and insert a new slide. There's several ways that we can do this. Let's go ahead and turn on our notes actually. This way we can kind of document any kind of tips and tricks that we're learning here as well. So I'll click on notes here. This opens up my notes pane, and now I can go ahead and type in here. So a shortcut for us, if we want to insert a slide, we can press Control plus M as in Mary. That will insert a slide for us. Or if I click on that third slide here and just press the Enter key, it basically inserts the same type of slide for me. So I have the title and content here as well. If I press Control Z to undo that, the other way is I can click on the new slide drop down here like we did before, and I can go ahead and choose another type. But if I just want the title and content, I can just press Control M, or I can just press the Enter key as long as I have the slide selected here. I'm just going to press Enter here, and here is my slide. Let's put the lesson 3 in here. And lesson 3 is all about formatting content. Now, when it comes to content, we'll talk about just a few here. So we're able to format some text. We're going to format our placeholder. And then we'll go ahead and format a text box as well. So when it comes to formatting text, one of the things that we can do, we can always highlight the text, and we can apply one of these font commands if we want to. But let's go ahead and use the Shape Format tab to format all the text that's inside of our placeholder here. Now, if you notice, I'm clicked inside of my placeholder, and take a look at the border. We can see that we have a dashed line or a dotted line. I'm going to go ahead and click on the border here. Once I click on the border, I notice that I have a solid line. Now, when you do that, that's the same thing as selecting all of the text inside of the placeholder here. So I clicked on the border, I have a solid line, and now I can do something like change the font color for all of my content that's in there. I can make everything bold if I want to. So that's one thing that we can do. I'm going to put this back to black here. Now, I want to introduce you to what's called a Contextual tab. I'll put this up here. Okay. So the Contextual tab is the key to formatting different objects. Right? So I'll put that in the notes here. Format objects. Objects are things like text boxes, charts, tables, and so forth and so on. Images, icons, shapes. So notice when I click inside of my placeholder here, if you take a look at the end of my ribbon, I have what's called Shape Format. So this is contextual or on demand. It only appears when I'm interacting with an object. So if I click on the blank area on my canvas here, notice it goes away. It's no longer there. But if I click inside of my title placeholder, I get Shape Format. If I click here inside of my content placeholder, I get Shape Format. Let's click on that and let's see what we can do. So what I can do is I have let's take a look at word art first. So I'll click on Shape Format. I want to make sure I clicked on the border here. And here's just some different word art that we can use. Word art, they come with a lot of different types of formatting. So this one has a black with a shadow. So here's the second one, blue, gray, accent color 1, shadow. So some of these are very subtle or very intense. So it's a quick way to just kind of call attention to your content by using one of these word art styles. Some are very simple, some are very, very complex. You can click here, we can see all the word art styles that are available. I'll go with the basic shadow, almost like it did apply the text shadow for us. So it's the same command. Let's go ahead and format this content placeholder. I'm going to resize it. So I'll click here. I'm just going to drag it over to about there. Don't need for it to be that big. And I'll click on shape format. Now, once we click on the shape format, this is the key to formatting content. Once we click on here, we can do things like give it a shape style, or we can give it a shape effect. We can resize it using the resizing tool. We can even align it here as well. Let's just take a look at some shape styles that are available. What if I wanted to put a background color just inside of my content placeholder, not the entire slide? What if I wanted some effects, a nice border around here as well? Well, that's what a shape style is. If you click on shape style, here are the different styles that are available. Very simple. Then it gets a little more complex as we go down the list. So we can see this first row here. It's just an outline color, just different theme color outlines. If I click on the more options here, here are all of these shape styles that are available. So that second row combines a fill color with a border color. So I can use that. If we go down the list, we have different effects. So we have some gradient effect, kind of like a two-tone look. We have shadows. Then we have shadow with a glow as well. So the bottom line is you don't have to just settle for the default layout of your content placeholders. You can give it a quick style if you want to. Just going to go ahead and give this a basic one. So I'll just give it a basic style here. And let's take a look at shape effects. With different presets. So here's a preset 1. So it gives it that nice kind of white border. Looks a little three-dimensional. And so just go ahead and check them out. Different presets. Right. There's a basic one in the shadow on the bottom right. So we have shadows that we can use, some basic shadows or some more complex shadows. We have reflections. Some are subtle, some are intense. We have glows. So we can give it an outside glow if we want to. We have soft edges and we have bevels as well. I'll just give it I'll leave mine as is here as well. Right. Then of course we can go ahead and resize this if we want to. Make it higher or wider. We can go ahead and do that as well. So go ahead and add some content to your content placeholder. Click on the Shape Format tab. Toggle some of the different shape styles, some of the different effects. Check out WordArt as well and come right back. Let's continue lesson 3. So we took a look at the Contextual tab, in this case the shape format. We're able to insert some text. We formatted the text using a couple of the WordArt styles here. And we're able to format the placeholder by either choosing a shape effect or a shape style, also being able to resize it here as well. Let's go ahead and insert an object. Let's insert a text box. Let's click on the Insert tab, and from the Insert tab, let's go ahead and insert a text box from the text command group. So this is an object that we're actually adding here. So we can draw a text box anywhere, and text boxes are great because we can resize them, we can add a style to them, we can add text to it. I'll go ahead and click here. Now we have to draw it, so here's my little drawing tool. So I'm just going to draw it. You can make it as big as you want to. You can always resize it a little later. I'm just going to go to about here, make it about that big. So as soon as I enter my text box here, I'm going to go ahead and add some content in there, and then I'll take a look at the shape format to see what's available. Now, these two are identical, so my text box and my content placeholder, you'll notice a lot of the same tools are available once we start interacting with our text box here as well. Actually, before I start adding text, I'll click on the Shape Format tab. I'll go ahead and give this a quick style. We'll go ahead and we'll go with this orange here. I'm actually going to go ahead and change my variant here. So I'll click on the Design tab and I'll go for a more blue color here, just for purposes of this demonstration. So I'll just change my variant to blue. Again, you can always change at any point in your presentation before you deliver it. So I'll go ahead and add some content here for my text box. Okay. So I'll say use the Contextual tab to format objects. Okay. Text boxes. I'll just say text boxes gives more control. Right. So there we go. So here's my text box. So I can move it. So what if I wanted to go ahead and move this text box somewhere else? What I can do is click on the border. So take a look at my cursor. It's that diagonal arrow. If I move my cursor inside of the text box, I have my basically typing cursor here. If I move my cursor to the border or the outside, it changes to this four-way crosshair. Now that lets me know I can grab it. So now I can go ahead and move it. So I click and drag and I can move it to anywhere I want to on the slide. So maybe I want to place it down here towards the bottom. I can go ahead and do that. But let's get a little help here. Maybe I want to go ahead and snap it exactly to the bottom right of my slide here. So I'll click on Shape Format. And over here in the Arrange command group, I'll choose the alignment here. So I'll click on Align. So first I want to align it to the bottom of the slide. Notice how it snaps it to the bottom of the slide for me. And next I want to go ahead and align it to the right. So there you go. I can snap it right to the bottom right if I want to. If I click back on here and decide later I want to align it to the middle, I can go ahead and do that. I can align center. There we go. Right. Or I can just go ahead and drag it down here as well. I'm going to align it to the bottom right. So bottom, and then align it to the right. And there we go. So those are text boxes. If we want to, we can actually copy and paste this text box. If I right click on it, I can copy it and I can paste. And this allows me to have the exact replica here as well. And there we go. So those are text boxes. I'm going to go ahead and move this back up here. And there we go. So go ahead and insert a few text boxes, add some content in there, click on the Shape Format tab, and go ahead and give it a quick style. Come right back. Welcome back. So that concludes Lesson 3, Formatting Content. As we continue with our course, we'll be spending a lot of time working with the contextual tabs that appears when we insert different objects. Let's go ahead and insert another slide for Lesson 4. And this time we want a to content slide. Let's go ahead and insert that. Here are two content placeholders. One on the left, one on the right. So let's go ahead and put in Lesson 4 here. And Lesson 4 is all about graphical elements. So when we talk about graphical elements, we talk about pictures, we talk about icons, and so forth and so on. So let's go ahead and insert an image. Now, several ways we can insert an image. Right here in the content placeholder, we can see that we have two options here to insert an image. We can also click on the Insert tab. So if we click on the Insert tab, we can insert pictures. And we'll get a list of different types of pictures that we can add. We can also do it right here from the content placeholder. The first one here is stock images. The second one is pictures. So if I click here, it opens up the folder structure on my computer. Let's click on stock images. So these are the Microsoft stock images that we can reuse. Now, when we get here, here's the stock images dialog. There's different things that we can search for. So by default, we're looking for images, but we can also search for icons. We have cutout people, stickers, videos, illustration, and cartoon people. So there's a lot of different content that we can add here as well. So if you click on icons, let's just quickly preview them. Icons are pretty cool. There's pretty much an icon for everything that you want to express. And they always come in the same size. They're always one by one. We have cutout people. So we have Carrie, we have Stanley, Lance, so forth and so on. And they have different expressions that we can use to drive a point home in our slide. And of course, we have stickers. Everyone loves stickers. We have short videos. These are about 10 seconds or so, maybe 12. We have illustrations that we can use, kind of like icons, but they have a little more color, a little more detail. And then we have cartoon people that we can use here as well. But let's go ahead and insert an image. We want to insert an image, then we want to go ahead and edit that actual image or format that image using the Contextual tab that will appear after we insert our image. So I'll go ahead and search for an image here. I'll look for something related to learning. You can look for any picture you want. Let's see. I'll scroll down here, look for something. Let's change that. Maybe I'll look for something with a team. I'll go ahead and grab this one here. Nice colors in here. I'll go ahead and insert that picture. So it inserts that picture for us right inside of that content placeholder, which is very, very nice. If I were to insert this picture, sometimes what happens is the picture appears so big that it's kind of like going off of your slide. In that case, we would need to click on the format. But let's keep it simple. Let's go ahead. This is a very nice picture. Let's go ahead and click on the picture format. And the first thing we'll notice is that we have different picture styles that we can choose from. On the far left, we have some adjustments that we can make as well, some corrections, recolor. Let's preview them and let's see what we can do. We want to get to picture styles eventually, but let's go ahead and take a look and see what's available here. So here's some different corrections. So I can either sharpen or soften the picture if I want to. Take a look at my picture as I'm hovering over these different options. So I can brighten the picture. Just some simple edits that we can do to this particular picture. Here is color. So I can recolor it, the saturation, really saturated here, 400%. I can change the color tone, temperature change, and then I can recolor it if I want to. So lots of pretty cool things that we can do. We have different artistic effects. So if I wanted to make this look more like a marker or a pencil grayscale or a pencil sketch, I can go ahead and do that. So some pretty nice ones here as well. All right, here's glassy look. So pretty nice. We have transparency. And then we'll head on over here to different picture styles. I always use picture styles when I insert a picture. You don't want it to appear flat on our canvas. You want it to stand out. So click on that picture format and let's take a look at these different styles that we can use. So here's a simple frame white. So just puts a nice white frame on the outside. And go ahead and preview those. So here's a metal frame. That looks pretty cool. Here's a basic shadow. Here's one of my favorites. Reflected rounded rectangle. If we click here on the all, we can see all of the picture styles that are available. And here's my favorite, this bevel rectangle. Nice modern look and feel here as well. I'll go ahead and choose one more. My other one that I like is this one. It's a reflected bevel black. So pretty nice. Just like with our shape format, we have picture effects as well. Different presets that we can use. We can sometimes combine them with a picture style. Sometimes they override each other. So typically you're either choosing a picture style or you're creating your own picture effect by choosing a shadow, reflection, glow, and so forth and so on. So go ahead and insert a picture. Go ahead and click on the Picture Format tab. Take a look at some of the adjustments and go ahead and choose a picture style. Come right back. We'll take a look at a few more tools. Welcome back. Hopefully you had fun taking a look at those picture format styles here. Let's take a look at a few more tools. Let's go ahead and take a look at the cropping tool for our picture. And then we'll take a look at the background removal tool here as well. So I'll go ahead, maybe I want to crop this picture. So maybe I want to remove some of the space here at the top. Maybe I want to just kind of remove it from here as well. So I can do that. I'll go ahead and click on my picture and I'll click on the Picture Format Contextual tab. And the Size command group, I'll go ahead and click on the Cropping tool here. So once I click here, I am in cropping mode. So here are my different cropping handles that I can use. So what I'll do, I'll go ahead and move everything up here. I want to come to about here. And I'll come down just a little bit from the top, coming from the sides as well. So there's my new picture. That's what the new picture would look like. Now, what I can do is just click away from the picture. And as you can see, I just cropped the picture from the bottom, the sides, and the top here as well. So that's the cropping tool that we can use. Now, if you made a big mess of your picture, what we can always do is we can reset the picture. We can reset the picture based on the formatting that we chose or the formatting and the original size. So if I want to reset everything here, I'll click on Reset Picture. If I click on Reset Picture, that basically removes the formatting, so the styles and the effects here, but it's still cropped. If I click on Reset Picture and Size, it puts my picture back to the original size. So here's one of the problems that we face when we insert pictures. It's really big, we can't see it. No need to panic. What we're going to do is locate the Picture Format tab, and we're going to resize it using the width here. So if I go here, I'll just click on that down arrow until it comes back into focus. I can actually see it on my slide. Notice as I'm using this tool, it's basically maintaining the aspect ratio. So it's not distorting my picture. It's not making it flat or so forth and so on. So I'll just go ahead and do that until I get it to the size that I like. I can also resize the picture by using one of these corner handles. If I use the corner handles to resize the picture, it does not distort the picture. If I use this top or bottom or left or right, this will distort the picture. So I don't want to use those. I want to use one of these to either make it a little bigger and still maintain the aspect ratio here as well. So that's how you reset the picture. Let's go ahead and insert another picture here. And let's take a look at the background removal tool. Let's see if I can find my buddy, the eagle here. So I want a picture of this eagle, but let's see, maybe I'll grab this one. I want to remove the background from it. I'll go ahead and insert that into my content placeholder. And I'm going to make it a little bigger so I can see it a little better here. So again, I'll use the corner resize, not one of the side ones here. Notice how it flattens the picture. So I'll use one of the corners here. And let's see. I'll put it over this one for now so it doesn't get in the way. So a really nice picture, but I want to go ahead and remove the background. I just want to kind of cut out my eagle from this picture here. Right? So we do have a remove background tool. I'll click on shape format, and here is my remove background. Once I click on here, it's going to put me into the remove background editor. It's a simple editor. If I click here, gives me a couple of different options here. Now, take a look at what it actually did. Pretty good job. It actually removed most of the background for me. So it automatically tries to remove the background. This one is very, very good. I actually don't really need to do anything here. I'm going to go ahead and click on Keep Changes. And look at that. So it removed the background completely for me. And now I can go ahead and crop this. I don't need all that white space here. Get rid of all that white space. So this worked a lot better than I expected it to. Sometimes you just need to kind of interact with it. But let me go ahead and insert another one. I'll insert my other eagle. So stock image. And I'll grab this one here. And just make it a little smaller. Okay, so that's fine. I'm going to delete this other one. I'll just click on it and press the delete key. And I'll delete this content placeholder as well. Okay, so here's my eagle. Let's take a look at the background removal tool. Okay, so this one did a pretty good job, but you can see it's still trying to remove parts of the head here. So at this point, what I need to do is I have two options. I can choose to mark the areas I want to keep or mark the areas I want to remove. It's removed most of it, so I want to keep the head here, and that did pretty good. And I want to keep the talons, so here are the talons down here. I want to remove the background from between the talons here. So I'm just kind of pointing to where I want to keep, where I want to remove. And there you go. That looks pretty good. I think I'm good to go. So I'll click on Keep Changes. I can also discard all changes if I just don't like the way it looks. I'll keep my changes. Here's my eagle. I'm going to go ahead and resize it. And here we go. So that is the background removal tool. Right? So pretty nice. Now remember, you can always upload pictures into, so if you have a picture on your computer, you can upload it right here into PowerPoint. Take advantage of these simple editing options here as well. Let's finish up lesson 4 by taking a look at the eyedropper. Now, eyedropper is a really nice tool. In this case, what I want to do, I'm going to delete the picture of my eagle here. I can actually right click and save this as a picture to my computer if I want to. This will save all those formatting that I used here. I'm going to go ahead and press delete just to remove it. And I'm going to go ahead and insert just a few text boxes here. I'll insert about 4. And I'll just call this 1. I'm going to go ahead and insert another text box. And this is going to be, I'll be specific, this is color 2. This is color 1. And I'll insert 2 more. This is color 3. And I'll do 1 more. I could duplicate the text box. I could copy and paste it as well, but I'll keep it simple. We'll talk about that in another lesson here. So here I have 4 colors. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and I like this picture. So I want to go ahead and pick up some of the colors from this picture. So maybe from the shirt, I want to go ahead and apply that color to this text box here. Maybe this color to that text box, right? And so forth and so on. So if I wanted to recolor this text box here, if I click on it and click on Shape Format, here is the text fill. So I can choose a fill color. So remember, I can choose a style that will recolor it for me. But what if I'm not finding the color that I want? And if I click on, shape fill, not text fill. If I click on shape fill here, I'm pretty much limited to the colors based on the theme that I have selected here, or some of the standard colors. But as you can see, I can't find this color here. So what I can do is click on more fill colors, and now it's really advanced. I get this kind of color palette here I have to choose from. I can also click on custom and put in the RGB value if I knew what it was. I do not know what the RGB value is of this color. So I'm going to go ahead and hit cancel. But wait a minute, what I can do is I can use the eyedropper. I'll click on the shape fill again. And if you take a look, right underneath more fill colors, here's the eyedropper. Pick a fill color by clicking within the app window. So pick a color outside of the app window, click and drag. Okay, let's go ahead and turn on the eyedropper here. So here's my little eyedropper. And basically what I do when I move over a color, if I just pause, it tells me what that color is. So this is light gray, and there's the RGB value. Well, I want this color for this shirt. So that's plum. RGB value 882739. Let's see what happens if I click on that color here. Oh, look at that. It actually found that color and applied that color to my text box here. Well, let's try that again. Let's click on this text box here. I'll click on Shape Format. For the shape fill, I'll grab the eyedropper. And this time I want this color. So let's see what color this is. So that is dark green. So if I click on here, it's going to apply that color. So it's basically replicating that color from me from one object to another. Oh, well, let's see what else I can do with the eyedropper. What if I wanted to grab something else, like the color that's off of my slide? Maybe a color from another slide, or maybe a color from my ribbon, like this PowerPoint color here. Well, I can do that as well. It's a little tricky. Well, let's see. I want to grab this PowerPoint color up here. So I'll click on Shape Format. I'll click on Shape Fill. This is pretty close to it, but not really the color I'm looking for. Right. So I'll click on the eyedropper here. Now, once I move off the slide, notice my eyedropper disappears. So I want to get this color, but my eyedropper disappeared. If you want to grab a color off of the slide, you need to, while you're still on the slide, hold down the left mouse button and drag it. I'm still holding down the left mouse button. So now I can go ahead and pull in the color from anywhere on my screen, either on PowerPoint, another window that I have open. I can pull in color from anywhere. I'll go ahead and pull in this color. It's telling me it's red. And there we go. I'll go ahead and pull in the color from this slide here as well. We do have this color available, but just to demonstrate how we can do that, I'll grab my eyedropper again. So really, really cool tool. Again, I'll hold down the left mouse button. Now I can drag and pull in any color. So that's turquoise. And let's see what else is in here. I'll go ahead and pull that in. So that is the eyedropper. So that's how we can use the eyedropper to pull in colors from one object to the next here as well. So really, really nice tool, especially when you start to use PowerPoint often and you're customizing your designs. This is a really, really nice tool to be able to use. So go ahead and insert a few text boxes. Go ahead and add some text in there and use the eyedropper to take colors from your picture and add them to your text box. Welcome back. So that covers our first 4 lessons, completing Module 1. Now let's go ahead and save our work and run our presentation. So a couple of different things that we can do to save. We can press Ctrl+S. We can press F12, or we can press File and Save as well. If I press Control S, because I'm logged into my Outlook account, it's asking me to just save it to my OneDrive. I can give it a name and I can press Save. If I press the F12 key on my keyboard, it pulls up the folder structure on my computer. Now I can save it to my desktop or my documents. I'll save it to my desktop. I'll just call this PowerPoint Module 1. And I'll press Save. And there you go. I'm good to go and I am saved. So let's go back. I'll click on the first slide here and let's go ahead and run this in presentation mode. Here are the different views. Here's normal view. Here's the slide sorter view. So again, the slide sorter view allows me to kind of move things around in a simple way if I want to do that. This is helpful if you have a lot of slides. The next one here is the reading view. So this will run my presentation for me. I'm going to go back to the first slide here. So here's lesson 1. We talked about the start screen, the ribbon, slide layouts, and content placeholders. Lesson 2, we talked about developing a presentation. In lesson 3, we're able to format content, specifically using the Contextual tab. And then we're able to integrate images and formatting into our presentation. I'm going to run this in slideshow. I can also press F5 to run the slideshow. So here's my first slide. My title is missing. I need to fix that. If I go to the next slide, now I'm presenting in full screen mode. I can press Escape to end the presentation, or if I just keep going, it does that for me. End of the slideshow, click to exit, and I'm good to go. I'll go back to the normal view, and here we are. So we're saved. We're able to run the presentation. Not sure what happened to my title here. Oh, here it is. It was hiding. Another lesson, we'll take a look at how we can format objects when they don't behave, just like this. Okay, there we go. All right, very good. So congrats on completing Module 1. Let's go ahead. I'll share a file for Module 2, and we'll work on that file together. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and dive into Module 2. I do have my practice file open here for PowerPoint Module 2. Please make sure that you have that open. We have 5 slides here. Here's the title slide. And we have our 4 lessons. So lesson 5 is about managing objects. I already have some content on this slide for us. We'll take a look at different ways that we can manage them. Lesson 6 is all about adding tables. We'll go ahead and insert a table or 2. Lesson 4, adding and managing charts. So we'll go ahead and add a chart and manage the data there as well. Customize the chart. For lesson number 8, we'll take a look at what we can do to prepare before we deliver a presentation. I'll go ahead and turn the notes on. So every slide will have a set of notes, kind of different tasks that we'll be performing on those as well. So I'll go back here to lesson number 5, slide 2. Actually, I'll go back to the first slide, and I'm going to go ahead and choose a design. So feel free to choose a design. Right now, it's just very plain. So I'll go ahead and choose a quick design here. I'll keep it simple. I'll either go for wood type. Let's see what that looks like. So pretty simple, doesn't add a lot of visuals. I'll stick to wood type. And then we'll go ahead and jump into lesson 5. So go ahead and open up this practice file, come right back. We'll dive into lesson 5. Welcome back. So let's go ahead and jump into lesson 5. So what we want to do is just kind of overcome some of the issues that we will face when we have multiple objects on a slide here. So we can see that we have a shape, we have a text box, we also have 3 images here that we can work with. Well, we want to go ahead and create maybe our 1-year goals. You can use any scenario you'd like here. I'm going to go ahead and click on slide 3. We want to convert this slide to look like this. So this slide is well balanced. We can see everything is pretty aligned pretty nicely here. Right. Everything is kind of on the same line. We can see that our picture is center aligned on the text box. Our shape is center aligned on the text box and the picture as well. So let's go ahead and take a look and see how we can do this. Let's go ahead and click on slide number 2. So we'll be talking about grouping. We'll be discussing aligning objects as well. So the first thing I want to do, I need to determine, well, what kind of layout do I want? How do I want to change this here? I'm going to go ahead and change my title first. I'll call this my 1-year goals. I'll center align that, and I'll move it up a little bit. Don't need for it to take up that much space. Right. And I'll go ahead and accept the correction here. So 1-year goals. And so what I want to do, I'm going to go ahead and move these things around. So if you click on these different objects, if you click on an image, you can click anywhere on the image and you can pretty much move it around. So we can do that. With a shape, same thing. You click anywhere on a shape, you can move it around. Text boxes are a little different. Now, if I click inside of a text box, I can't move it. If I want to move a text box, I need to click on the border when I see that 4-way crosshair, and now I can go ahead and move it as well. Okay, just for now, I'm just going to go ahead and move my pictures over here to the right. And let's actually take care of that first. Let's go ahead and group these pictures together, and let's try and make them the same size. So to group an object together, what we're going to do, we're going to use the control command. So if you hold down the control key, so I'll click on my picture here. I'm going to hold down the control key and click on this picture. I'll hold down the control key again, and I'll click on the third picture. So that is how you create a group. You can pretty much group anything. If I wanted to group my shape with this as well, I can go ahead and do that as well. I can also group my text box. But for now, let's understand how grouping works. So right now I have these grouped. So what I can do now is I can use my arrow keys and I can move these together like a group. So I can go to the right, I can go up, I can go down. I can do something like, if I click on the picture format here, if I wanted to give all of them the same style, I can do that. So I can put all of them inside of a metal frame. I'm going to go ahead and choose a style. I'll choose the rounded diagonal corner. And then I'll go ahead and resize all of them. So I'll click on my bigger picture here and I'll go ahead and just kind of resize all of them at the same time here. Right. So that's grouping. I can resize them together, or I can go ahead and move them together, or I can go ahead and apply the same type of style or the same type of picture effect or some different adjustments here as well. Really, I can only recolor them. To break away from the grouping, just click on a blank area, and now they're on groups, and now I can move them freely. But I want them to all be the same size. So I'll go ahead and check the size. I'm going to move my first picture over here underneath my text box. Just want to make sure it's kind of the same width. So I'm just going to resize it to what I like. Now what I'm looking for, when you're moving objects around, you'll get some temporary guidelines. As you can see, take a look at my picture. I have these 4 arrows here. I want to make sure it's the same width as my text box above. So I'm just going to go ahead and resize it until I see that vertical dashed line on the left and the vertical dashed line here on the right. So those temporary lines, they let me know that my picture is the same width as my text box. So that looks good. So what is the width of this current picture? Because I want my other pictures to have the same width. So if I take a look over here on the picture format, I can see that it is 1.9 by 2.97. So I want to make sure that these are the same. So I'll click on my other picture. and I'll make this 1.9. Let's see, 1.97, 2.97. So 1.97 and 2.96. That's okay. I'll make this also 1.9, 1.97. Okay, so now they're all the same size. They all have the same picture style here as well. So that is how we group objects, and that's the benefit of grouping objects together. We'll see a little later, once we have them grouped, we can also animate them together as well. Go ahead and group your pictures together, apply a picture style, go ahead and resize them so that they're all the same size, and come right back. Now that I have all three of my pictures as the same size, I'll go ahead and set this up here. So the first thing I want to do, the next thing we'll talk about is arranging and aligning objects. We'll already see that when we're moving an object on the canvas, we get all of these little temporary lines here. Now look what happens if I move my image right in the middle of the slide. I get the vertical bar there and the horizontal bar. So that lets me know that I'm dead center or exactly in the middle of this slide, both vertically and horizontally. If I move to the right or to the left, there's that vertical line, lets me know I'm aligned right there. If I go up or down, I can see that horizontal line there as well. So also when you move an object, it lets you know how you're aligned in relation to another object. So right now, I can see that I'm on the same plane as my picture on the left. If I go up, it's showing me I'm aligned to my text box, to the middle of the text box, to the bottom of the text box. And right now I'm aligned to that picture right there as well. So look out for those temporary lines. We can also turn on the grid lines or the guidelines. If I click on the View tab, here I can go ahead and turn on, I can even turn on the ruler if I want to. I can turn on all three of these options. Let's see what I get. So here's the ruler. So as I kind of move, we can see where I am in relation to the ruler, both vertically and horizontally. Here are the grid lines. So grid lines are a really nice way to show where one object is in comparison to another. And then we have the guides. And so the guides gives us the vertical guide here and the horizontal guide. So lots of different things. I'll go ahead and turn off the grid lines. I just want the guides and the ruler for now. So when we're arranging and aligning objects, we need to first decide what we want to do. So remember, we want a horizontal alignment. So 3 columns here as well. So the first thing I need to do is position my first object exactly where I want it to be. Everything else will be aligned based on that first one here as well. So I'll take my first text box here. I just want to align it to the left margin here. Let me move my shape out of the way. And I just want to focus on this. I want to keep going to the left until I want to make sure I'm lined up with my text box here, my title box rather. So I'll move it to the left, right there. So that's as far as I want to go on the left. And I'll come down a little bit, maybe to about here. My first object is in place. Everything else will be based on that object. Now my picture, I'll go ahead and align this. I can see it's aligned. I'll just move it down just a little bit. It's aligned with my text box here. And now here is I want to make sure that my little shape here with the number 1 is aligned, center aligned on my picture and my text box. So there we go. The first 3 objects are aligned. And now I want to go ahead and add another text box, 2 more text boxes, and align these pictures as well. So what I can do, I can duplicate this text box if I want to. So to duplicate an object, I'll press Control D. So I'll click on my text box here. I want to make sure I'm clicking on the border and not inside. Okay, so I'll click on the border. I see the solid line, and now I can press Control D. It basically duplicates that for me. So any style, anything I had in there would have been the same. Now I'll use those temporary guides to make sure I'm aligned horizontally with my first text box, and then I'm aligned with my picture on the bottom here as well. I'll go ahead and duplicate that one more time, so I'll press Control D. And sometimes when you duplicate it again, it kind of distributes it evenly, so it's the same space between the first one here, which is pretty good. So at this point, I'll go ahead and make sure everything else is aligned. I'll go ahead and align my picture here. Make sure everything is okay. I'm gonna make sure my pictures are the same height. Need to move this one up a little bit here. And there we go. So our 3 text boxes and our 3 pictures are aligned. Now I can duplicate my shape here. So I'll press Control D. And I'll press Control D again. And so here are my shapes. I'll go ahead and make sure this one is center aligned on my picture. And I'll move this one here. Make sure this is centered aligned on this picture as well. And I'll go ahead and make these a little bigger. So I'll group my shapes, hold down the Control key. Now when you're grouping shapes, I want to make sure I click on the border of the shape. If I try to click on the inside, it doesn't work. I want to click on the border, hold down the Control key. I'm just going to resize these, make them a little bigger, make them as big as I want to, maybe about not that big. Now I can kind of move them. I want to center all of them on each picture. I'll go ahead and change this to number 2. So this is goal number 2. This is goal number 3. I'm good to go. I'll turn off the guides. I'll turn on the grid lines. Just make sure that I'm centered here on each of them. That's centered. That's centered. And that's centered. Make sure they're all on the same horizontal plane. That looks pretty good. So I'm good to go. I pretty much have everything arranged exactly the way that I want it to be. So I'm good to go. What we can do now is if we want to go ahead and add a style to these text boxes, we can go ahead and do that. So if you want to grab a quick shape format, give those a particular style, you can go ahead and do that. And go ahead and add a style to each of your shapes here as well. And come right back. Welcome back. Okay, I'm going to turn off my grid lines here. So I'll click on the View tab. I'll uncheck the grid lines. I'll also turn off the ruler. Don't really need that right now. Now let's put it all together. Let's go ahead and animate some of these different objects here. So this slide clearly states our 1-year goals. We can see our first goal is here. Enroll in martial arts. Oh, I need to go ahead and change the text here. I'll type learn a new language. And the third one is travel to Europe. There we go. All right, so we have everything here. So we have a number representing the sequence, a picture representing the goal, and the text representing the goal as well. Let's click on the Animations tab. Now, here's the Animations tab. Here are different types of animations that we can use. We're just going to use a simple animation. We'll just use the wipe animation. You can try them out when you pause the video. I'll go ahead and click on my picture here, and I want my picture to come in with an animation. So I'll choose the wipe animation for my picture. So that's the first animation on the slide. If I click on preview over here to the top left, I can get a preview to see what this would look like. So when I go from slide number 1 to slide number 2, this is how it will be revealed after I click on the sequence here. So let's just animate our pictures So we can see the numbers here. Here's the first animation, here's the second animation, and then we'll have a third animation over here. So I'll click on my airplane here, I'll click on wipe. And let's see what this looks like. So I'll go ahead and run this in reading view. Again, reading view is great because it doesn't take up the whole screen, and I can still manage other windows if I want to. So I'll click on the reading here. And there we go. So this is what the slide looks like. So we can see that we have the text boxes and the numbers in the sequence. If I click next, or if I click to the right, it reveals that picture for me. If I click to the right again, here's the other picture. And if I click to the right one more time, here is the third one here as well. So animation is a really good way to kind of reveal things, or to reveal a lot of content on one slide, just one at a time, as opposed to revealing all the content here as well. I'm going to go back to normal view, go back to slide 2. So that's not really what I want though. What if I want, my text box and my picture to come in at the same time? If I go ahead and give my text box here an animation, well, it's not going to come in sequence. So what I want to do, I want to create an animation so that my text box and my picture comes in at the same time. Same thing here for the second one, and the same thing here for the third one. So I'm going to have 3 animations on this slide. So when this slide is seen, the only things that will be visible are my actual numbers right here. 1, 2, and 3. So your audience already knows they're expecting 3 different goals or content here as well. So to do that, I'm going to go ahead and remove the animations. So I'll say none. Just going to reset everything here. Okay, now I'll do it. Picture, text box, wipe. 1 animation. Picture, hold down the control key, text box, wipe. There's my second animation. Picture, text box, wipe. And there we go. Let's go ahead and run that. I'll press F5 to run the presentation. Here's my title slide. Here's my second slide. We can see the numbers here. If I click, or if I press next, or if I use the arrow key, notice how it comes in as 1 animation because we grouped the text box and the picture together. I could have even grouped the shape down here with it if I wanted to, but I wanted to keep it simple, kind of like a reveal. So here's animation number 2, learn a new language. Animation number 3, travel to Europe. And we're good to go. So pretty good. So go ahead and check out the different animations. Right? Just click on a picture, check out the different animations that are available, and then go ahead and group your animations together. You may need to remove the animations and then group them like I did, so you don't run into any conflicts. So check them out, go ahead and animate them and come right back. We'll move on to our next lesson. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and move on to lesson number 6, adding tables. Adding tables is a great way to condense information so that your audience can basically interpret the information more efficiently. Let's go ahead and insert a table. We want a table that looks like this. So instead of writing out our 1-year goals, we can express our 1-year goals in the form of a table. So we'll have a title, we'll have our different headers here, the goal, the priority, the progress, and the estimated cost for that particular goal here as well. So let's go ahead and use this. I'll go back to slide number 3. And because I'm using a content placeholder, I can go ahead and insert a table by clicking on the table icon right here. The other way to insert a table is to click on the Insert tab. And once I click on the Insert tab, so here's table. So those are 2 ways that we can insert a table. Now let's just quickly take a look at the different ways that we can insert a table. If I click on this drop down here, I can go ahead and draw the table. As you can see, if I want like a 4x4 table, my slide is already showing what that table will look like. That's probably the simplest way to do that. I can also insert a table. So if I click on insert a table, it basically asks me how many columns and how many rows would I like. So I can say 4 by 4. I'm going to go ahead and hit cancel here. We also have the capability to use an Excel spreadsheet to insert a table. We'll take a look at that in just a little bit. The Excel spreadsheet is going to give us the Excel ribbon that will allow us to incorporate more advanced features of the table, such as calculations and more styles and designs, things like that. For now, let's go ahead and click on the Insert Table icon inside of our content placeholder. And it gives us the option, how many columns and how many rows do we want? Well, for now, let's just say we want 3 columns and we want 3 rows. Let's go ahead and press OK. My content placeholder has been replaced by my 3 by 3 table. Before I start working on the table, I might want to go ahead and give it a quick design. So notice, because we're working with a table, we actually have 2 contextual tabs. One is for the table design, so this is all things cosmetic. And then we have the layout. So with these 2 tabs gives us all the tools we need to be able to manage this table. We'll keep it simple. We'll take a look at some of the essential tools that we need to use. For now, I'm going to go ahead and choose a table design. So when it comes to the table design, we can see that we have recommended best match for our document. Don't like those though. We have light styles. We have medium styles, and then we have some dark tables down here at the bottom as well. So kind of a table for all different types, whatever you're looking for here as well. I'm going to go for a medium table. I'll give it this medium style accent 1, and I'm good to go. Let's go ahead and enter some data into our table. So the very top line is going to be my title. So I'll just call this 1 year goals. Down here on the bottom, the first one is going to be my actual goal. I'll press the tab key to move to the next cell. So that's my goal. This will be the priority. Let's say on a scale of 1 to 10. 10 being the highest priority. And then over here, let's put the progress. So how far I am along that goal here. I'll add my first goal. And my first goal, let's say enroll in martial arts. Okay. I'll put the priority. This is priority, high priority, so I'll go 10. And the progress, this is actually about 50% complete, right? But I do have other goals, so I want to go ahead and add another row here. So to do that, I'm going to click on the Layout tab. Now, once I click on the Layout tab, all the way to the far left, we see a Rows and Columns command group. Now, this is where I want to go ahead and insert rows. So I can insert a row above, I can insert a row below. I do want to insert a row below, so I'll go ahead and click on Insert Row Below. As a matter of fact, I want 2 rows, so I'll click it 2 times to add 2 rows. And there we go. I'll go ahead and enter my data in here. I also want another column to the right because I want to be able to add one more for the estimated cost. So I'll click on the column, and now I can either, now that I've selected this particular column, I can either insert one to the left or I can insert one to the right. I want to insert one to the right, not to the left. So I'll click on Insert Right to add another column. There we go. I'll go ahead and put in the estimated cost. And there we go. So that's how we insert a table. That's how we choose a table design or a table style. That's how we add a row and or a column. And we can simply just type in each of these cells and enter our information. Go ahead and fill out the rest of your table and come right back, and we'll take a look at some other table tools. Welcome back. So I went ahead and inserted all of my text here into my table. So what I want to do now, I want to go ahead and merge the cells here on this top row. So as you can see, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 cells. I want to merge them and just have one single cell for my title that will be centered here as well. So to do that, I'm going to go ahead and select, just click and drag and highlight all of these cells on that top row. Then I'll click on the Layout tab. Now on the Layout tab, let's talk about formatting the actual table. So when we're formatting the table, we're talking about the Layout tab here. And over here in the Merge Cells command group, I'm going to go ahead and choose the Merge Cells command. That will convert these 4 cells into one. I'll go ahead and do that here. And there we go. I can see that it's just one cell here at the top. But the next thing I want to do, I want to go ahead and align it. So right now it's aligned to the left of the cell. And as a matter of fact, if we take a look on the Layout tab in the Alignment command group, we can see that it's basically aligned to the top left of that cell. Actually, by default, all of my cells here, everything is aligned to the top left of each cell. So for this particular cell, I want to go ahead and make sure that everything is centered to the middle. So I'll go ahead and click Center and Center. So now it's centered vertically and horizontally in this cell as well. Now I want to do the same thing with the rest of my table. So notice when I ran that command, it only applied to this particular cell. So it only applies to what you have selected. So I'm going to go ahead and press Control A inside of my table. So if I press Control A, it highlights everything on my table here. Once I do that, I'm going to go ahead and center everything. So there we go. I was able to center everything and I'm good to go. Now I do want my table to stand out a little bit here. Let's see what else we can do. So we took a look at inserting rows and columns. We used the merge. We took a look at some alignment options here as well. Now, we can go ahead and interact with the cell size if we want to, or I can click on my table and click on Distribute Columns. So if I click here, nothing really happens. If I click on Distribute Rows, nothing really, well, I do get a little bit here. So it attempts to make every row the same height and every column the same width. It looks like all of my columns are already the same width, so it did not really make any changes here as well. So if you maybe inherited a PowerPoint file that has a table and things just look really uneven, you can choose the Distribute Rows and Distribute Columns command, and that will take care of things for you. I can also resize the table. If I grab one of the fill handles here, right now it's perfectly aligned, but if I want to make it bigger, I can go ahead and do that. I can even kind of do this. So you can pretty much resize the table in any fashion that you want here as well. So I'm good to go. So again, any formatting options, we need to click on the Layout tab to be able to do that as well. Now, if you want to delete a particular row or a particular column, it's a matter of clicking on the row. You don't have to highlight the entire row. If you want to, that's okay. Just click on any row that you want to. And here's the delete command. So we can delete the entire table, we can delete the entire row, or we can delete that column. If I choose delete row, it deletes the row for me. Now I only have these 3 rows here. I'm going to go ahead and undo that. So I'll press Control Z, or I'll just press undo. Here's my row again. Same applies for deleting a column. Just choose the delete. And you can choose to delete a particular column as well. So those are the basics for formatting a table. Go ahead and make those formats. Last thing I'll do, I want my top 2 rows here to be bold. I want it to stand out. And I want my items on the left to stand out as well. I'll make those bold. And there we go. I'm all done. If you want to go ahead and change the table style, you can go ahead and do that and come right back. So we were able to insert a table. Just to note, we can also copy a table from another Microsoft Office application. So if we have an existing table in a Microsoft Excel file, we can copy and paste that table right here into PowerPoint, and we can manage the table in here as well. If we had a table in Microsoft Word, we can also copy and paste that here. We can also copy and paste a table from a web page and manage it here as well. For now, I'm going to go ahead and insert a new slide. So I'll insert a title only slide, and I'll quickly just demo how we can add tables via Excel. So maybe you want some more tools to be able to kind of work with your table. Let's go ahead and click on the Insert tab here. And let's use the Excel spreadsheet option. So I'll go ahead and click on Excel spreadsheet. And it's thinking. And notice it opens up the Excel. So notice here's my PowerPoint up here. But right now I'm working with the Excel interface. So basically my ribbon has been replaced by the Excel here. Well, this gives me all the tools I need. I'm going to make this a little wider. So here's my Excel spreadsheet. And now I can go ahead and do something like go ahead and just add my data in here. So maybe I'll just put some basic information in here. I'll just put sales rep. And I'll pause this and finish this up so you don't have to watch me type everything here. Okay, so here's my completed data here. So I have a few sales reps. We're tracking their weekly sales. So for example, week 1, Jane D had sales of $21.38.32. Now this is where the Excel interface comes in, because now I can use the Excel tools. So I can give all these the accounting format. And I could even drop in some summaries and things in here if I want to. Use some calculations. I'll keep it simple though. I'm simply going to convert this to a table. And I'll go for this style here. All right. So here's my nice table. And once I'm done, I simply just need to click away. So how do we get rid of this? Once I click away, I click on a blank area on my slide here. It's going to close the Excel overlay and it's going to insert this table for me. So I'll go ahead and click away from it. I'm done. And there is my table. Sometimes this will happen. It's actually showing too much detail. I don't want all of these blank cells in here. So it doesn't happen all the time. So to overcome that, I want to go ahead and edit this table. Now, one thing to note, notice after I inserted the table, PowerPoint is not treating it as a table, it's treating it as a shape. So I cannot make any adjustments here to the table. If I want to edit it, I need to double click on it. So I'll double click the table, the shape here rather. And now it reopens the Excel overlay for me. And I'm just going to resize this window here. I only want to see these particular cells. Let's see if this will work for me. There we go. Now it's misbehaving. There we go. And let's close that. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, so almost there. I'm going to make this a little bigger. Okay. So this basically gives us the result of what we created in Excel. We cannot make any changes here, but if we want to, we simply just need to double click on it. And we can go ahead and make any changes. Like for example, I'm going to remove the filters. I don't need those buttons showing up here at the top. And I'm still trying to get rid of this little problematic. There we go. So I'll click away. And there we go. So that looks better. So it's almost treating this as a picture, right? Or an output as well. So if you want to use Excel to just have some more robust functions and features and calculations, you can use the Excel overlay to insert your table into PowerPoint here as well. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and take it a step further by adding a chart to our PowerPoint presentation. So just like with a table, we have two opportunities to insert a chart I can either click on the Insert tab, go ahead and insert a chart. I can insert a chart from my content placeholder as well. I can also insert a chart from Microsoft Excel, so I can copy and paste an existing chart from Microsoft Excel. We'll keep it simple. We'll go ahead and insert a chart. Now, when we insert a chart, we will get a temporary Excel basic interface. We basically need to add our data to the interface. Let's go ahead and click on Insert Chart, and let's see what we are provided with. So the first thing it asks us is, well, what type of chart do we want to use? So we have clustered column, a really nice chart to be able to display a lot of values. We have line charts, pie charts. We can always change this a little later. Some of the more modern ones like a tree map or sunburst. These are pretty good for displaying one value at a time or one series at a time. I'll keep it simple. I'll insert that first clustered column chart. I'll press OK. So we'll notice that we have two things. I'm going to move this around just a little bit here. Here's our Excel window up here at the top. And down here is the actual chart. I'm going to resize this, make this a little bigger so I can see all of the data. So basically, whatever data we place in our little Excel window here will be displayed on the actual chart. So for example, if I were to put, let's say, my name here, right? Maybe as a sales rep, I'll go for just a couple here. So we can see as we're typing the information in Excel, we can see that it's appearing down here on our chart. So it's all based on the data that we have up there. Now I could actually copy and paste the data in here as well. If I already have the data from Excel or from the table that I created earlier, I can paste it in here as well. But let's just put in a couple of quarterly sales values here. Right. And I'll just start plugging in some numbers. So let's go 5,000. So as we can see, it's already displaying here on our chart. I'm going to go ahead and put the $ in front. These here as well. Because when we turn on the data labels, we want to be able to see the $ as well. I'll put 2,500 for here, 4,400. This is going to be 2,000. So I'll just follow the numbers here, multiples of 1,000. So 3,500, 1,800, 3,000, and 4,500, and 5K. And there we go. So that's it. So once I close this here is my actual chart. So that is how you insert a chart, and that is how you add data to your chart. Go ahead and add some data, come right back. We'll take a look at some customizations. We'll take a look at how we can edit the data and so forth and so on. Now we were able to insert a chart and add some data to the chart here as well. What if we wanted to do something like edit the data? Well, we have two contextual tabs here for the chart. Really, it's just the chart design though. The format, just really some of the shape formatting tools that we can use. I'll stick to chart design, and under chart design, just like with our table, we can choose a style. Now these styles are based on the theme that you have selected. I did choose the wood type theme, so here are the different styles that I have available. I can also edit the data if I want to. So what if I wanted to make some changes to the data here? What if M. Jones did not have 7,000 for Q3, but 8,000? Well, I can go ahead and do that. So I'll go ahead and click on Edit Data. And basically reopens the Excel overlay for us. And now for Q3, instead of 8,000, I'll put, 7,000, I'll put 8,000. We can already see it's being applied here as well. I'm going to go ahead and close this. Now, before I close this, another thing that I can do while I'm here, so I can actually change or update my data here. I can also decide what I want to be displayed on the chart. So for example, what if I only wanted Q1 and Q2 to be displayed on the chart, but not Q3? So we just want to focus on the first half results. If you take a look at the bottom right, here's our little fill handle, that little square. So this basically lets us know how far our data reaches. So right now it goes to column D and row 5. If I drag this over to column C and row 5, it's only going to show Q1 and Q2. So let's take a look at that. I'm going to go ahead and grab this handle right here. So notice I have a white cross. When I move my cursor over that little small square, it changes to a diagonal two-way arrow. That lets me know that I'm ready to go ahead and interact with it. I'm going to go ahead and click and hold and drag it to the left so that only Q1 and Q2 are being displayed. If I let go, take a look at my chart. We can see that only Q1 and Q2 are being displayed here now. So that's a quick way to kind of pick and choose what you want to be displayed on your chart. I do want Q3 as well. I'll go back over here and I'll go ahead and close it. So that's pretty much how you edit data and how you select data as well. If you want to select your data the traditional way, you can click on the select data here. And we get this option over here where we can choose what we want to be displayed, or we can just go ahead and highlight the ranges that we want to be displayed here as well. I'm going to go ahead and hit cancel. I'll close this out and I'm good to go. Let's talk about chart design. Now, when we're customizing the chart, there's a lot of options that we can use. We'll just take a look at some of the essentials here. At the top right of the chart, you'll notice these two icons. The first one with the plus sign, these are the chart elements. Second one here is the paintbrush. If you hover over the chart elements, it tells us that we can add or remove things like the title, the legend, the grid lines, and the data labels. If you hover over the paintbrush, we can set a style and color scheme for our chart. We'll do both. First, let's go ahead and click on the chart elements here. And you'll notice we can turn things off or on, like turn the axis off or on. Right now it's turned on. I'll go ahead and turn it off. And as you can see, we lost all of our labels down here. So it's pretty difficult to explain what we're looking at here. So I'll leave those turned on. And the axis titles. So this just gives us a little more detail, gives us an extra text box here on the vertical and horizontal plane. We can type in there, add some more content. We can even format the text that's in here if we want to, change the font, the color, the size. I don't need that. I'll go ahead and turn that off. Here's my chart title. I'll go ahead and actually put something in here. I'll say quarterly sales. And as I mentioned before, I can go ahead and change the color if I want to. I'll make it like I'll make it bold and italicized as well. Now for each of these elements, you'll notice that there's a small arrow to the right of it, indicating that we have some other options such as the title. It's being overlaid or above the chart. We have data labels. So if we turn the data labels on, we can see the numerical values on top of each of the bars as well. Here's the data table. This is like a hybrid chart. So we have the chart on the top, and then we have the Excel table down here on the bottom. This works well if you have a small table. If you have a large table, you may not want to use that. I'll go ahead and turn that off. The good thing with the data table, it does come with its own legend. So I can actually turn off this legend down here and save a little bit of space as well. We have error bars, not really applicable here. And then we have the grid lines. We can turn them off. We can turn them on. Don't really need them if you have the numbers here. And then we have the legend. I can turn them off or on, or I can move them to the right. Now they're over here to the right. or I can move them to the, let's see, move it to the left as well, the top, the bottom. I'll leave them here on the bottom. So those are different chart elements. Let's click on the paintbrush. So when you click on the paintbrush, you'll notice that you have 14 different styles to choose from. So here's style 14. And this is a really nice way to quickly choose a design for your chart. Some of these will kind of move things around for you. So style number 2, you can see my legend has moved. You can see that my values over here on the vertical axis are gone. And take a look at the way that my data labels are being displayed. They're vertical instead of horizontal. So go ahead and choose one of these styles. I like style number 8, nice dark style. I also like style 14 as well. You can also choose a color. So depending on the theme that you have selected, you have different colorful palettes to choose from. And then you also, on the bottom, you have different monochromatic, different shades of the same color here as well. So go ahead and modify your chart. Go ahead and interact with some of the chart elements. Go ahead and choose a chart style, change the color as well, and come right back. Now, after formatting the chart, there's some other things that we can do. Before we insert a chart from Excel, we can also change the chart. So if I click on the Chart Design tab, if I want to change this to another type of chart, I can go ahead and do so. This brings us back to our first window where we can change the type of chart. So if I wanted a stack column chart, I can go ahead and do that. If I want a 3D clustered column, I can do that. If I want a line chart, here are different line charts that will integrate my existing data for me. If I want a pie chart, now remember, a pie chart tends to just focus on one value at a time here as well. Right, so it looks like it's focusing on the, let's see what week that is. A particular week looks like the week or the quarter 3. Not sure which one that is. And we have bar, and let's see the tree map. So the tree map here, the bigger the box, the higher the value. So again, this is going to be based on quarters here as well. So we can change this to a different type. Let's try the tree map. I'll go ahead and press OK. And if I hover over it, it says this is 5,000. Doesn't really give me too much detail. I would need to go ahead and basically go ahead and go into the advanced menu to kind of change to see what's being displayed here. So I'm going to go ahead and change this back to a clustered column. I'll go for a 3D. I'll press OK, and I'm good to go. Now, let's go ahead. I'm going to insert another slide here. And this time, I'm just going to go ahead and insert, or I'll copy a chart, or paste a chart from Excel. And let's see what options we have here as well. I already have my chart. Here's my Excel window. So here's a chart that I created from the data. So I already have my chart here, so I don't feel like building this all over again in PowerPoint. So I'll click on the chart. I'll right click on it. I'll copy it to the clipboard. I'll come back to PowerPoint. I'll click inside of this content placeholder, and I'll go ahead and paste it. So I can use the destination theme and embed the chart into PowerPoint. So I can manage the chart right here in PowerPoint. Or I can just kind of override the theme that I'm currently using and basically carry over the theme from Excel. I don't want to do that. I prefer to stick to the destination theme. And then we have use the destination theme and link the data. So basically what this will allow us to do, if I make any changes to that chart in Excel, it will automatically update here in PowerPoint. Right. Same thing here. And then we have a picture. So I'll go ahead and use the destination theme and link the data. So there we go. So here's our chart. Let's take a look at week 1 here. So this is the week 1 for Sarah. So Sarah week 1, 27, 15, 20. Let's go ahead and make a change here in Excel for Sarah's week 1. And to do that, I need to go right here, Sarah week 1. I'll change this to 5,000. We can see the chart has updated here for Sarah. Let's take a look at PowerPoint. And there we go. We can see that it updates right away as well. Right. So that's pretty much how that works. So if I want to make any edits, I simply need to edit the data on the Excel file. And as long as I have PowerPoint open, it's going to go ahead and update that for me automatically. Very good. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and move on to lesson 8. So we'll just talk about preparing to deliver a presentation. Now, when it comes to doing this, what we want to do is we want to run our spell checker. Now, we'll notice that the spell checker is already kind of running in the background. So if I had any grammatical errors, it would have already caught it for me. But I'll go ahead and run the spell checker anyway. Spell check is complete. I'm good to go. The next thing to do is to check our animations and our transitions. Right now, we don't have any transitions in here. Let's go ahead and run the presentation. Let's go ahead and save it first. So I'll press Control S, make sure it's saved to my computer. And then I'll go ahead and run the presentation. So remember, if I want to run the presentation, I can either press F5, I can go ahead and click on the Start Slideshow from the beginning from the Slideshow tab. I can also click on the slideshow icon here as well. So whichever one you want to, I'll click on the slideshow tab and I'll run this from the beginning. There's the shortcut right there, F5, to start the show from the first slide. So here's my slide that I animated. Really nice slide. Everything is nicely aligned there as well. Here's my table. Here's my Excel table. Here's my chart. Here's my Excel chart. Here's lesson 8. And then that's the end of the slideshow here as well. Let's add a transition. I'll click on transitions here. And the transitions basically allow us to have some kind of entrance effect as we go from one slide to the next. So I'll choose there's a lot of transitions here. I want you to go ahead and try them all and choose the ones that you like. Some are very simple, some are very complex. If we scroll down, we can see we could even have the previous slide folding into the shape of an origami bird here. So lots of transitions that we can use. I tend to stick to the simple ones, something like wipe or push. I like the push transition. That's what it looks like, almost like you're scrolling through an endless web page. If I use the wipe, this is like you're kind of reading a book, turning the pages as well. I'll go ahead and choose the push transition. And now, after I've chosen the push transition, what I want to do, I want to make sure to apply it to all of my slides. Right? So I'll click on Apply to All, because right now, if I were to run this slideshow, so I can see it only applies the transition for the first slide. So what I'll do is I'll click on Apply to All, make sure that that's checked off, and let's test that here. There we go. So it's pushing down to each slide. So pretty nice. I'll press Escape to exit the slideshow here, and here we go. Right. So that is pretty much how that works. Let's go ahead and animate our chart. So let's go ahead and click on the chart that we inserted here. So I'll click on the chart. Let's go to Animations. And let's use the wipe animation. I want to show you something pretty cool here. So notice if I apply an animation to the chart, the entire chart comes in all at once. That's not really helpful. It would be nice if I can have the chart come in, you know, kind of one by one, like maybe M. Jones's total first and then J. Power and so forth and so on. Well, let's take a look and see what we can do. Depending on the animation that you choose, sometimes you'll have effect options, which means you can determine how the animation works. Well, let's take a look at this. If I click on effect options here, again, this is for my chart. So by default, it's coming in as one object. Let's see what happens if I choose to come in by series. Look at that. That's pretty cool. So it's coming in by Q1, then Q2, and then Q3. Let me preview that again. Pretty nice. The other effect option is by category. So there we have the sales rep, M. Jones, and then J. Power, E. Cohen, and then R. Gupta. I'll try one more. Now, we're going one by one in sequence, which is pretty cool. So we do have options when it comes to animating our chart as well. We don't have the same for our tables though, but we can do it for our chart here as well. So very good. So go ahead and just run through your slideshow. Go ahead and apply a transition. Make sure to apply it to all of your slides. Choose the one that you like. Go ahead and add an animation for your chart. Go ahead and choose one of the effect options, 5 to choose from, and come right back and we'll take a look at the morph transition. Welcome back. Now let's finish up lesson 8 by talking about the morph transition. So if I click over here on the transitions tab, I can see that I have the morph transition. This is a pretty nice transition, really adds some nice flair and some dynamic content to your presentation here as well. Let's go ahead and take a look and see what the morph transition is all about. I want to discuss 3 different planets, Saturn, Mars, and Earth. But when I want to emphasize Earth, I want Earth to appear bigger than the others. And when I'm finished discussing Earth, I want to focus on Saturn. So Saturn will get bigger and my other 2 here will get smaller. It's going to appear as if I'm still working on one slide. As you can see down here, I have 1, 2, 3 slides. Let's go ahead and run the presentation and let's see what this looks like. I'll go to reading mode here. Okay, so here's my slide. I'm getting ready to discuss these 3 different planets. If I click next, so look at that. So Earth kind of morphs into shape, increasing in size, while Saturn and Mars morphs into a smaller shape. Well, I'm finished discussing Earth. Let's focus on Saturn now. So I want Saturn to increase in size while Mars and Earth decreases in size. So if I click next to go to the next slide, it still appears I'm on the same slide, but things are just kind of morphing into shape here as well. So that is the morph transition. So pretty cool. So let's go ahead and work on this together. First, I want you to go ahead and insert 3 text boxes and go ahead and insert 3 icons. So just click on the insert tab, go ahead and insert an icon, and we have one for Saturn. We have one for Mars, and we have one for Earth as well. So go ahead and insert those 3 icons and insert those 3 text boxes. Right now, in terms of size, I have my icons are all about 2.58 high and wide as well. So go ahead and add those 6 objects and come right back. Let's go ahead and apply the morph transition. So it's a 3-step process. If we hover over the morph, it tells us the first thing we need to do is duplicate a slide. And then step 2, on the duplicated slide, just move things around. And then step 3, apply the morph transition. So let's go ahead and do that. We already have our slide. This is what it looks like. So I'll go ahead and duplicate this slide. To duplicate a slide, we can click on the slide here on the left pane. If we right click on it, we can choose the duplicate slide command. We can also press Ctrl D and that will duplicate it for us. Okay, so here's the original slide and here's the duplicated slide. So let's focus on the duplicated slide. So for here, I'm simply going to resize things So for for Saturn and Mars, I want to decrease these to one by one. So for the height, I'll just do that. That takes care of that. For Earth, I want this to grow to 4. So I'll type 4 here. So again, just click on the icon on the graphics format. In the size command group, just type a number for the height, and it makes it 4 by 4. Going to increase the width of my text box here, so it's just a little bigger, and that's about it. I want to keep it simple, don't want to do too much. So I do want to be able to duplicate this slide as well. I want to keep it going because on the next slide I want to make everything else smaller and increase the size of Saturn. So all we're doing right now on the duplicated slide, we're just following the steps. We're moving things around, resizing them. I'll go ahead and duplicate this slide as well. So I'm duplicated the duplicated slide. And for this one, I'll put this back to 1 inch for Earth. I'll fix my text box here as well. And then for Saturn, I'll increase this size to 4. There we go. Now I have to kind of move things around. I'll move this to the left a little bit so it's not overlapping with my Mars here. And I'll increase the size of the text box as well. And there we go. So the transition from this slide to this one is going to be Morph. And the transition from this slide to my last one is also going to be Morph. So what I'll do is I'll click on that second to last slide and I'll click on the Morph transition. Here's a nice little preview of what it would look like. I'll go to my last slide and I'll also apply the Morph transition as well. I don't want to apply the Morph transition for my first slide because there's nothing to morph yet. So I'm just morphing my 2 duplicated slides here as well. So let's run this in reading mode. See what this looks like. So here's my slide. If I click next in the sequence, there it is. My Earth and my text box is growing. Everything else shrinks. And there we go. So pretty cool. Now I could even move things around. In this case, I just resized them, but I could have actually moved things around and we will see it morphing into its shape. Let's actually do one more. I'll go ahead and duplicate this one and let's move them around this time. So I'll right click, I'll go ahead and duplicate this one. Because I duplicated it, it automatically inherits the morph transition, so no need to do that. And on this last slide here, I'm going to go ahead and move things around. So I'll go ahead and let's see, maybe I'm going to make this smaller actually. Don't need that to be that big. There we go. I'm going to resize this just to make a little room for my other items here as well. Maybe what I'll do is I'll go ahead and stagger these. So Saturn will be here. Mars will be here. And Earth is going to be down here somewhere. And I'll put everything back to 1 inch. Not perfect, but we just want to go ahead and kind of see how this transforms into here as well. So let's go back. This time I'll run it slideshow view. Okay, so here's the first slide. Here's our first morph. Our second morph. And let's see what our third morph looks like. Pretty cool. So everything is moving into shape here as well. All right, very good. So go ahead and run the morph transition. Go ahead and duplicate as many as you like. What I've seen a lot of professionals do, they morph a few times and come back to the original slide as the last slide. So you can do that if you want to and come back and we'll wrap up. Welcome back. Well, hopefully you had fun with the Morph transition. The next thing to do here is to print our presentation. If we do decide to print it via paper, we can press Ctrl+P, and that will open up the print dialog for us. I'll go ahead and press Ctrl+P. Here's the print dialog. Here's the true preview of what the printouts would look like, as long as we're using a color printer. And I can scroll through my slides. I can see what they look like, and I can make any changes if I need to. And we have all the basic print dialog settings that we need to be able to use. If you do have the Microsoft Print to PDF printer, we can actually save this as a PDF file and that we can distribute. That's a good idea. Maybe your recipient does not have a copy of Microsoft Office. Any modern browser can read a PDF as well. So very good. I'm going to go back here and we're good to go. Now, we covered a lot here in this introductory course, and we have all the essentials that we need to create a dynamic presentation. As a quick recap, we're able to, in Module 1, understand the PowerPoint interface. We're able to design a presentation. We're able to insert and format text. We spend some time inserting and formatting images. Then for Module 2, we're able to work with objects, grouping, aligning, inserting and manage tables, charts as well. Then we're able to take a look at different types of animations and transitions as well. So congratulations on completing the course, and I look forward to seeing all of you in a future course at Learn It. Hello and welcome to Microsoft PowerPoint Advanced. You're learning with Mo Jones, IT professional and educator. For our advanced course, we have two modules, so Module 3 and Module 4. For Module 3, we'll take a look at how we can customize the PowerPoint environment. We'll take a look at how we can customize design templates. It's all about the Slide Master. We'll save a design as a template that we can either share or reuse over and over again. We'll also go ahead and take a look at creating infographics with SmartArt. No need to search the web for infographics. We can make our own. There's an extensive library of capabilities right here inside of Microsoft PowerPoint. Let's go ahead and dive in. Please open up the PowerPoint Module 3 exercise file and come right back. We'll dive right into customizing the PowerPoint environment. I currently have my Module 3 practice file open here. And here we have a few slides. And here is Lesson 1, customizing the environment. So one of the things that we'll do is we'll go ahead and create our own ribbon tab, and then we'll add our own commands to it. And then we'll also go ahead and set some global options, just some useful options that may help us as well. In particular, what I would like to do is add some of these tools that will help me as I'm designing my presentation, such as the animation pane, the beloved eyedropper, the selection pane that helps us to organize objects on a slide, and of course the Slide Master. So to do that, right now, in order to get to the eyedropper, I could add it to my quick access toolbar. That's one thing that I can do. Or I need to be interacting with an object, and then I can go ahead and pull up the eyedropper from there as well. But what if I don't feel like clicking on the Contextual tab, clicking on Shape Fill, and clicking on the eyedropper? Well, let's go ahead and add our own ribbon tab. We're going to right click on any one of these tabs and just click on the option that says Customize the Ribbon. So I'll click on Customize the Ribbon. We get to this PowerPoint Options dialog, and on the left we can see that we can customize the ribbon. Here are all the commands, well, at least the popular commands. I'm going to change this to all commands. So I'll change this to all commands. Now I can see all the commands that are in PowerPoint. Over here on the right, I can see that I have I can see the tabs that I have here. So for example, here's the Home tab. And the Home tab has the clipboard command group, paragraph, so forth and so on. Well, I want to create my own. As you can see, I do have a couple of pre-made ones here as well. So for example, I created a tab called My Designs. And let's see what that looks like here. So when I created this tab, it comes with a tab and then a command group. And then I have my commands down here as well. I'm going to turn this on. Let's see what this looks like here. And then we'll go ahead and recreate it. So if I enable that, I'll go ahead and find it here on my ribbon. Here it is, My Designs. So now if I click on My Designs, I can quickly access the animation pane. I can turn on the eyedropper right away and apply a particular color to that content placeholder there if I want to. And I can also turn on the selection pane. Take a look at all the different objects on my slide. I can also access the slide master right from here as well. So that's what we can do. So let's go ahead and create our own. Let's go back to customize the ribbon here. And to do that, the first thing we need to do is click on the New Tab option here. So we'll click on New Tab. So here is our new tab right here. Has a generic name, New Tab. It has a generic command group. Let's go ahead and rename both of those. So for the new tab, I'll click on Rename. Maybe I'll call that Design 24. Go ahead and press OK. And for the command group, I'll rename that as well. I'll click on Rename. You can also choose an icon if you want to. I'll go ahead and choose this here, and the display name is going to be called Design Tools. Go ahead and press OK. So I'm good to go. I have my Design tab. Here's my command group. The next thing for me to do is to go ahead and actually add commands to that particular command group. So I want to make sure I have Design Tools selected here, and I'll change the commands from popular commands to all commands. So now what I can do is I can type the letter E. This will bring me down to the E commands. I want to look for the eyedropper. Here it is. I'll add the eyedropper in there so we can see how this works. So here's level 1, which is the actual tab. Level 2, which is the command group. And then we have level 3, which is the actual command. So let's go ahead and add some more. I'm going to go ahead and add the slide master. So I'll type the letter S and I'll look for the slide master here. And again, you can pretty much add any command that you want. I'll just click on slide master. I'll also turn on the selection pane. And here we go. I'll add that. And I'll keep it simple. I'll just add one more. I'll go back to the A group and I'll add the animation pane. And I'm good to go. Here are my 4 commands. I'll press OK. And I'll go ahead and locate Design 24. Here it is right here. And from here, I can go ahead and I could even create another command group, name that, and add my own commands in here as well. And I can keep going as well. So that's what we want to do. So go ahead and customize your ribbon. Go ahead and create a ribbon tab. Rename the command group. Go ahead and add some commands there as well and come right back. Now that we are able to create our own tab, so here are my 2 tabs here. The next thing we can do is turn on some useful options. I'll go back here, I'll right click on any of these ribbon tabs, and I'll go back to customizing the ribbon. This brings me to the PowerPoint options dialog here. So I'll go back to the general here, and some of these are turned on by default, but I find these to be pretty helpful when you're designing your presentation. So the first tab here on the general tab, I can see that I have some user interface options. Now, if you're using 2 monitors, you may notice that when you move your application from one window to the next, you may have some appearance issues here as well. So you may want to go ahead and optimize for best appearance when you're using multiple displays. If you just kind of hover over the little information icon, it gives you some more information here as well. Right? So you can toggle it back and forth, optimize for compatibility or optimize for best appearance. I like the mini toolbar on selection. This is pretty much whenever you highlight a chunk of text, it gives you the mini tool that allows you to do some quick formatting. A big part of designing in PowerPoint is live preview. So for example, before we apply a particular style or some type of feature, we can get a preview just by hovering the mouse over it. So I like to leave that turned on there as well. For those of us who like to collapse the ribbon, remember we can always change the ribbon display options. I like to see the full ribbon, so I'm good to go. You may want to collapse the Microsoft search box. As you can see, I do have it over here. It is currently minimized, and this allows me a little more room if I'm using my quick access toolbar. I have some more room over here to work with as well. So I can do that if I want to. I'll scroll down a little bit. Here's the PowerPoint Designer. So when you're designing, you're either using a theme, you're using the Slide Master, or you're using the PowerPoint Designer. I have it turned off right now because I'm going to be using the Slide Master to design my presentation as well. If we go down to the Save, go down to the Preserve Fidelity when sharing this presentation. If you're using special fonts in your presentation, if your recipient does not have that particular font or set of fonts, they will not be displayed properly. So you may want to embed the fonts in the file so that even though they don't have those fonts installed, they will still be able to view them as well. So that's another nice option to be able to use there. The other ones here, in terms of advanced, when it comes to printing, we can print true type fonts as graphics. So that's another nice option there as well that we can use. And of course, if we go to the quick access toolbar here, just like how we can add any command to the ribbon tab that we created, here are the current commands that are on my quick access toolbar. But I do have access to the entire library. So if I change this to all commands, I can add any command to my quick access toolbar. And because I minimize the search box here, I have a lot of room over here to be able to add some of those commands as well. So those are just some options that may help you as you continue to create designs in PowerPoint. Let's move on to lesson 2, designing with the Slide Master. Now, what is the Slide Master? Let's go ahead and take a look at the Slide Master. To get there, I need to go ahead and click on the View tab and get to the actual Slide Master. Once I'm there, I can do something like insert a layout, I can rename a layout, and I can insert content placeholders as well. Let's do something simple in the Slide Master. Let's go ahead and make universal changes to our entire presentation. For example, we often do this. For each slide, maybe we want to go ahead and change the title. Maybe we want to go ahead and do something like change the font. I'll go for this one and change the color. And then go ahead and change the size. We go to our next slide. We do the same thing. Well, we don't have to do that. Instead of going to every single slide and changing the formatting options for all of our title placeholders, we can do that in the Slide Master. So I'm going to go ahead and undo all those changes. I'll press Ctrl Z a few times here. Now I'm back to normal. Let's head on over to the Slide Master. I'll click on the View tab. And once I'm on the View tab, all the way to the far left, we'll see the Slide Master. Let's hover over the Slide Master and see what it says. So Slide Master, it controls the look of your entire presentation, including colors, fonts, backgrounds, effects, and just about everything else. So I can insert a shape or a logo. and it will show up on all of my slides automatically. Well, that sounds pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and click on the slide master here. Now here we can notice that we have a different view. Now we're in the slide master view. We can see that we now have the slide master tab, and we have some command groups here that are specific to our slide master. Now, important to note, on the left, we'll have different types of slides. What I want to do is scroll all the way to the top here, and you'll notice all the way at the very top, we'll notice that a slide is bigger than all of our other slides. So in fact, this is the actual slide master. The other slides that we see here, these are the different layouts. So here's the title and content layout. Here's the to content layout. Here's the comparison layout. So that's what that is. I'm going to go ahead and click on the actual slide master here. And let's just get a good understanding of how this works. So whatever changes I make to this slide, it's going to affect all of my slides, regardless of what type of layout it is. So I'm just going to do something simple. I'll go ahead and I want all of my title slides to be a particular font, color, and size. So I'll go ahead and highlight these. I'll go back to the Home tab, and I'll go ahead and apply the formatting there. Once we apply the formatting, we'll close the slide master and take a look and see how our slides have been updated. Okay, I'll change this font here. I'm going to go with the Georgia font. Right, so here's Georgia. And I want it to be that nice Georgia blue. And I'll make it 40. And that's it. Now, if you take a look, you'll notice, take a look at my different layouts. So here's the title slide. We can see that the title slide is already incorporating that formatting that I just applied. Here's the title and content slide layout. And we can see it's also incorporating that format that I've made to the slide master. Let's go back to the slide master. Let's go ahead and close the master view. This will put our presentation back to the original or normal view. And let's take a look to see if our slides were updated. And we can see that they were. So here's my title slide. Here's slide number 2. So all of my slides now have that universal formatting for my title. Let's take it a step further. Let's go back into the slide master and let's see what else we can do here. Again, I want to make sure I click on that very top slide here. And what I'm going to do is for all of my level, I want to change my bullets actually. So I'm going to highlight these 5 bullet levels here. And I'll go to the Home tab, and instead of having those regular bullets, maybe I want something like hollow squares. So I'll go ahead and choose hollow squares. And for my level 1 item, maybe I want that to be, let's say, orange. My level 2 items on the list, maybe I want that to be, I'll go with purple. And that's it. Let's go ahead and analyze our slides and see if it incorporates these formatting changes. I'll go back to the slide master. I'll click on Close Master View. And look at that. All of my level 1 bullet points are orange, and it has the hollow squares here as well. If I go back to slide number 2, we can see all of those formatting changes have been applied here. The title, Georgia 40, blue. Level 1, orange with the hollow squares. Level 2 bullet items or list items, purple with the hollow square as well. So those are some of the universal changes that we can make with the slide master. Now, just one more thing to note, I'll go back into the slide master here. So I have 2 options. What I did initially is I chose the master slide. So this applies the formatting to every single slide. What if I only wanted to make some changes to my, let's see if I hover over this one. So this is title and content. It's currently being used by slides 2 to 3 and 5 to 7. So if I wanted to format only this particular slide layout, I can do that here as well. So for my 3rd level here, I'll go ahead and make this, let's see, I'll make this green. Like that. It's only going to affect my title and content layout. So let's go back here. I'll close the master view. And so this is a, let's see, lesson 1. This is a title and content. Let's add a third level item. And there you go. We can see that it's already green. If I go to another layout, let's see, do I have a to content layout in here? Well, let's just insert a to content layout slide. Okay, so here's level 1, here's level 2, and here's level 3. So we can see that level 3 item only applies to that particular type of slide. So we can either make universal changes to the entire presentation or to specific slides as well. Go ahead and make some simple changes in the slide master and preview it and come right back. Let's continue fun with the slide master. Well, what I want to do now is create a custom slide layout. If I click on new slide here, here are the different layouts that are available based on the current theme that I'm using. Now, I don't have the particular layout that I'm looking for. Basically what I want is a 3 content layout. So I have title and content, I have 2 content. I want a slide that has 3 columns. That way I can easily express 3 concepts or 3 main keys or 3 main ideas here. So I don't have one. So what I can do is create my own layout. Let's go ahead and do that. I'll click on the View tab here and I'll click on the Slide Master. Now I have 2 options. I can either just kind of duplicate an existing slide and just make a basic update, or I can insert a new layout. I'll keep it simple. I'll use it based on the 2 content layout here. So in the Slide Master, I'll click on the 2 content layout. So we have 2 content here, but I want 3. So what I'm going to do is duplicate this slide and just resize these placeholders and place one here in the middle. So I'm going to right click on this layout and I'll choose the duplicate layout option here. I can see it's duplicated. It's the exact replica of the one above. So on the duplicated layout, I want to rename it first. So we'll duplicate it, rename it, and then we'll go ahead and format it. So I'll right click on it. I'll choose rename. I can also click right here to rename it. I'll right click, I'll rename, and I'll call this one 3 content. I'll press rename and I'm good to go. So now what I can do, I can just go ahead and resize these. So I'll go ahead and grab the content placeholder on the left here and I'm just going to resize it. I do have the footers down here on the bottom, so I'll make sure it's the same width as my footers. The one on the right, I'll grab the resize handle and I'll snap it to that footer on the bottom right here. Now I have space in the middle to put a bigger one. I could resize them, make them all the same size if I want to, but I'll just insert one here in the middle. So to do that, I'll click on where it says Insert Placeholder. So under the Master Layout command group, under the Slide Master, I'll insert a placeholder. Now here are the different placeholders that we can insert. The content, basically, we can add anything. Text, picture, chart, table, SmartArt, media. Text is just for text only. Picture, chart, table. Well, I want a content placeholder that can pretty much add anything. So I'll click on content. And just like a text box, I have to draw it. So I'll go ahead and draw it here. We can always resize it later. Right now, I just want to use those temporary guides to make sure they're the same height as the other 2. And I'll snap this right here. And I think I'd like to go ahead and center align my title as well. So there we go. let's go ahead and close the master view. Let's go ahead and insert this slide, and let's see what this slide layout looks like. So now, how do I find it? If I click on New Slide, I can see here is my 3 content layout. So pretty cool. So now I can always use this slide layout whenever I want to. I'll go ahead and insert that here, and there it is. So I can add my title, and I have my content placeholder here on the left, the middle, and on the right. So pretty nice as well. Go ahead and create a 3 content layout. Go ahead and insert it into your presentation and come right back. Welcome back. Let's go ahead for lesson 2. Let's go ahead and create a custom slide that we can use over and over again. I'm going to head on over to my title slide. Now I did insert a image on my title slide. The reason I do that is because I want to gain some insights from the designer. So the designer really likes pictures. So if you add an image to your slide, you'll get some more vibrant looking options here as well. I'm not going to insert any of them. I just want to get some insights in terms of what is modern and what looks pretty cool. So we can see it tends to put either a big picture left, big picture right, or even a big picture on the top, and then add our title and subtitle here as well. So these look pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and create an actual slide. Let's see more designs. Now we can see if we actually break down this particular slide here. So how can we recreate a slide like this? This slide, basically we have a picture. We have what looks like either a shape or a text box here. We have a triangle shape down here as well. That's pretty much what these are. They're a combination of content placeholders, images, and different types of shapes. Now, when you create a custom slide in the Slide Master, when you actually insert that slide, you will not be able to interact with the picture or any of the other objects that you insert on there. Let's go ahead and head on over to the Slide Master. I'll close the designer here. I'll click on the View tab. I'll go back to Slide Master. Now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and insert a layout. If I hover over that, it tells me that I can add a custom layout to the master slide set. Once it's created, I can easily add slides that match the new layout to my presentation. Well, I'll go ahead and click on Insert Layout here. And we can see that it inserted a new layout for us. All it has on here is just the title. It's blank. We have the footers down here as well. Date, custom message, and page number in here. I'm going to rename this right away. Again, I want this to be a custom title slide that I can reuse over and over again. So I'll right click on here and I'll rename this layout and I'll call this one Title 2. And there we go. So I'm going to, I think what I will want is a big picture on the top. And then I want my title on the bottom right, and then my subtitle. And maybe I'll go ahead and add a logo over here as well. So that's what I'll do. So to do that, I'll go ahead and click on the Insert tab. I'll look for a stock image, and I want something related to learning. I know exactly the picture I want, so I'll scroll down. Here it is. Nice chalkboard here. Beautiful colors that are in here. I'll go ahead and insert that one. You can insert any picture you want. So this picture is actually very, very good. It actually takes up the entire slide. Sometimes you insert a picture and it's more fit to either align it to the left or to align it to the top. So I do want to, what I'm going to do is crop this picture because I don't have any space down here. I do not want to overlay the text on it. So I'm going to cut out I don't want to cut out the chairs though. They look really nice. I'll cut out, maybe I'll crop the bottom and just a little bit from the top here as well. That will give me a little bit of room to be able to add my title, subtitle, and my logo as well. So I'll click on the picture format and I'll click on the cropping tool here. There we go. And I'll crop it from the bottom up to about here. And I'll come down to about here. I'll click away from it. There we go. I'll move it up to the top here. And that's pretty good. I could probably even crop it a little more, but I'll keep it simple here. Now I want to go ahead and find my title. So my title is hiding behind my picture. So if I move my picture, I'll see my title there. So what I'll do is turn on the selection pane. I can click on picture format and turn on the selection pane. I also have it under my designs here. So I'll just turn on the selection pane. I'll go ahead and locate my title. And once I have it selected, I can use the arrow keys on my keyboard, just move it down. I can also just bring it forward if I want to. But for now, I'll just go ahead and move it down here to the bottom. I do want to align it to the right, so I'll bring it to the right here. Doesn't need to be that big either. Maybe I'll go to about the middle of the slide. And as far as the text, I'll make that 32. And I'll also bring it up here as well. I'm going to turn off my footers. So if I go back to the slide master, I can toggle the footers off here. I'm just going to turn them off for now. Don't really need them right now. But that's pretty much how you would insert footers from the slide master. So here we go. I'm going to go ahead and insert another placeholder. This will be for my subtitle. So I want a text placeholder. I'll draw it down here. This is going to be just a level 1 item. So I'll delete all of the other levels here. And this is not a bulleted list. I'll use my quick toolbar here to remove the bullets. And as far as the text, I want to pick up one of the colors from the picture here. So I'll use the eyedropper and I'll pull in the color here as well. So I'm good to go. That looks pretty good. I'll go ahead and align this a little more to the right. Now I'll go ahead and insert an icon. Something to do with learning. I'll go ahead and grab this one. So this is another type of object. And this one's giving me issues as well. So I'll click on the graphic. I'll use my arrow keys to kind of move that around here. And maybe what I'll do is align that to the bottom and then to the left here. I'm good to go. If I wanted to do something else, like add a little accent, I can do that. So I'll just insert a shape to kind of show what that looks like. I'll put a little, let's see, let me just a line. I'll draw a line right through here. There we go. All right, that looks pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and close the slide master. Now let's go ahead and insert that. So I'll click on new slide, and here's my title 2. If I insert that, that's what it looks like. And it looks pretty good. So if I wanted to make any changes, I can simply go back into the slide master, click on this slide and move things around. But here I can go ahead and add my content. And I'll say community day. I'll say something like learn with us as well. Notice I cannot interact with the icon here or that line shape or that picture. The only things I can interact with are the content placeholders. So when you're designing, if you add any shapes or images or any objects, they remain flat on the canvas. which makes it possible for us to create these types of designs here as well. Go ahead and create a custom title. Make any changes if you need to. For example, if I wanted to go ahead and go back to the slide master. So if I wanted to maybe align my text to the right. And once I close the master view and go back, I can see now it's aligned to the right as well. Go ahead and insert a custom title, slide or two. Go ahead and insert it and come right back. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and move on to lesson number 3, customizing design templates. Now, when you're creating a template in PowerPoint, typically you're saving a couple of slide layouts. You're also creating and saving a theme and a design as well. We want to go ahead and lock in the layouts that we've created so far. So if we click on New Slide, here's our title, our custom title slide, and here's our 3 content layout as well. But what if we wanted to make some other changes, such as change the color scheme that's available and maybe change the font for the entire presentation? I did apply the Georgia font to all of my titles. We can see it's Georgia. But for everything else, it's the default font style here for PowerPoint. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create my own theme by choosing my own colors and fonts. And then we'll go ahead and save this as a template. I'll head on over to the Slide Master. I'll click on the View tab, go back to Slide Master. So at this point, what I want to do, I want to go ahead. I can either choose a theme. So let's preview those first. If I click here and I simply choose one of these themes, I can see how the theme will update all of my slides for me. But what if I'm not finding a theme that I want? What if I want to use my own colors and my own fonts? Typically, that's what we will do in the Slide Master. I'll click on the colors here. And you can see I have some different palettes to choose from. So depending, maybe I'm trying to brand this presentation and I want a particular color set. I can go ahead and choose one of these existing ones here as well. Additionally, if I want to, I can even take it a step further. I can create my own color palette. The way to do that is by clicking on Customize Colors. Once you're here, we just need to go ahead and name it and go ahead and choose all these colors that we want. So this is typically where you would put your company colors to be able to brand the presentation. Once you do that, it will appear in the custom area. And as you can see, I have a couple of color palettes here. Okay, right now, just want to choose an existing palette. And I'm going to go ahead and I'll go with the blue 2. So I've chosen my color set. Now, every time I want to modify something, I'll see that those colors are now available. I want to choose my own font as well. So I'll go ahead and click on Fonts. And I want to use the Georgia font, not just for this particular slide, but all of my slides. So I'll scroll down to, I already have Georgia here, I'll click here. Now we can see everything now is Georgia. If I go back to my Slide Master here, I can see it's Georgia here as well. So basically I chose my own color palette, I chose my own font. If I want to, I can even add an effect. I'll go for a glossy effect. These effects, they're very subtle. They appear in things like charts and tables and other types of visuals, not really for text here as well. So that's it. So from here, what I can do is I can go ahead and lock all this in by saving this as a template. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and click on the File tab. Then I'll go ahead and click on Save As. And I can do it there if I want to, or I can press the F12 key on my keyboard. Now, once I'm here, what I need to do is simply change the presentation type. So I want to save the type, not as a PowerPoint presentation, but as a PowerPoint template. So I'll click on this drop down first. I'll scroll down to PowerPoint template. Here it is. Now notice when I change this to a template save type, it automatically jumps to the folder, the default folder that houses all of my custom office templates here as well. So we don't want to change that location. The only thing we want to do is go ahead and rename it and press save. So I'll go ahead and leave this as the name. I'll press save. And that's it. So this has been saved as a template. The next time I open PowerPoint, right from my start screen, I can see that template. And now I'll have all of the colors, fonts, effects, slide layouts, custom slides. Any changes that I've made will be locked into the template. Going to go ahead and close the master view. Then the next thing to do is to be able to find our templates. I'll click on the File tab here, and you'll notice it appears right here on your recent files from the Home button there. So what I like to do is I like to go ahead and pin it right away. So it will always show up on my pinned files. I'll go ahead and pin that. There we go. So now it's pinned. If I click on my pinned files, I can see it in here. It's right here. So I can always access that file. The traditional way to access your templates is to click on the New tab here. And when you go down, we'll notice that we have Office templates. So this is from Microsoft's gallery. We want custom. So if I have existing templates, click on the New tab, click on Custom, and then I'll have my custom Office templates. If I click right here, here are the different templates. Here's the recent one that I created. And basically the way that this works is if I were to open this file, PowerPoint will produce a copy of that presentation for me. The original template will remain untouched here as well. So that's the benefit of working with a template. We can reuse it over and over and over again. If we want to make any changes to the template, we can go ahead and open it from the folder structure on our computer and make any changes and resave it. And that template will be updated here as well. So go ahead and go back into the slide master. Go ahead and choose a color scheme, choose a font. Go ahead and save your presentation as a template and just confirm that you can see it in your custom templates folder. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and move on to lesson 4, creating infographics. We're going to create SmartArt, and then we will go ahead and modify SmartArt. And once we're finished, we'll have the capability to animate SmartArt as well. Now, what exactly is SmartArt? SmartArt is a way of creating infographics in Microsoft PowerPoint. So really, there's no need to search the web for an infographic. We have an extensive library in PowerPoint that you can use to create your own infographics. We want to get to this library of SmartArt graphics that we can create. We can see that we have different sections, such as if you want to express an infographic as a list, a process, a cycle, so forth and so on. What we'll talk about is how we can convert SmartArt from existing content. And we'll also take a look at how we can go ahead and insert a SmartArt graphic and then add our own content to it. So an infographic is basically text accompanied by either shapes or images. So in this example, I have a basic list here, just step 1, step 2, and step 3, very generic. We're going to convert this into an infographic, and we'll watch it evolve as we do that. So I can either express my steps here in the form of a bulleted list as such, or what I can do, I'm going to go ahead and highlight my list, and then I'll use Microsoft to convert this into an infographic. To do that, I need to first highlight my list. And on the Home tab in the paragraph command group, here is SmartArt. If you hover over it, it tells you exactly what it does. Converts text on your slide to a SmartArt graphic, such as a diagram, flowchart, so forth and so on. If I click on the drop down, I see just a short list of infographics that I can create. For example, here's the first one, a vertical bullet list. So as you can see, if I were to choose this one, I'll get those really nice rounded rectangle shapes there to accompany my text. Here's another type, vertical block list. So we have smaller rounded rectangles. And if we wanted to add a picture to it, we can go ahead and do that here as well. So lots of different graphics in here. It's time to explore and see what is available. Some of these are different. Here's an org chart. So if you want to create an organization chart, you can pretty much do that in PowerPoint. Here's another variation, hierarchy. So we can express something as a list, a hierarchy, a process, a cycle. So lots of different options that we can use here. I'm going to go ahead and click on more SmartArt graphics. Let's take a look at the library to get an understanding of what we can do. So here's the full SmartArt library, and basically PowerPoint is asking us to choose a SmartArt graphic. Well, we can choose whether we want to express something as a list, something as a cycle, or even as a matrix. So different ones here. When you click on the list, so in this case, I want to express something as a process, step 1 to 3. I have a basic process here. Here's a preview of what this would look like. On the bottom, we have a brief explanation of how this SmartArt graphic works. Here's the second one, a step up process. We have a step down process here as well. Now, when you're creating an infographic, you can keep it very simple, or you can make it more complex. So as we can see down here, we have some more complex infographics or SmartArt. And we can see that we have a more in-depth explanation of how this works. It's all based on levels. So when you're creating a list, it's all based on level 1, 2, or 3 items. So different SmartArt graphics will incorporate different levels. Some only allow 1 or 2, some will allow more than 2 as well. For relations, we can see we have some really complex ones in here, such as a balance scale. And we have a lot of verbiage here kind of explaining how that works. So what I'd like for you to do, go ahead and highlight your text, and then go ahead and try out some of the different SmartArts. We can always change it once we select one. So if I select the vertical bullet list here, I can always change it a little later. So go ahead and check them out. If you're feeling adventurous, click on the more SmartArt graphics here and take a look at the different options that are available and come right back. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and create an infographic here. I'm going to go ahead and highlight my text and I'll start with a vertical bullet list here. Now, when you start with your SmartArt graphic, you'll notice that we have a SmartArt Design Contextual tab. So just like all of the other objects, we can change the layout. We can change the style. So as you can see, we have a white outline. We have a glossy effect here, a shadowy effect. So there's a lot of different things that we can do here. We can change the colors. And over here on the far left is where we can basically control our SmartArt graphic. So if we wanted to add another shape or move things around, we can do that as well. But I want to introduce you to our little text pane here on the left. And basically this is how I prefer to manage my SmartArt graphic. So again, it's based on the levels here. I only have level 1 items in here. If you're not seeing this text pane, just make sure to go ahead and click on this little arrow here, and this will open up the text pane for you. So I'll click here, and there we go. If I wanted to do something like add another step, I can just add another bullet there. And as you can see, it's already adding that 4th shape for me. So if I say step 4, I can do that as well. Now, if I continue working with the list, if I press the Enter key after step 1, and I press Tab over, so now I have a level 2 item. The level 2 item has its own not really a shape, but just a small area here that we can use. So I'm going to keep it simple. I'm going to remove step 4. So I'll delete step 4 from my list. You'll notice the shape goes away. And for step 1, I'm just going to go ahead and put a level 2 item for each of my steps here. I'll keep it simple here. And as a matter of fact, if I already had a bulleted list, I can copy and paste it in here if I wanted to. And that will actually create the SmartArt graphic for me as well. But for here, I'll keep it simple. I'll just go with a project management template here. So I'll define the project. Step 2, I'll tab over and I'll say identify stakeholders. And for step number 3, I'll go ahead and add tasks. So that's how the SmartArt graphic works. So we have 3 here. So that's the simple way that we can modify it. Now, what I can do, if you want to move things around, well, what you can do is click on one of the shapes here, and on the SmartArt Design tab over here on the far left, this is where we can do things like move this down on the list, or we can move it up, or we can promote or demote, or we can add a shape. So we can either manage the list here to manage the SmartArt, or we can use the Create Graphic command group to manage the SmartArt as well. So for example, if I wanted to move step 1 down, notice how it moves the level 1 and the level 2 item down as well. I can go ahead and move that back up. And maybe I want to promote define project as a level 1 item. So it does it here. And it gives its own shape as well. I'll go ahead and demote that and I'm good to go. So that's the basics of how we use the text pane to modify SmartArt. Now let's take a look at something else here. Let's click on the SmartArt Design tab. And what if I want to change the colors? I'll go ahead and change the colors. I'll click on the color palette here. And we have 3 options for the primary colors based on the theme that we currently have selected. Just get the preview, see what that looks like. And then we have 5 colorful palettes to choose from. So these are all incorporating the accent colors based on the theme that you have selected. If I scroll down, we have different variations of each accent color. So it's really up to you what you want to use. I typically like to use the colorful scheme here as well. Once we change the colors, we can head on over to SmartArt Styles. And as you can see, there's a few styles to choose from here. The first one gives a white outline and a little shadow as well. So it makes it look pretty nice. And then we have a subtle effect. Here's the moderate effect. And it gets more intense as we go to the right. So this one has a gloss, and it also has a shadow. And we have polished. And gets a little more interesting as we go through here as well. So different orientations of the SmartArt graphic. I'll go back. I'll just choose the moderate effect here as well. So that is how we insert and modify SmartArt. Go ahead and create your own SmartArt graphic and come right back. In our last lesson, we saw how we can create an infographic from existing content. Let's go ahead and move on to the next slide. And this time we'll go ahead and insert SmartArt and then add our content. Now I can click on the SmartArt right here inside of my content placeholder. That will insert my SmartArt for me. I can also click on the Insert tab. And in the Illustrations command group, here's the SmartArt here as well. I'll go ahead and click on the Insert a SmartArt graphic right from my content placeholder. And again, here's the entire library of what we can go ahead and insert. I want to express something as a process. So lots of different processes here that I can use. We can integrate pictures in there as well. We'll get to pictures in just a little bit. Let's go ahead and keep it simple. I'll go ahead and insert a step up process. I'll go ahead and press OK. So here's the shell of our SmartArt. Again, we have the SmartArt Contextual tab. And over here, we have our little text pane. Now what I can do, I can either type the information in here, or I already have the information I want. I'll go back to my other slide. I'll open up the text pane for this SmartArt graphic, and I'll just copy and paste this list right into here. So if you already have an existing list, you can simply copy and paste it in here. What I want to do first though is press Ctrl A inside of my text pane here and delete everything first, because if I paste it in, it's going to just append that to the existing SmartArt. So I'll go ahead and right click, and I'll go ahead and use the destination theme, and there's my SmartArt graphic. So all my levels are intact here as well. So that looks pretty good. But what if I want to go ahead and change this SmartArt graphic to something else? I'll go ahead and click on the SmartArt Design tab here. And right over here under Layouts, I'll get some similar layouts that I can choose from. So I'll go ahead and maybe choose this first one here. Here's the step down process. That's what that would look like. Here's the accent process. That looks pretty good as well. And here's the picture accent process. So this actually incorporates pictures. I'll go ahead and click on this one. And so now we're given another shape with a picture placeholder. So I'm going to go ahead and take it a step further. I'll use 3 images that kind of communicate defining the project, identifying, and tasks here as well. So to do that, I'll go ahead and click on the placeholder either here or on my text pane here, doesn't matter. I'll go ahead and click here. And I can either insert in a picture or I can use an icon. I prefer to use an icon because they're always the same size, 1 inch by 1 inch. Pictures, we may need to crop the pictures to make them fit inside of our SmartArt graphic. So I'll go ahead and grab an icon here. Here's my icon library. So I want something that represents defining defining the project. So I'll search for, let's see, target. There we go. Like this graphic, I'll go ahead and choose this one. I'll choose the fill colored one as opposed to the outline. So I'll go ahead and choose this here. Here's my graphic behind it. For the next one, I'll look for a search icon. Search or find. And because we want to go ahead and identify the stakeholders. So maybe I'll use this one. A little hard to see it. Maybe I'll change that. And the last one should be pretty simple to find. I'll just type tasks. I'll get a couple of task lists here as well. I'll go for this one. Yeah, that looks okay. Go ahead and insert that. So here are my 3 icons. I think I'm going to go ahead and change my second icon here. There we go. I have to first select it. Now I can right click on it and I can change the graphic from icons. And I'll type find. Probably going to have the same issue. You know what? Let's see. Look for community. There we go. Maybe I'll go with this one. Identify stakeholders. And there we go. So that's how we can change the SmartArt graphic to another layout. And this is how we can integrate pictures in here as well. Now, I want to make this look a little nicer. So I'll go ahead and change the colors. I'll give it a colorful palette here. There we go. So that looks pretty nice. Now I can, if I wanted to, I can make changes to the individual objects here. So the arrow, all of these, I can go ahead and change. So if I wanted to go ahead and change the color of this icon, notice that we have the graphics format tab here that's available. If I wanted to do that, I can simply go ahead and recolor it by applying a style, or giving it a different graphic fill color if I wanted to here. If I wanted a standard color, I can go ahead and do that as well. So that's what we can do. So we can change the color. We can have SmartArt just kind of update the colors for us. I'll go ahead and give this a white outline. That looks pretty nice. And now the beauty of this is once I have my SmartArt, if I want to go ahead and change it, I can. So if I wanted to change this graphic, it's a matter of just hovering over the different ones and see which one I like here. That looks pretty nice as well. Sometimes when you add a picture and you change the SmartArt, any type of arrows will show up in the form of that picture. It's not really happening here, but so pretty nice. Let's see if there are any other picture ones here. Here's another picture. So this is a ascending picture process. So there we go. Now if I wanted to, I can go ahead and just click on more layouts. This looks pretty nice, this gear icon here as well. I'll go ahead and click on more layouts and I'll look for some of the other SmartArt graphics that are available in the picture command group. And I'll take a look at those. So here's another type here. Don't really like that. Not all these will work because again, some of them have their own type of requirements and they only allow a certain amount of levels. So it's just a matter of once you incorporate those pictures, choose the layout that you like and we're good to go. I'll go ahead and stick with this one. And maybe I'll change the colors here as well. And there we go. So go ahead and insert your SmartArt. Go ahead and insert some icons or even some images. See what they look like and come right back. Welcome to Module 4. For Module 4, we'll go ahead and explore working with media and animations. Video. Collaborating on a presentation. We'll customize our slideshow behavior. So what are some of the things that we can kind of establish before we run our slideshow? And then we'll wrap up by using some of the newer tools to automate a slideshow. Go ahead and open up the Module 4 practice file and come right back. We'll dive right into Module 4. Here's my Module 4 practice file. I'll jump into slide number 2, which is Lesson 5. So for Lesson 5, it's all about working with media. We'll go ahead and insert a local video file, and then we'll insert an online video here as well. To insert media, we want to get to this media command group that can be found on the Insert tab. And over here, we can insert videos from our device, from the stock library. Also, online videos, we'll take a look at the different sources that we're able to stream videos from. When it comes to audio, you can either record your own audio using your microphone, or you can go ahead and upload an audio file from your computer as well. And we also have the screen recording tool, which we'll take a look at in just a little bit here. I'm going to take advantage of the content placeholder here, and I'll insert my video by clicking on the Insert Video Content Placeholder. So this allows me to basically upload a video from my computer locally. So I'll go ahead and insert this video here. And here is my video. Now, once we insert the video, we can resize it. It's an object, just like all of the other objects that we've been interacting with. So as expected, we have a contextual tab. We actually have two. One is for video format and one is for playback. Well, if I click on video format, I can do things like, choose a quick style. I can place it in an oval if I want to, or maybe give it a nice reflection, a simple shadow, or just a simple frame here as well. So I can do any of those things. Well, I want to go ahead and just run this slide and let's see what this actually looks like. So I'll go ahead and I'll run this in reading mode. And I'll go ahead and play my video. So as we can see, I can have some basic controls here, such as I can play it, I can skim through it, and I can also adjust the volume here as well. So this is kind of the default out of the box. Let's go ahead and make some formatting changes to it here as well. I'll press escape, come back here. So if I click on here, maybe the first thing I'll do, I'll click on video format. I'll go ahead and put this in a frame. Maybe I'll put it in I'll go for this rounded rectangle here. So I'll put it in that frame. I can make it bigger if I want to as well. So I've placed it in a frame. And over here, I can go ahead and play it to get a nice preview of what it would look like. Just like with our image tools, I can go ahead and give it some corrections, make it brighter, or have more contrast as well. I can even recolor it if I want to. Then we have some other pretty nice tools here as well. But that's about it for the video format. I just want to give it a quick style. I'll go to the playback here. And when we click on the playback contextual tab, we can see that we have some editing tools here that we can use, such as trimming the video, fading in and out. And then we have some other video options here. This will basically establish how the video behaves once we get to this slide. Let's take a look at the trim video feature. I'll click on trim video. And in this particular video, there was a lot of white space in the beginning. So maybe I don't want to start. Maybe I want to start maybe right about here. I'll start with that question. What brought you to learn it today? So maybe right about there. Right. So just by moving that slider, I'm starting at 14.9 seconds here as well. At the end, I had some more space in here as well. Maybe I'll stop right here as soon as the Learn It logo appears. And that's it. I can even use these little arrows to kind of determine the starting point, if that helps a little better. I'll go ahead and press OK. And let's preview it. There you go. So it started with the question as opposed to starting from the very beginning there as well. All right. So I already trimmed the video. I'll go ahead and establish the volume. I'll make sure that the volume is medium. Don't want it to be high for my audience. And I want it to play automatically. So whenever I navigate to the slide, this will play automatically here as well. And I want to play it in full screen mode. So I can go ahead and do that. And I'm good to go. So let's go ahead and run this in reading view. Let's see what this looks like. So there you go. So we can see that the volume has been set to medium and it's playing in full screen here. And it also played automatically. So I'll go ahead and escape and go back to my slide here as well. So go ahead and insert a video. Hopefully you have one. Go ahead and insert it. Take a look at the different tools under the video format tab and go ahead and trim the video. Make it start automatically and also go ahead and play it full screen and come right back. In this segment, we'll go ahead and insert online video. Now, I'm actually going to insert a new slide. So I'll just press Control M, insert a new slide. I'll change this layout to title only because I want to insert a nice big online video here from our YouTube site. So this will be an online video. So to insert an online video, if I click on the Insert tab and here is video. So I have the option to insert video from the online stock videos, or I can grab from various sources here as well. I'll click on online videos. We'll kind of just preview what's available in the stock video library. I'll click on online videos here. And we're giving some information. So these are the different sources that we can stream video from. So YouTube, SlideShare, Vimeo, Stream, and Flip. So we basically need to grab the address or the URL of that video and paste it in here. Once we paste it in here, we'll get a nice preview of the video, just ensuring that we have the correct one. So I'm going to go ahead and jump over to our YouTube page with the video that I want to stream here. There we go. So this is the video. We'll go ahead and play this here.
The exercise files for today.
Okay. So to grab the video address, I can just right click here and I'll copy the video URL. Once that's on my clipboard here, I'll head back over to my PowerPoint. So right here, I'll go ahead and paste the video. So you can right click and paste the video in there, or you can press Ctrl V and we can see it shows up here. So here's my little tutorial on Microsoft 365 Basics. We can preview the video right here.
Welcome to Learn.
And there we go. So even though it's an hour and 26 minutes long, we're streaming it. So as long as you have an internet connection, you should be good to go. This is not being stored in our PowerPoint, so it's not taking up space, as is the video that we uploaded from our computer. I'll go ahead and click on Insert. And here is my video. So I can either have it take up the entire slide like that, or I can go ahead and resize it. If I click on the video format, I can still do things like I can correct it. I can recolor it if I want to. I can even go ahead and place it in a frame. So maybe I want to place it in a frame like this. I can do that, or a simple frame. Now, if I click on the playback tab here, notice that these options over here, they're grayed out. So none of the editing controls. The only thing I can do really is to just decide whether I want this to play in sequence, meaning I have to click on it, or if I want it to play automatically here as well. I'll go ahead and choose automatically. So we don't have all the tools because we don't really, this video is being streamed. We don't own the video, so we cannot edit it here as well. I'll go ahead and click on my reading view here, and let's see what this looks like.
Welcome to Learn It Training. The exercise files for today's.
There we go. So we can kind of fast forward. Right? So depending on your internet connection, you should be good to go. All right, I'll go ahead and press Escape here. I'll press Escape again to go back to my slide. So that is how we insert an online video from those different sources as well. Again, we can play it. It works well right from the stream. We just don't have all of the normal bells and whistles that we have if we actually own the video. I'm going to go ahead and delete this. I'll just press the delete key to get rid of it. And let's just take a look at the stock of online video. I'll click on the Insert tab. I'll go back over to Video. And let's take a look at some of the stock videos here. So these are not really long videos. They're pretty short, maybe in the range of 9 to 15 seconds. And let's see, I'll go ahead and grab this one here. I'll go ahead and insert this. So it took up the entire slide, but again, you can always resize it. Right, we can, just like with our other objects, we can resize them. I'm okay with it taking up the entire slide though. That's perfectly fine. So I can go ahead and play it here. And this is going to be about 9 seconds, just a little over 9 seconds here as well. So if I were to preview this, I'll go on reading mode. So there you go. Pretty cool. I'll press the Escape key and let's see what options we have available. So this is from the stock. So we can still do the same things with the video format. We can place it in a frame if we want to. Maybe I'll put it in a frame like that. We have the corrections that we can use as well. And as far as playback, because this is from the stock, we do have the capability to trim the video. So we can actually trim the video if we want to. We can specify when it starts, when it ends. Right. We can also opt to play it full screen. So all of the other options that we have there are pretty much good to go here as well. Now, one of the things is we have what's called a poster frame, and this allows us to basically put a poster on the first glance at the video here. So if I wanted to maybe show this part, I can go ahead and click on poster frame, and I'll say this will be the starting frame for my actual video here. You can also go ahead and insert an image. So if you wanted to insert an image from file, that's basically what you'll see before you actually play the video. So if I click play here, there we go. So that's what it's all about, inserting videos into your PowerPoint presentation, either the stock library, online sources, or a video locally from your device. The screen recording is a really nice tool in PowerPoint. Many of us are not aware that we can actually record our screen. No need to buy an expensive program. We have one built in right here. After we record our screen, it will insert the recording right onto our slide for us here as well. So if I click on screen recording, it's going to minimize my PowerPoint window, and whatever is in the background will be brought to the front here as well. I'll click on screen recording. Let's take a look at what's available. So as you can see, when we're recording the screen, we can select the area of our screen that we want to record. Mine is already pre-selected. If you want to record your audio, your voice, via your microphone, you can go ahead and turn on the audio. And if you want to record your mouse pointer, you can go ahead and record that as well. I'll record my audio. I'll record my pointer here as well. And I'll go ahead and select my area. But first, what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and just kind of resize my window here for Microsoft Edge. And I'm going to bring it down. One of the things that happens with the screen recorder, this little toolbar here gets in the way sometimes when you're recording. So I want to make sure that my recording area is below that box. So I'll go ahead and reselect my area. I'll just draw a box around my Microsoft Edge window here, like that. And there we go. So what you can do if you want to record your entire screen, when you want to stop or pause your recording, you can use the shortcut key. So Windows logo, Shift+Q, that will stop the recording for you. This way you don't have to go back to the top of your screen, expose this little toolbar here, and click on stop recording, because that will show up on your recording. At least the last time I did it, that's what happened. I'll go ahead and click on record. I'll get a countdown. I'll get a quick reminder of what the shortcut is to stop the recording. Let's go ahead and do that. So in this case, I'll just demonstrate how to sign up for a course at learnit.com. Let's get started on how to sign up for a course at learnit.com. Let's first go to www.learnit.com. Once we're here, we can either go ahead and sign in or register, or if you want to go ahead and view all classes, we can click here. Once we're here, we can search for a class of interest, or we can scroll down to see our upcoming courses here as well. Here's an Excel introduction course. I'll go ahead and click on here. So it gives me the details, what will be covered, and it also shows the upcoming schedule for these classes as well. Maybe I'll go ahead and take a little break, and then in February, I want to go ahead and take this course. So I'll click on my little plus icon here to add this to the cart, and I'll remove the other one. I'll go to checkout. And from here, I simply just need to go ahead and click on the next step and continue the login, registration, payment, and confirmation process, and I am good to go. And that's all to it. So there we go. I was able to do just a small recording there, about 1 minute and 15 seconds. You can see it inserts the recording for us right here onto the slide. Again, we can resize this if we want to. Doesn't necessarily have to take up the entire screen. Maybe what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and center it. Kind of align things a little better here on the slide. There we go. And so we can go ahead and play it. And as we can see, it records my voice, records my, let's first go to my cursor as well. www.learnit.com. So really, really nice tool. Now, because we inserted this screen recording, we have all of the tools, all of the editing tools, right? So if we wanted to trim the video, we can kind of preview it, make sure everything looks good. If it doesn't, we can always go ahead and just trim different parts of the video here as well. We have all of the other tools that we can go ahead and use, as we mentioned before. If you have offline captions, you can go ahead and insert captions for the video as well. So it's a really nice tool to use as a learning or as a help aid, right? So a really nice option here as well. Go ahead and take advantage of the screen recording tool. Go ahead and upload one or two. The good thing is once we're done, we can go ahead and save this. So if we make any changes to it, on the playback tab, we can click on Save Media As. You can do the same thing by right-clicking on the video and clicking on Save Media As. We can save it as a media file, or we can even save it as a picture here as well. Right. So we can save it as a picture. We can save the media as a media file. So pretty cool. Go ahead and play around with the screen recording tool and come right back. Welcome back, and let's go ahead and move on to lesson number 6. So we'll talk about collaborating on a PowerPoint presentation here. So there's a couple of things that we need to do. We first need to go ahead and save our presentation to OneDrive. And after we do that, we can go ahead and share the presentation. And once we have uploaded it to either OneDrive or SharePoint, we can share it and we can go ahead and view different versions of the file here as well. So you can either click on the File tab and click on Save As. Go ahead and save it to one of your OneDrive spaces. Or if you have the share icon here, if you click on Share, it's going to first ask you to go ahead and upload it to your OneDrive, and then you can share it. I'll go ahead and save it, and then I'll come back once I have that saved. Now that I have it saved, what I can do is click on the share icon here. So I'll go ahead and click on Share, and we get to this dialog box. Now, this dialog box has had some changes recently. It looks a little different, but this is the modern version of it here. So what I can do is I first need to decide, well, who do I want to share this document with? How do I want to share it? And what type of access do I want them to have? Right? So I can either copy a link and send that link out via email or by Teams, chat, or any other medium. And anyone that has that link, they can either edit or they can view the particular file here. Well, this is collaboration. I want to go ahead and send it to Adele, who's on my Sandbox account. So I'll go ahead and type in Adele here. I'll make sure that Adele can edit to make changes. And I'll just say, please edit. And that's pretty much it. Once I go ahead and press send, I'm good to go. If I want more advanced options, I can go ahead and click on the sharing settings here, and I'll have some other options. But I have everything I need just on this very first window here. I'm sending this via Outlook to Adele, edit access, and I'm going to go ahead and send it here. All right. So I'll go ahead and close this out. Let's head on over to Adele's mailbox. See if we get that message here. I'll go ahead and refresh. Here it is. So it just came in. This is what the message looks like. A file has been shared with you. Here's the custom message. I'll go ahead and click on open here. And this will open up online. Now my recipient will have the option if they want to open in the desktop app, they can do that as well. But to keep it simple, we'll just open the file here in the web. And here we go. So here's Adele's version of the file. And Adele can see that I'm working in here. My avatar appears here because I'm currently in the file and I'm working on it. If I scroll down, we can see exactly I'm currently on this slide for lesson 6. Well, that's where we need to go. So I'll go ahead in here and I'll add a task. So I'll say task 2. And the owner here will be Adele. And I'll say that this has not yet started. And progress is 0%. So let's see what that looks like. I'll go back to my desktop copy here. Now you can see the changes have already been made. I can see that Adele is showing up as a guest contributor. And I can see Adele is right here on slide number 5. Right? So I'll go ahead and put myself in here. And we can keep on editing here as well. Right? So task 3 is going to be Nestor. Now what I can do, if I click on the review tab, I can add comments in here, right? So maybe I want to add a comment regarding task number 3. I'll go ahead and put a comment in here and I'll say, please confirm with Nestor. So this is the whole concept behind collaborating. You can comment in here, we can work on the file together, and we're good to go. Let's go back to the, let's see here. Let's click on the review tab and let's click on show comments. Right. So here are the comments here as well that we can see. So that's pretty cool. So we can go ahead and make some changes. I'll go ahead and reply to this and I'll say, I will take care of that. Go ahead and post the reply here as well. And so there we go. So it's a matter of saving to OneDrive and or SharePoint, sharing the document with edit access, and being able to mark up the document at the same time here as well. I could even see the notes that are in here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the different versions of the document. I'll go back to here. I'll click on the File tab and I'll click on Info. And now what I can see is the version history. Right, so on the Info tab, here's the version history of the document. Now let's see what versions have been captured so far. I'll click here. And so far, since I uploaded it and saved it, I can see that 3 versions have been saved. Here's the version as of 11.05, 11.09, and 11.11 as well. Right? So what I can do is I can go ahead and open a older version here. Let's see what this one looks like. So right now we have 3 tasks. So this kind of opens up that version. So we can see the current version has 3 tasks. This version only has 2 tasks in here. So this is pretty helpful because sometimes some changes are made that are just too drastic and you want to be able to fall back to a prior version. And so the fact that the versions are being saved automatically is a really, really big help here as well. If I wanted to restore this version, I can click on restore. This would make this the current version here as well. But I don't want to do that. I just want to go back to the other version here. So I'll go ahead and close this out. And it brings me back to my updated version. I'll go ahead and close this pane here and I am good to go. Now what I can do is, let's see, if I go over to the File tab, click back on Info, and I click on Protect here. So what I can do is I can mark this as final, but everyone will need to be logged out first. So I can let all of my collaborators know that there's no more changes being made to this document. We're marking it as final here as well. Right? Now while we're here, it's good to take a look at these things. We can see on the Info tab here, we have the media size and performance. We can see that we have 68 megs here. The entire presentation is currently 71 megs, mostly because of the screen recording. and that video that we uploaded earlier as well. I'll go back here. And so that's how you collaborate on a document. For lesson 7, we'll talk about customizing slideshow behavior. So what we'll discuss is some of the things that we can do before we run our slideshow, and some things that we can do during our slideshow as well. So sometimes you may notice when you're running your slideshow, your presenter window is either turned off or turned on, or it's showing up on the wrong monitor. Well, those are things that we can use to set up a slideshow. To set up a slideshow, let's click on the Slideshow tab here. And we have an entire section here devoted to setup. Now, we can go ahead and click on Setup Slideshow, and it's going to be a combination of all of these different things here, using timings, using the presenter view, things like that here as well. Let's click on Setup Slideshow. And we're presented with this dialog box here, and there's a couple of different areas. So how do we want to run the presentation? By default, when you run your presentation, it takes up the entire screen. But if you wanted to kind of have it run in reading mode, you can choose this second option, right? It just runs in a window. That way it doesn't take up your entire screen. You can resize it. And then if you wanted to just kind of loop on maybe a big TV, you can go ahead and use the Browse at a Kiosk. So it's full screen. You'll notice when you check that option, it's automatically going to loop until you stop the slideshow. Right? So you may walk into a building at a corporation, you may see the same slideshow running over and over and over again. It's in kiosk mode. Right, I'll go back to presented by a speaker, full screen. And then over here for show slides, you can determine which slides you want to show. You can leave it just for all, or we can say I only want to show slides 1 to 5. Or we can do that or show everything here as well. We don't have any custom shows in here. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. If we create some custom shows, we can choose to run the custom show as well. So these things just kind of gives you some confidence as you're running your slideshow, because maybe you don't want certain slides to show up on this particular presentation. Now, in terms of advancing slides, right now by default, it's going to use timings if any timings are present. So we can either adjust the timing for each slide, but we're going to go ahead and record the entire presentation. So there's really no need to rehearse the timings. Down here, if you're using multiple monitors, you want to make a choice. Do you want to use presenter view? Presenter view is a really nice thing to use because while your audience is seeing your presentation, you are taking a look at your presenter view. So you can see what's coming next, either a slide or an animation. You also have notes that you can use as talking points as well. So I'm going to go ahead and use presenter view. And my slideshow is going to run on my primary monitor. I'll leave that as is for now. I'll go ahead and press OK. And I'll go ahead and run my slideshow here. So here we can see my slideshow is running. I'll go ahead and switch the presenter view so that it's showing on this monitor. And let's take a look at the presenter view. I'll press Escape. I'll go back into Setup Slideshow. And I want my slideshow to run on my internal display. I'll press OK. And now I'll run my presentation. So on my other screen, I have the slideshow, but here's the presenter view. And as you can see, it's pretty nice because we have any notes that we have in here. We can see what's coming up next. So this is our next slide, lesson number 8. And right here, I can just kind of navigate through my slides. If I have any animations, I can see what's coming up next as well. And so pretty nice. What I can also do, if I want to jump to a slide, I can open up my See All Slides pane right here. Now my audience will not see this, only I can see this. They're still seeing the current slide. So if I wanted to navigate to this slide, if I click on it, now that is being displayed on my audience screen here as well. Some other things I can do, I can go ahead and turn on the pen and laser and pointer tools, right? So I can go ahead and just kind of use those here as well. We'll talk about these in just a little bit. And if I wanted to go ahead and toggle my camera, I can go ahead and turn on my camera. I can turn on the subtitles right here. So a lot of things we can do right from the presenter window. So if I toggle the subtitles, now it's going to be writing whatever I'm saying here. I'll go ahead and turn that off. Then we have some other tools here as well. Right. If you wanted to hide the presenter view, you can go ahead and do that, but we're good to go. I'll go ahead and end the slideshow from here. And those are just some of the basics when it comes to setting up a slideshow. I'll go back down to lesson number 7 here. And let's go ahead and create a custom slideshow. So over here on the slideshow tab, we have the custom show in the start slideshow command group. Right. If I click on this drop down here, I don't have any custom shows. I'll go ahead and click here. So I want to create a new custom show. Well, why would you want to create a custom show? Maybe you just have one really long, slide deck. You may have 30 slides, but maybe you divide that slide deck into 3 different sections. So instead of showing all 30 slides, maybe you just want to show the first 10. So what I can do is click on New, and I'll just call this Lesson 5. So I want my title slide. Here's Lesson 5. So here are the 3 slides that make up Lesson 5. I'll go ahead and add those. And now I can reorder them if I want to, move them up and down, but I'll go ahead and press OK. Now I can see I have lesson 5 in here. If I go ahead and click on show, it's only going to show those slides. So here's my presenter view. As you can see, it's only showing those 4 slides that make up that particular show. And we're good to go. So that is a custom show. Right. Now keep in mind, when we're setting up the slideshow, we can also say, well, let's just go ahead and run that lesson 5 custom slideshow here as well. Right. So pretty good. Okay, let's go ahead and stop here. I want you to be able to practice. Go ahead and just set up your slideshow. Go ahead and practice. Make sure that your presenter view is turned on. It's showing on the screen of your choice. And go ahead and take a look at some of the different tools here. We'll come back and we'll go ahead and take a look at some of the annotating tools that are available while we are presenting. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and set up navigation for our slideshow. Now remember, when you are presenting, if you right click, you can pretty much go to a slide of your choice if you want to. Once we have the presenter view turned on, we can kind of jump around, but it would be nice to kind of give our audience a really nice feature called the zoom feature. Okay. So what the zoom feature is, and I'm actually going to insert a slide here. So right after my title slide, and this will be, I'll just call this my landing slide. And what I'm going to do, I'll just quickly insert some links to my different lessons here. So to do that, I'll go ahead and press Control K on my keyboard. So this will insert a hyperlink, right? So just like in the other Office documents, Excel, and Word, we can link to a place in the document. So instead of linking to an existing file or web page, I'll click on Place in this document. And now what I can do is I can link to different slides. So I want to be able to link first to lesson 5. And for the text, it says lesson 5 working with media. That's perfectly fine. I'll go ahead and leave that as is. And just like that, we have a hyperlink. I'll go ahead and press enter. I'll repeat the process for 6, 7, and 8. So I'll press Control K. To a place in the document, I want to go to lesson 6. I'll accept the text. I'll press OK. I'll do that 2 more times. Control K. This time, lesson 7. And I'll go ahead and press OK. 1 more time. Control K. and this will be for lesson 8. Right. So I have a nice little landing slide here. So basically, if I run this in reading mode, what I can do is I can click on this link while I'm presenting, and this will take me to that particular slide. Now, it would be nice if we can go back to that landing slide, have a little button that we can click on so we can always go back. Right? I want to be able to get back to this slide by just clicking on a button. So we have what's called a zoom feature. Now check this out. Look what I'm going to do here. I'll go to lesson 5. And from lesson 5, I want to be able to go back to the landing slide. I'm going to drag my landing slide. Just going to click and drag it. I can drag it right onto my slide here. Maybe I'll put it right here. Okay, and then I'll move this other icon out of the way. I'll put this down here somewhere. Right. So you're saying, Mo, what just happened? What did you just do? Just gonna position this up here at the top. So this is called a zoom feature. So now I have a link to a slide and another slide. Let's go into reading mode and let's see how this works. Here we go. So I'm here on this particular slide. And now if I want to go back to my landing slide, if I click here, so it zooms in to that slide for me. And now what I can do is I can go ahead and jump to another lesson here as well. Right? If I press the back key, it goes back to lesson 5. Or I can just go ahead and click back here and jump back to lesson 5 as well. So that is the zoom feature as well. Now what I can do if I wanted to, I can go ahead and change this. So right now it's just a picture of my slide. If I click on here, I'll notice that a zoom tab appears here as well. So maybe what I'll do is I'll go ahead and change this image to something else. And maybe I'll grab an icon. And maybe I'll look for a home icon. Maybe I'll use this one. So I've converted this to a home icon. Now I can resize it. I could even add a style to it if I want to. I'll keep it simple. I'll just put it here on the top right of my slide. And there you go. So that's my zoom feature. Now what I can do, I can actually copy this and I can paste it on lesson 6. I just need to move this out of the way. So I'll go ahead and paste this here on lesson 6. And I just copied and pasted it. Well, let's see if this still works. I'll go ahead and run this slide in reading mode. If I click on it, it brings me to my landing slide. I'll go back to lesson 6 and I'm good to go. So that's the zoom feature, right? So go ahead and create your first zoom. Go ahead and change it to an icon of your choice. Again, to do that, just click on the zoom tab, and you can change the image here as well. Go ahead and add that home button to each of your lesson slides, and now we'll be able to navigate back and forth as we are presenting. Now that we've added some navigation and we've set up some of the basics, it's time to go ahead and present and take a look at some of the tools that are available. We already discussed the presenter view. So now what we can do, let's take a look at how we can annotate a presentation, and we can enable these subtitles as well. Now we can accomplish these as well through the presenter view. I'm going to go back to my slideshow. Let's just make sure that I'll turn off my presenter view. And I want my slideshow to run on this screen. So everything is good to go. I want to make sure all of my slides are selected. And from here, if I want to, I can go ahead and choose my laser pointer color. I will be using the laser pointer. I'll be using the pen as well. So I can actually select my color ahead of time. I'll leave them both on red. I'll go ahead and press OK. You can press F5 to start your slideshow. So here's my slideshow. I'll go ahead and head on over to my next slide here just by clicking. And so here's my landing slide. I'll just go to lesson 5 here. And here's lesson 5. Now on the bottom, we have some kind of grayed out tools. So we can go to the last slide, we can go to the next slide. Here are the pen tools down here. So if I click here, I can either choose my laser pointer. Right? So I can go ahead and just kind of point on my screen. If I go back down here, I can change that to the pen. And the pen basically allows us to just kind of mark things up. So I can do things like that. Terrible arrow. Right? So we can do that. If I want to go back, I'll just uncheck the pen. Now I have my pointer back here. And now I can go ahead and either play my video or go to the next slide. I'll go to my next slide here as well. And what else do I have here? Here's the highlighter. So if I wanted to highlight something, I could turn on my highlighter, go ahead and highlight it here. And of course we can change the color. So we can change the color for all of the ink down here as well. So for my highlighter, if I wanted, instead of yellow, maybe I want orange. Here's my orange highlighter here as well that I can use. Right. Now let's go ahead and I'll get my pointer back here. So I'll unselect my highlighter. If I move over to the right, here's the slide sorter and here are the subtitles. So I can go ahead and turn those on. And this is what my screen now looks like. This is very helpful. And we're good to go. Right. Turn on my video if I want to. And then here are some other tools. So if I wanted to transition to a custom show, I can. Even though I'm not running presenter view right now, I can still go ahead and turn that on here as well. And for the subtitle settings, I can either show them on the top where it's overlaid on my presentation, or I can change the location of it as well. Right? So maybe I'll put it be above the slide, the top like that. So we have different options that we can use here. Now, if you did mark up your slide, we do have an eraser here as well. So you can erase them individually, or you can choose to go ahead and erase all of the ink on a slide. Right. Now keep in mind, when you are marking up your slide here, all of the ink will remain unless you remove it. So if I were to close my presentation here and go back to this slide, this arrow and this somewhat of a circle will show up as shapes here as well. So you want to make sure, it will ask you anyway before you close the presentation, do you want to remove all the ink as well? But while we're here, let's test out our navigation. Right. I'll get my pointer back here and I'll jump to let's jump to lesson number 8. And from lesson number 8, we can go back to that landing slide and jump to lesson number 5. So pretty cool. So we're zooming in and out of our landing slide. Right. If you press the back key after you go to your landing slide, it goes back to the slide that you were on before here as well. All right, I'll go ahead and end the show. I'll just go ahead and press the escape key. And it asks me right here, do I want to keep my annotations? I do not, because again, they will appear as shapes on your slide. I'll go ahead and discard them. And I am good to go. Right. So a lot of things that we just accomplished, annotating, turning on the subtitles, we can use the presenter view for that as well. And we'll see those options are also available. So go ahead and run your slideshow. When we come back, we'll put it all together. We'll take a look at how we can record our slideshow so that it can run automatically. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and move on to lesson number 8. What we want to do here is we want to go ahead and automate our slideshow. Right? So we don't want to sit and click through our slides as we're presenting. What we'd like to do is to kind of record our slideshow, and then we can go ahead and play it back and run it so that all the slides will transition automatically. So let's take a look and see how we can do that here. if I click on the slideshow tab, I have the record option here, so I can record from the beginning. And notice what it says. So records narrations, animations, transitions, ink, and laser pointer gestures. So everything that I'm doing will be recorded here as well. So we don't necessarily need to rehearse timings because now we have the recording feature that will record everything for us. So what I'm going to do, I want my recorder window to show up on here. So I'll just change this here. And then I'll go ahead and press OK, just so we can see what that looks like. I'll go back to the first slide and I'll click on record from the beginning. And this is going to open up my recording view here. Now, before we do that, I highly recommend that you use this feature called Rehearse with Coach. This is a really, really nice tool. Basically, you can practice with the AI coach. And it's very, very intuitive and very, very robust. It's going to provide you feedback to let you know if you're talking too fast, if your pace is too slow, if your voice is monotone, if you're speaking too loud, too soft, if you're using filler words. So it gives you a really, really nice report, kind of coaches you along the way. It'll say, great job, keep it up. So I highly recommend you use the Rehearse with Coach. It will allow you to go through your entire slide and you can practice with it there as well. Once you've done that, we'll go ahead and click on record. Right? We can also record our slideshow from the record tab. So here's the record from the beginning. Now, there's a lot of things that we can do in here. We'll just touch on a few of them. So here we can see, here is the window for our recording. Once we're ready, we just need to go ahead and click on the record button. Just a few things to note. If you wanted to turn on your camera, you can. Your camera will appear down here on the bottom right. So your image will appear down here on the bottom right as well. At the very top, when you have notes, we have a little teleprompter here that will help you as you're going through your actual slides. Now, this is one view. Down here on the bottom right, there are different views. So right now, this is the teleprompter view. Let's click on this drop down. The other one is the presenter view. So the presenter view, this is the one that we're accustomed to. We can kind of see what's coming next, either an animation or a next slide, and we can see what our audience is seeing here as well. Right? Then we have other things down here, laser pointer, highlighter, they're all here for us as well. The other view is the slide view. So this is just you're operating just with the slides, and you can go through it there as well. I'm going to go back to teleprompter view, and here we go. So if you want to record your microphone, you can either turn it off or you can turn it on. As well, if we click here for more options, you can select the microphone that you want to use. You can select your camera, and if you're using Cameo, which is a newer feature, you can use Cameo as well. I'm just going to do a simple recording just so that we can see what the finished product will look like here. So I'm not going to spend too much time on each slide. Here we go. Welcome to PowerPoint Module 4. My name is Mo Jones. Let's go ahead and learn together. Here's our landing slide. We have 4 lessons, lesson number 5, lesson number 6, lesson number 7, and then finally lesson number 8, automating a slideshow. Lesson 5 is all about working with media. We can either insert local video or we can insert online video. Here's my video. I can go ahead and play this here. Once I'm done, I can go ahead and move on to my next slide here. I'll go ahead and turn on where is my pen? So I can go ahead and just draw some shapes in here if I want to. I'll go to my next slide. Here's my notes at the top, so I can refer to that as I'm going through my slides here. So when we're inserting the screen recorder, It's a matter of getting to this particular icon here, or this command group, the media command group on the Insert tab. Remember, after you insert your screen recording, to take a look at the playback options and the other formatting options as well. Lesson 6 is all about collaborating. As we can see, we can go ahead and share a file, grant editing access, and we can go ahead and mark up the file together. We can see who's in the file, where they're currently working on, and we can add comments to the file as well. Lesson number 7 is all about some of the other default settings that we can establish for our presentation as well. Don't forget about the zoom feature. We can always click on that button to go back to the slide of our choice. And then finally, for lesson number 8, I highly recommend that you record your presentation and use the Rehearse with Coach tool here as well. Now, when we finish this slideshow, it tells us to click here to export our video. So I'll go ahead and click there, and I can go ahead and export it to the location of my choice here. I'll go ahead and click on Browse. Typically, you want to upload it to your OneDrive space. I'll just put it on my desktop here. I'll just call this copy. And I'll go ahead and export that as a MP4 video. And that's going to take a little bit of time to record. Once it's finished, I'll come right back. So finally, I get the message that my video was exported successfully. So from here, I can click here to view the video and share with others as well. I'll go ahead and click here. And it's asking me, I do trust it. I'll go ahead and press yes. And it's just giving me some security messages here. I'll just go ahead and press OK to open the file. Opens up in my default media player, and here we go. So there we go. So we can see everything has been recorded as well. And we're good to go. I'll go ahead and close this out. And we're good to go. So that is how we record a slideshow. So notice now, for each slide, we'll see the actual voice note that was left on each slide. So every slide has a little recording here. So in the past, we would have to do these things kind of manually. Insert the audio, insert the timings as well. But now the recording takes care of everything for us as well. So go ahead and record your show. Go ahead and export it. And then go ahead and play it. Make sure everything is okay. If you want to go ahead and share it, feel free to do so as well. Now that we have recorded our slideshow, we see that everything was recorded. Well, we did have the option of exporting it to a media file, but something else happened as well. So if I were to go ahead and just run my slideshow, it's going to run automatically. So the timings for each slide, the voice narration on each slide, and any ink or markup that I used will be played as well. So if I did not want to play the video, I just want to go ahead and run this slide, I'll go ahead and run it here. Welcome to PowerPoint Module 4. And we can see the voice narration is included. We can see the slides are moving automatically without my interaction. Lesson number 6, lesson number 7, and finally lesson number 8. Okay. Now I can still jump in if I want to, but for the most part, everything is happening automatically here as well. So I'll press escape and we're good to go. So you can either share that video or play the video, or you can just come in and actually just run your slideshow. And here's a little bit of ink that I left when I was kind of annotating my coffee cup here. So I'll just click on here And I'll just go ahead and delete that from my slide as well. If you go back to the Record tab, now you'll notice that some of these other options are available. Because we did perform a recording, we can do some other things like clear the recording on the current slide, or we can clear the recording from all of the slides. Maybe we just want to go ahead and redo it, right? We can save it as a show, right? So we can create a separate slide with the PPSX extension there as well. We can export it to video from here as well. We can learn more to see what's new, what else we can do here as well. We can also use the cameo feature as well with our camera feed. So that's the benefit of recording a show. We can automate it, and we still have the capability to kind of interact with the slides, even though it's automated here as well. Just to recap, we're able to customize the PowerPoint environment. We saw how we can create our own ribbon tab and add our own command groups and our own commands as well. Even add more commands to our quick access toolbar. We took a look at the slide master. We're able to customize design templates. We're able to save a design as a template, and then we're able to create some infographics with SmartArt. We're able to work with media. We're able to collaborate on a presentation after saving the presentation to a cloud space. We're able to customize slideshow behavior, establishing some of the default settings for our slideshow. And then we're able to automate a slideshow as well. Remember to use the Rehearse with Coach tool, and then go ahead and record your slideshow. Congrats on completing the course, and look forward to seeing you in a future Learn It course.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Copilot for Microsoft PowerPoint. My name is Joe. I'm going to be facilitating this course for you today. Today we are talking about Microsoft PowerPoint with Copilot capabilities. Copilot is amazing with PowerPoint, and it allows us to start to create presentations within seconds of just telling it what we want to see in our presentation. Now, before we get into Microsoft PowerPoint, we have to understand what is Copilot. Copilot is a powerful add-in tool for Microsoft Excel that allows users to automate repetitive tasks, improve efficiency, and also save time. Now, it utilizes machine learning and AI technology to analyze your workflow and then suggest code snippets based on your specific needs. And with Copilot, you can automate data manipulation, formatting, calculations, and so much more without actually needing extensive programming knowledge. Now, a couple things with Copilot is the way that it comes out with outputs. An input is when you ask it a question, and then the output will be the result or the answer to that question. And the way that it randomizes this is known as stochastic process. Now, stochastic process in AI models can lead to slightly different results each time the model is run. So even though we put in the same input, right, I can say, hey, how much does this equal out to, my total sales? It might not be word for word the same exact output. And this is often what is desired, right? We often want randomness so that none of us have the same answers. So just know that if you're following along with this video, that you will never get the same answer as me, unless it's something really straightforward like, give me the total sales that I've made. It will give you the total sales. That's not random. But if you asked it to give you insights, it might give you something totally different than the insights it gives me. Another thing is a couple of the pros and cons of using Copilot. So we're going to start off with the pros. Productivity boost, right? It aims to enhance productivity by automating various tasks such as writing emails or creating presentations or even taking meeting notes, which is great. We can also integrate it with Microsoft Suite, which is what we're doing today. We are going to be looking at Excel's version of Copilot. We also have to understand that it is a natural language process, which means we're able to just put in inputs naturally, and then we get results. And the best part about Copilot is learning and adaptation. It's always designed to learn from our user interactions. So the more questions we ask over time, it starts to understand how we think about our data. Now, some of the cons of using Copilot are, first off, potential bias and inaccuracies, right? Of course, this is a new technology, so sometimes it might generate inaccurate information based on the data it was trained on. And you'll notice that throughout the course that sometimes I might not get the exact answer I want, and I need to teach it what I want. You also see here that there's an adoption and learning curve. As with any new technology, you're going to have to get used to using the interface or even certain input commands that you're going to ask it or certain prompts that you want to look at. So that's why this video is going to be super helpful for you, because it's going to allow for you to understand those learning curves. And last but not least, ethical concerns, of course. It's an AI assistant, so we want to make sure that we're not just using it to generate misinformation or plagiarize content. Now, the last quick note before we actually dive into this is that Microsoft Copilot is still in development, and its final capabilities, the pricing, availability is yet to be determined. So as with anything else that is AI powered, it's crucial to approach it with a critical mindset, right? We want to be sure that we're maintaining our privacy and security. We're going to comply with any of our company's rules, right? And this AI is definitely not a replacement for human expertise or decision making. So we are actually using it as a tool, not a replacement. I've opened up PowerPoint and just created a blank presentation. Now we're going to use Copilot to actually create a presentation for us. So in order to do this, we're going to go to the Home tab. And inside of the Home tab, we're going to go all the way at the end and you'll see Copilot. Now, funny enough, you'll see Copilot next to Designer. We're going to talk about this in a later section, but they go hand in hand together. But for now, let's just open up Copilot Paint. And you'll see once you click on Copilot, it opens up the pane. Now, right away, when you open up Copilot pane, you can see here that there's some things you can try. So they give you a couple of prompts right away, like create a presentation, or create a presentation from a file that already exists, or add a slide about something. So you can use these 3 prompts right away, or you can ask questions about the presentation, or if you want to view more of the prompts, you'll see at the bottom, there's this little book icon. This is actually where we can view prompts for PowerPoint. So if you click on it, you'll see we can either create, and if you click the little caret icon, it shows you create a presentation from a file, create a presentation about something, add a slide about something. You can go to edit, where you can add an image of something. That's a pretty cool one. We can go to ask, where we can give specific examples for something. And if you want to view more prompts, just click on View More Prompts, and it'll open up prompts from the Copilot Lab. We'll talk about Copilot Lab in a little bit, but this is where we can see other prompts as well. I'll just click the X. So let's try it out. Let's actually create a presentation from scratch. So you can either just click Create a Presentation, or you could just type it out here. I like to just click it because it automatically fills it in for you. And let's create a presentation. We could do it about anything, but what I'm interested in is creating a presentation about health. We'll just say health. Let's see what it comes up with. Create a presentation about health. And it's going to take a moment. It's just thinking about everything, going through all the different information and data that Copilot has access to. And you can see at the bottom, it's starting to work. It's downloading media. And there we go. It says, okay, here you go. A presentation about health has been created with multiple slides. If you like, I can help you rewrite slides, or you can use Designer to adjust the layout. Once again, Designer is going to come in handy in the way that you want to change the design. Now, what I love about this is that look how amazing this presentation looks. First off, we get this starting page here, the starting slide, where it says tips for a healthy life. It has a nice little background picture, and believe it or not, we also have access to, speaker notes, so we can quickly talk to an audience and have those speaker notes. You'll also see here, you could press play, and it has a movement. Yeah, it's a media. How awesome is this? I just love this so much. I really do. So that's another fun thing, and it just stays on a loop until you stop it. If we go to the next slide, it says eat a balanced diet, eat a variety of fresh fruits and vegetables, include whole grains and lean protein in your diet, and limit your intake of sugar, salt, and saturated fats. So that makes sense. And then you have your speaker notes at the bottom here as well. On the next page, we have stay hydrated, drink at least 8 cups of water a day, avoid sugary drinks, limit alcohol consumption. Go to the next slide. It just has an awesome amount of information. Regular exercise is good for you, and manage stress. So as you can see, within seconds, it has created a full presentation for us with speaker notes, with images. But you might be wondering, does it include animations? Well, let's take a look. So we see here the nice movement. Let's go to our next slide. So right now there are no animations here. Go to the next one. So that's the one thing that we would need to include. So if I ask it to include animations, let's see what it says. I don't think Copilot can do this yet, but I want to see. Can you add animation to my bullet points? Let's see what it says here. I'm going to say that it's going to probably come back with it can't do it yet, but I'm always curious because they're constantly updating these apps. Pulling things together. Okay, so yeah, I can't do it. I can answer general questions or those about presentations, but they can't add animations. So that's just one little thing you have to do, which it's simple enough. I'll just go to animations and just fly them in real quick. Boom, done. Go to the next one, just click, flying, done. Go to the next one, click, flying, done. And we have a fully created presentation with speaker notes, and we are all set to go. Now, why I love speaker notes so much for me personally is because I use them while I'm presenting. For instance, when I'm presenting, I actually don't see this view. I see my presenter view. And what this presenter view does for me is it allows for me to see my speaker notes on the other side. So I'm going to showcase this to everyone. There it is. So now I have my speaker notes right here. I know exactly what people are seeing currently. And also I can see what I'm getting ready to talk about next. So I would say, hey everyone, my name is Joe. We're talking about tips for a healthy lifestyle. Health is wealth, and nothing is more important than taking care of your body. Incorporating these tips into your lifestyle can lead to a healthier, happier life. See what I did there? I didn't even have to think about what I was going to say. The notes are already there for me. And then when I'm ready to go to the next slide here, now I can say, eat a balanced diet. This is one of the most important things you can do for your health, and then I can go through. Eat a variety of fresh fruits and vegetables, whole grains, right? So those speaker notes, I always say, are some of the most important things that you need. Yeah, this is amazing. We asked it to create a presentation, and it went above and beyond. We just went over how we can create a presentation from scratch with just a sentence in Copilot. Now I'm going to show you how Copilot works with templates that are pre-existing. So the first thing I want to do is select a template. So you can go to more themes on your startup page and you can look for whatever makes sense to you. Let's go with, I really like this design right here, this minimalist presentation. So I'm going to use that one. And click create. Now at this point, it all has some sort of theme here with different topics. And I'm actually going to use Copilot once again to create another presentation. But what I'm interested to see is it going to keep my existing theme or is it going to replace it? So can we use our template with creating a presentation? So I'm going to see if I can do that. Create a presentation about lions, but keep my same theme. And let's see if it can do this. It's looking over it. It's going to be very exciting. And I love exploring like this with Copilot. This is something you can do too. See what works, what doesn't work. It's a learning and ever learning. Let's see what it says. Okay. So it says that creating a new presentation will replace your existing slide. So you may want to save a copy first. Or I can say create a new draft. Let's create a new draft. And let's see what it does with this. And like I said, it's an ever-learning system. So this is what's most exciting. So it did replace it, but I mean, it kept some of that coloration there. Once again, we do get the lions, the king of the jungle. I love that. Lion behaviors, lion physical characteristics. We get a bunch of notes with it as well. And we're just ready to go. The one thing that we have to do, as always, is add an animation. So while this presentation looks really amazing, it is not using my original theme. So it's better off, if you're going to use Copilot for presentations, I would say just simply use a blank presentation, because choosing a template's just not going to work anyway. For those of you that might have companies that need to really think about branding, and they might have pre-existing slides for you, let's say, what I would do in that case is after you get the presentation, then I would just strip away everything. So you'll see here that the slides are here. We could change this to a title slide, or we can change this layout to look like this. So they still exist, your original themes, your original layout, your designs. You're going to have to change each slide. So for this one, once again, I want this to just be the section 1 or an agenda or content. So I'll call this agenda. I'll do this one as an agenda layout as well. And just be careful, because you see what's happening with the text boxes and everything. We're going to have to switch those back. So you can still switch these to what it needs to be. If I want to change the layout to, let's say, to content, it keeps your content there. It's just the other way. It wasn't showcasing. And you can still have it be as similar to your branding or to your layouts that already exist as you can. And there it is. All right. So that's one way to sort of overcome that template if you are forced to use some sort of template like that. Do I see this for, changing in the foreseeable future? Maybe. We'll see. I know Microsoft is trying to be as accommodating as possible. So you will notice Designer keeps popping up. Like I said before, Copilot and Designer are working together very well. We're actually going to discuss that in our next section. So what we're going to talk about next is how Copilot and Designer work so well together. So the first thing I'm going to do is create a presentation with Copilot. I want to talk about sharks. So I'm going to say create a presentation about sharks. They're interesting, right? So create a presentation about sharks. It's going to work on it, look over the things for us, all the stuff that it always does. And then once it comes through, we'll take a look at what sort of design it does for us. So it looks like for this one, it's not working. It says, I'm sorry, I'm not able to generate those slides for you. Is there something else I can do to help you build your presentation? Let's do the same prompt, because it's funny to see, as I explained before, that this process is randomized. So all the outputs are always randomized. Let's see if it does it for the next time I say it. And it looks like it might not work for a second time. Oh, actually, it's working this time. And look at that. So funny enough, this is a prime example of how young Copilot truly is. That's why I always say to you, if it doesn't work the first time, try it again. This is just proof right here that sometimes it's not going to work the first time around, but it will work the second. And look how amazing these speaker notes are too. It has so many different things. So, and I love this. Look at this. The media background. That's always so cool. Now at this point, I'm going to also open up my designer, because some of these slides I might not like. For instance, I do like this. This looks great. but it doesn't look like the rest of it. There's a lot of like pink and light colors, purples, but then there's just this dark color here. This would make more sense for me. I actually like this one more. And then I can have it like that. So that just looks a lot nicer for me than that other one. So that's why the designer just comes into play right away. It looks so great. So at this point, let's take a look at what they actually put in here. Pictures. I like the little pluses and O's. Sharks and their behaviors. Remember, we always have to go in and add the animations. Shark anatomy. You know what? I really don't like the way this looks. So once again, I'm going to go over. I'm going to go to my Home tab and choose Designer. And let's see what else it could come up with. Okay, this looks a little lighter. I do like this. The reason I don't like the way that this one looks is it sort of looks less like content and it looks more like a section change. And I'm not changing, talking about the topic of sharks. So that's why I want to change this design. And it's important to do that, have similar designs going through. Same thing here. I want it to look a little more similar to what we have. Let's see if I could do this one too. Oh, there it is. And now we have everything looking super similar. It looks very consistent. And once again, I'm just going to add in here all of my animations. And then I'll show you what the overall outcome is. And it's just going to look great. And let's see what it looks like. So here we go, the wonders of sharks. Sharks and their behaviors. 3 points about that. Shark anatomy there. Sharks and conservation. Shark myths and facts. Sharks and popular culture. I love the sharks in the clouds. I don't even know why there's sharks in the clouds like that. But there we go. We have an amazing presentation right away. And we were able to then sort of make it more consistent with the designer. So that's why I always say Copilot, designer go together well. And what I love about this new system is that you'll see Copilot up top. You can switch to designer at the bottom. So you can switch between the two quickly. The next thing I want to talk about is how we can actually add slides to our presentation. So we have this presentation here. We've been talking about sharks. And what I want to do is you can click on change topic if you like. What this does is it refreshes all of your past prompts. So when you're asking about things and you sort of want to change gears or change topic, you can click change topic. It's going to reset all your history of prompts. And then it's like, what would you like to do now? Now this is going to go back to our original 3 prompts. We've created a presentation. We'll actually talk about creating the presentation from a file in a moment, but we want to talk about how can we add a slide about. So I'm thinking I have sharks, their behaviors, anatomy, conservation, myths, facts, and popular culture, but I don't really have anything about the relationship between sharks and humans. So I'm going to choose to add a slide about, or you could just type it. I'm going to say add a slide about the relationship between sharks and humans. Let's see if it can do that for us. Remember, if it doesn't work the first time, always just try again. There we go. So you'll see here, once again, it keeps the design, which I love. We don't have to worry about design issues. It continues to stay consistent. It adds a ton of fun little notes here that we can use. And then we see the relationship between sharks and humans. Sharks are not usually aggressive towards humans. Shark attacks are rare and often the result of mistaken identity. Human activity has greatly impacted shark populations. So now we have a little more information. If I want, I can add even more to this. I can ask it to edit this slide. So let's say that I do want to edit this slide. I can say to please edit slide 7 to include 2 more facts about relationships between sharks and humans. And let's see what it does. And it's always important to get a little more specific. For instance, I'm saying please edit slide 7. I'm not just saying please edit, to include 2 more facts about relationships between sharks and humans. I'm specifying that I wanted to add this information to slide 7. So we'll see what it can do. So right now it says, I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Let's ask it to do something a little different. Let's say, please rewrite the facts on slide 7. I did forget the S on slide, so we'll see what happens. But hopefully it'll understand what I meant. Okay, so it couldn't do that neither. Let's keep trying. Let's say, please add more info or more information to this slide. Let's see if it can do that. And I'm saying this slide now to see if it knows that I'm selected on slide 7. But once again, this is just stuff. And I'm not sure which slide you're referring to. Could you please specify? And I'll say, what is the average lifespan of a shark? What is the different types? No, we'll actually answer this. We'll say, please add more information to slide 7. I think it was almost there. It was almost ready to go. And it also started giving us prompts to ask more questions about sharks, which I think is awesome. So let's do this. What are different types of sharks? Let's ask that question and see what it comes up with. And see if we can actually add this to this slide deck. Oh wow, look at all of these. That's pretty cool. So it gives us all of this, and we can quickly copy this information and then put it on a slide. Or we could have just said, please add in how many different species of sharks there are as a slide. So as you can see, editing slides aren't as easy as it looks. You can't just say, hey, edit my slide, because it's not understanding what I want. But we're going to just try one more time, see if it can please add more information to slide 7. Because as you can see, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you just have to repeat yourself because you always get a randomized output. So you can ask the same question 3 times and get a different answer each time. Except when it comes to data. If you're asking, for instance, how many words are in this presentation, that's going to always be the same. So yeah, it looks like it's not going to allow us to do it for this one, but that's okay. Let's see other prompts that we can actually use in terms of edit. Add an image of something or organize this presentation. So even though we can't really edit the slides so well, we can edit by adding images or even organizing. What about understanding? It says summarize this presentation. We're actually going to talk about being able to do this a little later. Create. We can create a presentation or add a slide about. We just did that. So try out different prompts for adding and editing your slides and see what you come up with. So you'll see here that I have this healthy eating habits document. And I decided that I actually don't want to just have this document like this. I actually want to turn this into a PowerPoint presentation. We can take a file from our computers and transform them into PowerPoint presentations with Copilot now. It is amazing. So let's see what it comes up with. We have healthy eating habits. We have an introduction. Then we talk about balanced nutrition, portion control, hydration, fiber-rich foods. And that's it. It's just a quick one-page document. But let's see what happens. So the first thing I'm going to do is switch over, and let's switch over to PowerPoint. I just opened up a blank presentation, and I'm going to use the prompt, create presentation from file. When it does that, it pulls up all these different files that we have access to, and it tells you to type or search a copy or paste the link of the Word document. Now we know what the Word document is called, so I'm going to type in a couple of words here, and I'm going to grab my document, Word Intro Example. Once I have that document, I'll then click Send, and let's see what it comes up with. Now, it is looking through an entire document, and then it's going to transform it into a presentation. So it might take a little bit of time here, but it shouldn't take more than 2 minutes. And you'll see that it's starting to outline the presentation that it's going to generate. So it's saying, here's the outline. We're talking about healthy eating habits, introduction, balanced nutrition, portion control, hydration, fiber-rich foods. So everything we just read about in that document. And now it's generating the slides, adding speaker notes as well. And look at this. I mean, this is amazing. We now have our entire Word document transformed into a slideshow. Introduction, I love this. Balanced nutrition, all the things we've talked about. Portion control, all the pictures, hydration. I mean, this is just within seconds. It's not even taken us that long. It just looks awesome. Now I will say this isn't perfect, as you can see here. These last slides are a little weird. Vegetables, I kind of split it, nuts, and fruits. So I'll probably delete those two and just add these in and change this bullet point too. I don't know what that bullet point was. So even though it came over and it was pretty much perfect, there are a couple of things we still need to edit. So I'll add in the nuts here and fruits. And then we could get rid of these ones. And I think that looks great. Let's see. Whole grains, fiber rich. So we're going to have to make a change here. Let's see what we can do. I'm just going to take this and copy it, or even cut it. Let's paste it here. Let's make this into a slide deck, and okay. And let's make this the same. I'll use my format painter. Those all look good. I want them to all be on the same level. And this is going to look amazing. And then we're going to use that designer tool just like before. I do want them all to, I mean, it won't matter once we change the designer. Delete this out. And let's see what designer comes up with this one. I actually like this a lot, but it doesn't really stay consistent. I mean, a little bit. Yeah, I guess we can still use it. It's pretty much the same, but I do like this. All right, and there we go. We have now just taken our Word document right here and changed it into a PowerPoint presentation. I think that's just amazing. I don't know, it has speaker notes. The only thing we really had to do was a couple of edits, add animations, and we're good to go. Now that I have a slide deck presentation with a lot of information, what I want to do is go to change topic, and I actually want to start to ask some questions about our presentation. So it's going to say, what would you like to talk about? I want to view some of the prompts that we have where I can understand. It'll say, summarize this. Are there any dates? I also can go to ask to see, give me a specific example from this presentation on how I can improve it for a leader. That's actually a really good one. Let's see if I could do that. How I can improve it for my stakeholders. Let's see if it can give me specific examples on this. And this is pretty amazing. You'll hear me say that a lot because Copilot really is. I mean, there's just so much you can do with it. So it says this response isn't based on the presentation. It says add visuals, use images, charts. So it's just giving me some feedback on overall how to make a presentation better. It's not actually talking about this specific presentation. But if I do want to talk about this specific presentation, you can just ask questions about it, like how many slides do I have? How many slides do I have? And let's see what it says. Or are there enough images in this presentation? According to this presentation, your presentation has 7 slides. Now I can even get prompted for more questions about this specific presentation. For instance, what is the topic of this presentation? And then it's going to work on it. Let's see what it comes up with. So this is great. Here's a summary of the deck. So I didn't ask for quite a summary, but this kind of brings us into our next topic, which is being able to summarize our entire presentation. But here's a couple of main ideas here: healthy eating, balanced nutrition. You'll even see where it's linked to, and you can click straight onto the slide, which I think is pretty awesome. Let's say, what is the agenda of this presentation? According to this presentation, introduction, balanced nutrition. Now it starts to pull out even more information. So now I'm getting deeper into our Copilot and to the relevant questions to this presentation. So now I'm going to ask, what is the importance of portion control? Now this might not pull a reference directly. This is directly from my presentation. It even references slide 1, right? Or introduction slide. If I was to ask what is the importance of portion control, it might actually pull this data, but it's pulling it from presentation. So this is pretty awesome. Look at that. Pulling it from the portion control, and it makes a link straight to it. So it says, according to the presentation, portion control is crucial for maintaining a healthy weight. If I want to see where that is listed, I can click here. It brings me right to it. Or what are some common portion sizes? We can ask that as well. See if it can answer that from this presentation, or it has to actually pull information from the web. Because I don't really see anything about portion sizes. I just see be mindful of quantity. So even though this referenced my presentation, it'll tell you that this response isn't based on the presentation. It had to go outside of it to find the answer, which it did still. And it gives you a common portion size. How awesome. 1 cup of raw leafy vegetables, 2 to 3 ounces fish or lean meat, 1 tablespoon of oil or salad. Pretty cool. Now, once we're done asking questions like what are some fiber-rich foods or what's the importance of hydration, if we want to reset all of this, always remember to click Change Topic, and that will actually reset the whole thing. And then it says, okay, let's change the subject. It's not going to actually ask any of those prompts anymore. We would have to prompt it itself. But ask questions about your presentation. Have fun with this. So we've seen how many different prompts there are for Copilot, and it could be a little overwhelming. But one of the great things about Copilot is it offers us a way to learn about the different prompts. And if you click into View Prompts, you can go to View More Prompts, and it's going to open up this Prompts from Copilot. This is where we can see all different types of prompts and also examples, like add an image of a puppy dog to the slide, or create a presentation about Hawaii, or add an agenda slide, or create a presentation based off of a file. There's so many different ones. Get a head start, create a presentation, generate ideas, or organize your thoughts. And there's just so many different ones. But if you wanted to see all the different prompts from all the different applications, you would go over to the Copilot Lab. So you'll see here this link, see all prompts in Copilot Lab, and you'll give that a click. Now that we're in Copilot Lab, this is where we can explore the in products. So where Copilot exists, for example, 365, Word, Teams, Outlook, PowerPoint, Excel, even in OneNote or Windows, Loop, Whiteboard, or Forms. You'll see all the prompts to try. And remember that Copilot Lab is here to teach us what sort of prompts exist. Now, in the prompts to try, we can save prompts by clicking the little ribbon icon, and we can quickly save a prompt. So if I want to save this one, just click it, and now I have all my saved prompts here. So that's a nice little flag system. Right next to it, you'll see we can filter for whatever app we're using this for, whether we want only Excel or Word or even Outlook prompts. And then what sort of category do you want? What prompt? Do you want to create something or edit it or understand it, ask questions about it, or even just catch up and get summaries? You'll notice that when we're looking at the prompt, it'll explain what the prompt is, a nice little category, what's new, and then you can see an example of what you would write for the prompt. You'll see in the bottom left-hand corner what the prompt is coming from, so which application. In this case, this would be Microsoft 365. This one's a OneNote prompt. This one's an Outlook prompt, a Loop prompt. And you can go through and find PowerPoint. And this is also what's really cool about this system is that you're learning, right? So if you're like, how do I add an image to a slide? It'll showcase add an image of, and then you can say, for example, a puppy dog to the slide. So if you don't remember that, you can always just save this and then use them later on in your applications once you're there. And there's so many different ones, like Shape, that's a pretty cool one. Microsoft pre-created a bunch of these for us. We can click on Show More, and there's just so many different ones. Now, once you go through the different prompts and you choose which ones you want to save and use inside of Copilot in those applications, you can then go back to the app and start using them. You'll see down here we do have a couple of articles for quick tips for better prompts. So summarize this email in 2 bullet points. You'll see that you're giving more detail and you're specifying that you want 2 bullet points. That's something that we're going to learn about for Copilot, is that we need to really be specific on what we're asking it. Because, well, it's still a computer, right? We're still talking to computer language. Underneath it, we have FAQs, what is Copilot prompt, or what can I get done with Copilot, how can I get the best responses or results. You'll see a bunch of different articles here. Now going back to the top, you can go into the Get Started, and there's so many different ones. They have for home users, business leaders, or for admins. Let's say that I'm a business leader, and I click into that. If you notice, the service is unavailable right now. So these are services that are starting to come out slowly. There are slow rollouts. So just, be patient with it. You'll see this one's still unavailable. And I believe admins is unavailable too. Oh, no, they finally got the admins up. So just wait for the business leaders. That should be coming out soon. And then we'll see here Microsoft Copilot 365 documentation. Get ready for Copilot with 365. Get started with, manage it, get trained on. So they have so many different resources for you to take a look at and utilize. Another thing that's really important with Copilot that I always say is the plugins. This is going to plug into different apps and integrations, not only with just Microsoft, with other technologies as well. So take a look at some of the things that are coming up. And once again, end user Copilot resource, Copilot Lab is one of those resources. This lab is where you meet Copilot, you understand what it can do. You can see it in everyday apps. And those are, once again, those prompts, and you can click the little save prompt. So this is more like that main page here. This is the landing page for Copilot Lab, but it's pretty much the same. If you go to prompts to try, it'll just bring us back to where we were. What's new? That's always something that's important. I'm always reading up on the latest updates for Microsoft Copilot. You'll see here prompts of the month. What were the most important ones, or what were things that weren't working that they've now updated. Transform a doc into a presentation. That's a really cool one. And you can upload document files. We'll actually talk about this in one of our other classes when we get into using Copilot with Word and also using it with PowerPoint. But as you can see here, improvements based on our feedback. Before we talk about how you can submit feedback, it is important. Remember, this technology is young still, so we need to really express what's working or not working for us to make sure that Copilot can evolve into the tool that we need it to be. You can take a look at some of the previous updates as well, our February updates, January, December. Just click on the little carrot icon, and you'll see all of them. And I just love the way that they display like all of the icons. You know that this is specifically for Word. It tells you, what it's for. We're actually going to be talking about Word for the web. So transform your text into a table. This looks like it's only available for Word for the web, so not for the desktop app. That's another thing that's really important with using Copilot. There's going to be different things that work in the online version versus the desktop version. And there we go. So always remember that this is still Copilot Lab. We can have all the same tabs up top. We can switch between prompts to try, getting started. Remember, For Business Leader is one that's not available right now, but it will be rolled out sooner than later. And there you go. One of the next things we're going to talk about is using Copilot with the online version of PowerPoint. So I went to my Microsoft 365 account. I'm going to open up the online version. You'll even notice Copilot is here for 365, which we'll showcase in another video. But if I click into PowerPoint and I create a blank presentation, I can now use my Copilot. And you'll see, just like before, there is a little bit of a difference with the ribbon. But if I click on Copilot, which is in my Home tab still, it's going to give you the same prompts as before. So create a presentation from a file, or even add a slide about. So let's say that I want to, maybe create a presentation about, let's do a presentation about Copilot, right? So I'm going to say create a presentation about Copilot. And let's see what it comes up with. We're using Copilot to create a presentation about Copilot. A lot of fun. So it's pulling things together. Remember that we do need to add animations, but one of the things that I love about Copilot is that it adds in the speaker notes for us, the imagery for us as well. So there we go. Let's take a look. So right away, we have the power of GitHub Copilot. How does GitHub Copilot work? So I don't want to actually use GitHub Copilot. I'm actually going to change it. I'm going to say create a presentation about Microsoft Copilot. And I'm very curious to see if, since I'm doing another creative presentation, if it's going to erase everything that has already been resulted here. So it'll say create a new presentation will replace your existing slide. So you may want to copy first, save a copy. And I'm like, no, that's okay. Create a new draft. See if it's going to do it for me. All right, there we go. It replaced them. Look how cool this is once again. So introduction to Microsoft Copilot. It says uses AI to suggest code snippets trained on massive code base, saves time and increases productivity. Benefits of using Microsoft Copilot, and then limitations of it. Requires internet connection, may not work for all coding scenarios. I also want to add in a couple of slides here. So let's do this. Let's say add a slide about Copilot with PowerPoint. And then I'll do add a slide about Copilot with Excel and also Word, our three main Microsoft Suite applications. Let's see. So why use Microsoft Copilot? Copilot uses AI, so it's now saying why instead of giving us what I wanted. It just says a slide about Copilot. But really I want to add a slide about Copilot with PowerPoint. So I'll keep this one, but I'll say add a slide about PowerPoint working with Copilot. Something like that. That way that I'm a little more specific and hopefully you'll understand what I mean. And then put that information in there. And then we'll work with the other ones. Add a slide about Excel working with Copilot and Word. Okay, there we go. That makes it exactly what I wanted. I don't know what this extra one was for, so we can delete that one out. That just kind of came up with a random one. But now I'm going to do the same thing. I'll just copy this. It'll be a lot easier. And let's paste this in. And then we'll do one more word, and then we're going to see it all come together. And I do want to change a couple of things here. I don't like all of the designs. It's always important to add animations and designs. But as you can see, the online version works very much the same as the desktop version. Let's do our last one here where we talk about Word working with. And there we go. It is going to come through. There it is. All right, so Microsoft Copilot and Word, PowerPoint and Copilot, and Excel and Copilot. So now that I have this, I'm going to open up my designer, and let's see if we can change the designs, because this kind of all looks a little all over the place. Let's see what we can do here. I actually do like this design, so I'll use this one. Let's see what it has on this one. I like the line like this. I think this looks good. Let's go with this one. Once again, keeping things consistent. I always think that's the most important thing. All right. And let's go with a couple more, and then we'll add our animations and take a look at our final product. And last but not least. All right. So I think that looks good. It's more consistent with our theme. And let's just see if they have any other ideas. That looks great. So we got our line here, then we have the line going across for the rest of them with our little plus and circle. The last thing we have to do is just add animations to this. And we'll do the simple fly-in for all of these. And then we'll run the presentation, and let's take a look at some of the notes that they gave us, just to showcase how consistent the notes can be as well. It shouldn't make you sound like a robot with these notes, but you never know. We always gotta take a look. So for now, let's take a look at what this presentation will look like. I'm just gonna edit it in the desktop app, even though we did it in the online version, just so we can take a look at my notes. There we go. So now let's actually take a look at our presenter view. So this is what it looks like. We have here Introduction to Microsoft Copilot, and this is how I would present it, reading my user notes that AI used for me. So here we go, a little fake presentation. Hello everyone, my name is Joe. Today we're talking about Introduction to Microsoft Copilot. Microsoft Copilot is actually an AI-powered intelligence code completion tool, and it uses machine learning to help developers write code more efficiently. It uses natural language processing to suggest code snippets, functions, and classes as developer types make it quicker and easier to write the code. There we go. So that's pretty cool. And then you go to your next one and you have, boom, all the information there. And then you can talk about each one. Awesome. So as you can see, we just built a presentation, we've changed the design, we've added some animation, and we've done this all in less than 10 minutes. As you can see, Copilot is so amazing and there's so much you can do with it. I hope you all enjoyed this course, and I'll see you all next time. Thanks.
Welcome to PowerPoint Tips for Amazing Presentations. You're learning with Mo Jones, IT professional and educator. We have 2 modules for this course. In Module 1, we'll answer 3 main questions. The first question we'll answer is, what story do we want to tell? The second question is, what retention techniques will be used? And then third, what are some of the common mistakes that we will avoid? We'll answer these 3 questions as we navigate through Module 1, and we'll learn some pretty nice tips along the way as well. Let's answer our first question. What story do we want to tell? Well, why are we talking about storytelling here? Storytelling is a big deal in the business world currently. And we all like stories. Now remember, a story has 3 parts. Primarily, we have a beginning, we have a middle, and we have an end. There's some other elements of storytelling in here as well, but we'll go ahead and keep it simple for our presentation. So the story that we want to tell is, well, how can we go from boring to engaging? So how can we go from a boring presentation to engaging presentations? So basically, we've seen some boring presentations lately. And what do they consist of? Well, they consist of low engagement. They also consist of low retention. And then what happens in contrast when we experience some, let's say, awesome presentations? What does that look like? Well, you're given the opportunities to engage. And what else do we have? Well, we also have increased retention. So there's my actual story. How can we go from boring to engaging? Let's first talk about boring presentations and the effects of boring presentations. And then let's talk about some awesome presentations and the effects of awesome presentations as well. Well, what I can do now, I want to go ahead and convert this into a presentation. I'll go ahead and apply the heading style here. So remember, we do have the capability in PowerPoint to insert slides from an outline. So I'll go ahead and create that here, and I'll go ahead and save that to my computer, and then I'll go ahead and open up PowerPoint. So here's my PowerPoint. I'll go ahead and delete this first slide here. I'll go ahead and click on where it says New Slide, and from there what I want to do is I want to insert slides from Outline. So I'll go ahead and click here, and here is my outline that I saved. So I'll go ahead and click here. I'll go ahead and click on Insert. And let's see what happens. So my story that was in Microsoft Word, I can see it's now become my PowerPoint presentation. Well, that first one, this is the title. So I'll just go ahead and change the layout here to the title slide. And I'm good to go. If I click on the View tab, I can head on over to the Outline view. I can get a really nice outline here as well. And I can see, so this is a really, really nice tip. Start your presentations in Outline view. You can go ahead and either create your outline in here, or you can do like I did, create your outline in Word. As long as you convert them to the heading 1 styles, then you can reuse slides from Outline right in here as well. But we have our story. So we have 7 slides that will tell a story. And now it's just a matter of adding context to each of these, right? So for boring presentations, we can insert some visuals in here and some context. For low engagement, we can add some context in there as well. As a matter of fact, since I'm here, I'll go ahead and do that right now. I'll just go ahead and add some context. I'll worry about the design a little later. So for low engagement, what does low engagement look like? Well, you're typically listening, and I'll just keep it simple. I'll just use keywords here. You're listening, you're waiting, maybe waiting for something interesting or waiting to go home. And you're probably wondering what's going to happen next, or wondering what's happening outside of this presentation. Right? So we're good to go. Low retention, what does that look like? Well, typically you are uninterested. and the value that's being offered is low. So low value. And as a result, you basically forget everything that was a part of the actual presentation. So you can see just by putting our story on paper here, we're getting a nice little outline for our presentation. Okay, now if you experience awesome presentations, opportunities for engagement. Well, what does that look like? Well, we have activities. I'll just put activity here. Another way to engage with your audience is to use a poll or something like a whiteboard. Pretty good. What about retention? How do we increase retention? Well, we want to use visuals. We want to use images. And very important, we want to be concise. We're good to go. So just like that, I'll go back to the normal view here. And I already have the structure for my entire presentation. So that is the concept of storytelling. In the beginning, we had boring presentations that were resulting in low retention and low engagement. And while we transitioned to awesome presentations, we experienced opportunities for engagement and increased retention as well. Now let's go ahead and add some content to our presentation. I'm going to go ahead and use the designer. One of the reasons that presentations are boring is because they all look the same. This title slide, we don't have to go with this. We can use the designer to get some ideas. So I'll go ahead and click on the designer here, and I'll get some ideas. Now the designer likes a couple of things. It likes keywords, and it likes clean slides, and it likes images. So I'll go ahead and insert some images in here. I'll go for a stock image, and I'll use these cutout people from the Microsoft stock here, and I'll just grab a couple. I'll grab this bored gentleman here, and then I'll grab this engaged gentleman here. I'll insert those two. Now the great thing about the designer, I don't have to worry about placing these and aligning them. The designer will take care of that for me. So I have a couple of options here that I can use. I can also change it a little later. This one here just has a little orange accent. So from boring to engaging. That's a pretty nice title slide. I can always change it to another one here if I want to. I have some other ones. So this way we have a little bit of variety in here. I'll go ahead and stick with this one here. And I'll move on over to my next one here. So boring presentations. So why do we have boring presentations? Well, again, it's because they all look the same, right? Or maybe it's just too much text. Or maybe it's too much content. Just different reasons here as well. So I can go ahead and add some information in here. I don't have any visuals here. The designer sometimes will provide visuals for me. So let's see if I can get anything in here in terms of a visual. I just want to make sure it's consistent with the first design that I chose here. So I'll go ahead and look for something meaningful. Now what I could do as well is I can go ahead and delete this text here. And I can just focus on boring presentations. So I can just create a visual. So I'll copy and paste this picture in here. Now let's see what design options I get now. So this slide will just be about boring presentations. We don't necessarily need to have any content in here. I'll go ahead and delete this content placeholder. And here we go. So almost like a section header. So we'll talk about boring presentations. I'll use this one. And there we go. Go ahead and move on to the next one. And now that we have some keywords in here, listening, waiting, wondering, the designer is going to provide us with some opportunities to incorporate some graphics that represents those keywords as well. So I'll continue this pattern until I have really nice visuals, either icons or images for all of my slides. And just by doing that, we can increase engagement because we're incorporating text with visuals and we're keeping the information, the content on the slide, we're keeping it to a minimum, or we're condensing the actual information. So the reason that we have boring presentations is because we have low engagement. Everyone is listening and waiting and wondering instead of engaging during the presentation. Well, what does the psychology say about all of this? Well, according to the Stanford Graduate School of Business, an article by Matt Abrahams, people retain structured information up to 40% more reliably and accurately than information that is presented in a more free-form manner. What does this have to do with storytelling? Well, remember, when we're telling a story, we're using a structure. In this case, we used a simple beginning, middle, and end. We have some type of compare, some type of contrast. And so just by incorporating storytelling into our presentation, we have the capability to provide more structure. We can take our audience on a journey, and we can complement our presentation by using the story that we're actually telling. So keeping this in mind, we can see the immediate benefit of applying storytelling to our presentations. What does the psychology say about retention? Before we start applying retention techniques, it's important to understand what the psychology says. Well, after the initial 10 minutes of a presentation ending, only 50% of our audience will remember what was said. That's pretty interesting. What about 24 hours later? Only 25% of our audience remembers what was said. And when we get towards the end of the week, only 10% remembers what was said. Here's some other statistics. We remember 10% of what we hear, 40% of what we hear and see, and we remember up to 90% of what we hear, see, and do. Let's take a look at an example here. We have two pictures, picture on the left, picture on the right. Picture on the left represents elementary school reading. Picture on the right, middle school reading. So in elementary school, love to read. What is it about the content that is in the book that makes us like to read? In contrast, what happens to the books in middle school where we don't like to read? Well, we can see, it's more academic once we get to middle school. But the main reason is that the pictures were removed. So we don't have pictures anymore. In elementary school, reading books, they have really nice pictures. We can make connections. We can draw conclusions. In middle school, they're replaced with charts, tables, and a lot of heavy text. So we can use this information to our benefit. It's the first step to understanding how we can increase retention. How can we increase retention? Well, if we take a look at our visual here, 10% if we provide our audience with text. When we provide our audience with a visual, we increase it to 30%. And when we provide a simple text and a visual, we increase retention to 65%. Now remember, the question we want to answer is, how can we prevent our audience from just listening, waiting, and wondering? Well, we need to find different ways to make the presentation personal, actionable, conversational. And a couple of things that we can do is, first, we want to make sure that we are providing simple text and visuals in the form of infographics. Our brain naturally likes infographics. We like to make connections, and that's what infographics allows us to do. So instead of using a lot of text, we can just provide a really nice infographic to get our point across as well. As an example, let's take a look at this slide. So we have a lot of text here. You're probably already reading what's on this slide here. That's naturally what we do. So this is just a little snippet from Microsoft in terms of what SmartArt is. So it's saying quite a lot here. So one of the things that we can do is, how can we convert this heavy text? How can we condense it so that it will be more meaningful to our audience? Well, what I'm going to do, I'm going to separate this into a few sentences here. So I've broken up those 3 sentences on different lines. And then I'll go ahead and convert those to bullet points. So now I have 3 bullets. And now what I'm going to do is condense each sentence. Now what I want to do is I want everything to fit on one line. I do not want my bullets to wrap to the next line, right? So try to keep your bullets on one line. Do not have them wrap. So I can accomplish that by just condensing this information here. So what is it actually telling me? It's basically telling me that I can quickly and easily make a visual representation of my information. So I'll go ahead and rephrase this sentence here. So I'll get rid of some of these filler words in here. I'll just say quickly make a visual representation of your information. And there we go. The next one here is just telling us that we can choose. So I'll go ahead and condense this as well. Choose from among many different layouts. This is actually saying 2 things. So I'll break this up a little further. So we can choose from among many different layouts, and it helps us to effectively communicate our message or ideas. For the last one here, it's kind of saying the same thing twice. It can be used throughout Office, for example, Excel, Outlook, PowerPoint, and Word. So I'll just say can be used throughout Office. And there we go. So we can see just by condensing it to 4 bullets here, our bullets are not wrapping, just 4 lines. It's much easier to decipher this information. Now think about an email. If you have an email, just have 4 lines like this. You can easily decipher the message and move on, as opposed to having a paragraph. It's a little more work to be able to decipher that as well. Okay, so that's the first step. I've condensed my information. Now what I'm going to do is convert that to a SmartArt graphic. We can either use the designer to do this, who will create some for us, but let's take a look at how we can create our own SmartArt graphic. I'll go ahead and just choose any one that I want right here. Here's the short list. Some will have pictures. I do want one with a picture, so I'll go ahead and choose this one. So now what I'll do, for each placeholder, I'll just choose an icon that represents a visual, choice, communication, and office. So I'll click here, I'll go for an icon, and I'll look for a visual here. I'll grab this one. Second one refers to choice. So again, we can use the designer for this as well, but we're just going through SmartArt here. The next one is communication or communicate. I'll grab this loudspeaker here. Icons are great. They come in pairs. You either have a filled color or an outline color, which is pretty cool. All right, this one is Office. You could use a picture as well, but I'll just go ahead and use an Office here. And there we go. So here's my SmartArt graphic. Well, a lot of empty space here. I want to see some big visuals and big text. So I'm going to go ahead and change it. So I'll click on the layout options here, and I'll just look for some other layouts that incorporates pictures as well. I'll choose from more layouts. I'll go down to picture. And let's see. Let's try this one. See what that one looks like. See, this looks a lot better. Now I can go ahead and change the colors if I want to. I can make it colorful. I can also go ahead and give it a nice intense effect as well. So this is a pretty nice SmartArt graphic. We went from heavy text to creating a nice visual here. We could even take it further and convert it to another type of visual if we want to. So condense your information, convert it to a SmartArt graphic. We'll get that 65% retention. Let's discuss some other retention techniques. While you're presenting to your audience, you can actually pull up the whiteboard. You'll notice on the bottom left that we have some tools that we can use We have things like the laser pointer, we have the pen as well, but we also have a whiteboard. If you press the W key on your keyboard, that puts us into whiteboard mode. And now we can just use that space to mark up and maybe collect some responses from our audience. There's a lot of different things that we can do. Maybe we can have 3 columns, and then we can just ask our audience. Everyone can raise their hands, right? So here's option A, option B, and then option C. So for option A, maybe we had 5 responses. Option B, maybe 3. And then maybe option C is the winner, where we had 10 responses. So that's a simple use of the whiteboard in PowerPoint. So just press the W key on your keyboard. That puts us into whiteboard mode. Now, if you're using other apps like Teams, Teams actually has its own built-in whiteboard. As a matter of fact, there are several different types of whiteboards that you can use, from mind maps and other things there as well. Now, another really cool feature in Teams, we actually have what's called PowerPoint Live. So check out PowerPoint Live. So this basically allows us to share our PowerPoint presentation with our audience, and it's interactive. So our audience can pretty much navigate through their presentation at their own speed. They can always come back to where the presenter is actually at as well. So that is a pretty nice option. Other applications, they have their own versions of whiteboards that you can use. So you can either start with a blank whiteboard, or you can go ahead and use a built-in one. They're all really good options for interacting with your audience. Now, I'll go ahead and press the W key to get rid of my whiteboard here. Let's go ahead and talk about another thing. So we actually have the capability to add forms. Forms is a really great way to interact with your audience. I'll go ahead and end my slideshow here. And I'll go ahead and click on the Insert tab. Now you notice when you click on the Insert tab, we can insert a form. We can even take it a step further. If you use Power BI, you want to share a visual, you can insert Power BI into here as well. But for now, I want to go ahead and use forms. It's a great way to collect data from your audience. It automatically connects to the forms that I've created from the Microsoft Forms app. I'll go ahead and insert this PowerPoint form here. So it's asking me, do I want to collect responses offline, or do I want to present for interactive meetings? Well, I want to see real-time feedback, so I'll go ahead and choose this option. So my form is loading right here inside of my PowerPoint slide. And we can see this is how it looks. So this is pretty nice. It comes with the QR code. We can also copy and paste the link. So different ways for us to be able to engage with our audience. Over here I'll go ahead and show you, this is what the form looks like. So I'll be filling out the form. So I'll go ahead and click on Start Now. I'll put in my name and my favorite feature in PowerPoint. So there are different types of responses. So this one is going to be a word cloud. So I'll say SmartArt. And ideal amount of slides in the presentation, I'll say 12. I'll go ahead and submit the form. And it should show up. There you go. So we can see the first response is Mo. I'll go ahead and put this into full screen mode here. And as a matter of fact, I can close this out and I'll go into presentation mode. I'll go to reading view to keep it simple. So this is pretty nice. So as everyone starts entering the form, you'll see the information here. If I click on the next response here, I can see SmartArt. I'll go ahead and add another response to see how that's collected. So I just added another response. So we can see we have 2 responses now in the word cloud. And we can see that we're collecting. So this is a word cloud. So if we have many participants that write SmartArt, this will appear bigger than the others. So that's pretty cool. And then of course, the last question, this is a multiple choice. So 50% says 12, 50% says 18. I can change it to a bar down here on the bottom if I want to. We get a nice bar there. Or I can also change this to all responses to kind of see all of them here as well. So pretty nice. So those are really two ways that we can engage with our audience and increase retention. Get your audience active, allow them to have some opportunities to participate and to engage as well. So we have Microsoft Teams Whiteboard, we have Microsoft Teams PowerPoint Live, we have the PowerPoint Whiteboard, we also have Microsoft Forms that we can integrate as well. Let's go ahead and answer our third question. Well, what are some of the mistakes that we are going to avoid? Well, some common mistakes that we see in PowerPoint, just to name a few, all of the slides look the same. You're expecting the same type of delivery, the same type of content, and you're expecting to not be engaged. So we've already seen how we can overcome some of those issues as well. But some of the common mistakes is not taking our audience into consideration. So we do want to present based on the audience that we are presenting to. Now, one of the things that we kind of strike out on is our audience is looking for key conclusions. So they want some summaries. They want some insightful data, right? How is this beneficial to me? So when you're building your presentation, you need to consider who is your audience and how will they benefit from your actual presentation. What are some of the key insights that you want to provide to your audience? We want to provide conclusions and not a lot of just random information. Also looking for insights. So what is the takeaway? What is the benefit? And a really big one here, a lot of times we use PowerPoint to present a lot of data, which is very difficult to do. So to overcome these, what we want to do is, if we need to represent data, we do not want to use text. We want to use tables, or we want to use charts as well. Now, one of the things that we can do if we do want to represent some type of data, again, if you're using Power BI, we can insert a Power BI report right here, and that makes it much more efficient for everyone to see the data and be able to interact with the data as well. We can also insert a chart. So we can insert a table. We can insert a chart in here as well. But if you already have an existing chart or table in Excel, you can actually just copy and paste it right here into PowerPoint. I'm going to go ahead and insert a new slide. And I'll change the layout. Actually, this is fine. I'll put my table and my chart on here. I'll open my Excel. So here's my Excel. I can see I have a table here and I also have a chart. So I can just copy this chart and I'm going to paste this chart right into this content placeholder. And there is our actual chart. Now, if I wanted to add the table in here, I can go ahead and do that as well. But I don't necessarily need the table because I already have the chart here. I'll go ahead and delete this content placeholder. Now I can make my chart a little bigger and I am good to go. So I'll just go ahead and call this sales data. Now, the really nice thing about this chart as well is we can actually, create a little bit of intrigue here. So we can animate the actual chart. So I'll go ahead and click on the Animations tab here, and I'll use a simple animation. The chart comes in as 1, but what I can do is if I click on the Effect options, I have a lot of options in here in terms of the sequence. So I can reveal the chart piece by piece, maybe by series or by category or by element in the category. This is super useful if you have a chart that has a lot of data. You don't want to just present all of the information to your audience at once. You can break it down piece by piece. So I'm going to choose the by series and let's see what that looks like. So we can see Q1 comes in first, and then Q2 comes in second, and then the total line comes in third. It's also interactive, so if you move your mouse over it, it shows you the actual numbers. I'll choose the next one by category. So it comes in, the first cluster here is M. Jones, Q1, Q2 in total, and then Cohen, and then Sanchez and Gupta. The next one here is by element and series. So it's Q1 for each, and then Q2, and then the total. So that is pretty cool. So we can go ahead and just kind of animate our chart. We can pause before we move on there. And then finally we have by element and category. So it's just literally going from left to right, one by one. I think I like by element and the series. I'll go ahead and choose that one. I'll go into reading view. Let's see what that looks like. So here's my chart, and on each click, I can reveal a Q1 for Jones, Cohen, Sanchez, Gupta. Now we're in quarter 2. And then we have our totals as well. So we can animate our chart. We can also animate our SmartArt as well. So pretty cool. Another mistake is not using the presenter view. The presenter view is a really good option here. I'll go ahead and click on slideshow, and I'll go ahead and make sure that I have presenter view turned on. And I want to show my presentation on my other monitor. I want this current screen to show my presenter view. So the presenter view comes with a lot of really nice tools. We can use subtitles if we want to, and that's very helpful for our audience. I'll go ahead and turn those on. We can always turn those off later. And we have the different settings here that we can set as well. I'll go ahead and run my presentation. So I'll go ahead and from this current slide. So here's the actual presenter view. We can see on the bottom, it's actually translating my speech into text. So that's very helpful for our audience. I'll go ahead and turn that off. I'll just click on toggle subtitles here. So this is really nice. The presenter view allows us to do some really nice things, but overall, it allows us to own our content. Because the presenter view, we can see this window. The only thing that our audience can see is what's inside of this frame. So on my other screen, they can only see whatever is being presented in here. They cannot see all of my tools down here that I have. They cannot see the notes for my slide. And also, once I go back, we can see what slide is coming next. So this is a really nice tool for us. It helps us to own our content. Well, what does that mean? Well, we're in control. We can see what's coming next. We can see the slide that's coming next. We can see the animations that are coming next. For example, if I go back here, I can see that my chart is going to be displayed next if I click here, and I can see the animations before they come up. So when you have a lot of detail on your slide, it's pretty difficult to remember the sequence of events. So the presenter view allows us to take control of that. Now for each of the slides, we have our notes. So now, notice I only have 3 graphics in here, but here are my talking points. I can use my notes for my talking points. So this way I'm not reading necessarily what's on my slide. I'm just giving context to what's on my slide here as well. Right? So I can say, well, what we can do is copy and paste tables from Excel or other applications. We want to use animations in a clever way by breaking down our content. And we want to keep it concise. So we want to try to stick to 3 concepts per slide. Well, why 3 concepts? Well, because our brain naturally understands things in 3s: breakfast, lunch, dinner, right? Morning, afternoon, night. So the presenter view allows us to own our content. The notes area allows us to provide talking points for each of our slides. So that way we're just summarizing the slide instead of reading everything that's on our slide as well. And then of course, when we're using the presenter view, it helps us to keep the slide simple. We can add our contents in our notes, and that way it's not overloading our slides as well. Now in here we have a lot of other tools that we can use. Sometimes you want to be able to navigate to another slide. If I click here, my audience is still seeing this slide. They're not seeing my slide layouts here, right? I can go ahead and just jump to another slide if I want to, and I'm good to go. Right? Some other things that we can do. So we can go ahead and black out the screen. And we have a lot of different things in here that we can use as well. So definitely use the presenter view because it gives us some really, really nice benefits. Helps you to own your content. Now, when you own your content, your audience will have more confidence in you and they'll be more engaged because you own your content. When you're summarizing your slides, instead of reading it verbatim, that also increases retention. And when you're keeping your slides simple, keeping it to 3 concepts per slide, you're helping out your audience as well. For Module 2, we have a few questions that we want to ask as well. We have 3 questions, just like Module 1. The first question that we want to ask is, well, what do we want to customize? The second question is, what layout concepts do we want to create? And third, which new tool would we like to use? So a lot of this will be about customizations. We'll take a deeper dive into the Slide Master. What do we want to customize? Well, let's go ahead and make our own theme. And then we'll go ahead and customize some of the existing layouts that we have here. And we can also make consistent changes to our presentation. So to customize the theme, so I can click on the Design tab and I can choose one of these themes. So basically, what is a theme? It's a set of colors, fonts, and effects. So all these different themes, they have their own set of colors, their fonts, and effects as well. Well, what if I wanted to go ahead and maybe brand my PowerPoint? I can go ahead and do that. Or maybe I'm just not, I just don't want to use any of these existing themes. Well, let's make our own. I'll click on the View tab, and then I'll head on over to the Slide Master. And this is where I can make all kinds of changes to my presentation. But for now, let's just go ahead and make a theme. If I scroll to the top, I'll see that this slide, make sure to click on there. So this is the actual master slide. So notice that they're significantly larger than the others. These are the different layouts. For example, here's the title slide, title and content, to content. I'll click on that slide here on the very, very top. And once I'm in the Slide Master, there's a lot of things that we can do. We'll explore. But for now, what we want to do is we want to go ahead and choose a set of colors, a font, and effects for our entire presentation. We can even go ahead and change the background styles. So instead of choosing one of these existing themes, I'm going to go ahead and make my own. So I'll choose a color palette here. Now notice you can actually make your own color palette as well. So here's some different colors that we can make. I'll go ahead and scroll down. So here's the newer Office theme. Here's the older Office theme. So maybe I just want something like a blue-green. I'll go ahead and choose blue-green here. And I'll go ahead and choose my fonts. So maybe I'll go for, let's see. I'll go for that font, and for the effects, I like a glossy effect. So that's it. I've chosen my color palette, I've chosen my font, and I've chosen my effects here as well. Now, if I click on the fonts drop down, I can go ahead and customize the fonts, and I can basically specify what I want my headings to look like and what the body to look like. So I can actually change the headings if I want to something else. Maybe I'll make this, let's see, not the best many to kind of scroll through here. I'll go for Georgia for my headings, and I have Garamond here for my body. I'll go ahead and press save, and I'll close the master view to kind of see what that looks like, just to confirm. So I can see I now have the Georgia font for all of my headings and titles. And I have the Garamond here. So mission accomplished. So I'll go back into the Slide Master and I want to go ahead and save this theme. So I'll go ahead and click on the themes drop down here. And on the very, very bottom, I'll click on Save Current Theme. And I'll just call this one Garamond and Georgia. I'll go ahead and press save, and I'm good to go. So that's how we make our own theme. I'll close the master view, and now if I were to open up a new PowerPoint file, and I click on the Design tab, I'll see I should be able to find that. So it's right here. It's the Garamond and Georgia theme. So that's how we can make our own theme in PowerPoint. Let's go ahead and customize the existing layouts. So many of us do this. We'll come here and we'll change the font color. We'll change the font size. We'll come in here and change the type of bullets as well. And then we'll go to the next slide and we'll do the same thing there again. Well, we don't have to do that. Let's go ahead and customize the existing layouts here so that we can have a uniform font, color, size, effect. And maybe we want the check marks here for our bullets instead of the original bullet points. I'll click on the View tab. I'll head on over back to the Slide Master. Now the current layout that I have selected, this is the title and content layout. So if I make any changes to that layout, all of my slides that are title and content will inherit these changes. So I'll go click on the Slide Master here. If I scroll up here, so notice that I'm currently on the title and content layout. If I hover over it, it tells me that it's being used by slides 2 through 11. So all those slides 2 through 11 is going to inherit any changes that I make to the layout here. I'll keep it simple. I'll just go ahead and click on the title here, and I'll make this a blue color. I'll make it bold as well. Now for the first, I'll go ahead and change my list here. So I'll change these to check marks instead of those basic bullets. I'll also go ahead and click on that first line. I'll make that another color as well. I don't have a lot of colors to choose from, just some basic colors here. So maybe I'll go for maybe darker, different shade of blue. I'll go for this one. And that's it. So I'll go ahead and close the master view, and let's see if that will affect that layout. And there we go. So we can see slides 2 through 11, they have all inherited the changes that I made to that layout here as well. So that looks pretty good, but maybe I want something else like a little accent down here. I'll go back into the Slide Master, and I'll go ahead and insert a basic shape. I'll just put a little accent down here. Something like that. I can also remove the footers. Don't need those right now. So just a nice little accent down here. And let's see what that looks like. I'll go ahead and close the master view. And there we go. So all of my layouts, title and content layout, now has those changes that I made to the title, the bullets, and now I have my little accent in here as well. Maybe I'll change that accent. Let's see what other colors I have available. Not a lot, because again, this was a pretty, not a lot of colors. I'll go for something that gives a little bit of contrast. Let's see what that looks like. It looks a little better. So there we go. So that's how we can go ahead and customize the layouts. When it comes to customizing what we want, we can see that the Slide Master allows us to customize our own theme. We can customize existing layouts to make universal changes to all of the slides that has that particular layout. And we were able to make some consistent changes as well, such as specifying the name of the font for our headings and the font for the body of our slides as well. But let's answer the next question. So what layout concepts do we want to create? Now we did talk a little bit in module 1 about the rule of 3. So basically the rule of three, we want to keep everything simple. We want to keep it to about 3 concepts per slide. Again, because we naturally understand things in threes: breakfast, lunch, dinner, morning, noon, and night. So if we can go ahead and just kind of keep everything to 3, then we'll be helping our audience out. So I'll go ahead and head on over to the Slide Master. I'll click on the View tab. But before I do that, if I click on the drop down here for New Slides, I can see that I have Title and Content. I have 2 Content, and I have Comparison, but I don't have one that has 3 Content. So I'll click on the View tab. I'll go back to the Slide Master. Now I have 2 options. I can go ahead and duplicate this slide and then just go ahead and add 2 more content placeholders and just kind of align them. So I can do that. I'll have less work to do that way. Or what I can do is I can actually just go ahead and insert a new layout. And that will allow me to pretty much position everything in the way that I want to. Let's go ahead and do both. I'll go ahead and duplicate this title and content layout. Here it is. I want to rename it. I'll just call this one 3 columns. And what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and reduce the width of this current placeholder. I'll click on the shape format here. I want it to be about 3.3. So I'll put it there and I'll align it to the far left. Or actually what I'll do is I'll align it to the middle. And then my others will be based on the position of this one. So I'll go ahead and insert a placeholder so I can be very specific, just for text, just for picture, chart. Well, I want content. I want to be able to insert anything there. So I'll go ahead and draw this one here. And I'll just make sure it's the same width, 3.3, same height. Good to go. I'll align this one to the left. All right, one more to go. Just use those temporary guidelines. And I'll align this all the way to the right. So there we go. So there is our 3 content layout. Now I do want to go ahead and center align the title. So I'll center align that. I can see right now that I have check marks here for bullets, but I have the regular bullets for my others. Remember, we're editing an existing layout. So I'll just go ahead and change the bullets, keep them consistent. So I'll go for the check marks here and the check marks here. Good to go. I'll go ahead and close the master view. And let's go ahead and insert that slide. I'll click on New. Here is my 3 column layout. And there we go. So now I have 3 content placeholders. I can add an image, icons, anything I want to, and these here as well. So this will be my 3 column layout. I'll go ahead and just add some detail in here. Let's see, I'll go for a quick chart. I'll just go with the defaults. So there's my chart right there in that first content placeholder. Over here, I'll go for an icon. I'll go for a chart as well. Right. Icons don't really fit inside of our content placeholders, so we just need to kind of make them a little bigger. And then over here, I can go ahead and insert, let's see, I'll insert a stock image. There we go. That one fit really nicely here. So that is how we can create our own 3 column layout. Let's go ahead and create another one here. I'll go back to my View tab. I'll go back to the Slide Master. And now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and insert another layout. Right? So I'll click on Insert Layout. And this one will also be, I'll have 3 concepts in here, but I just want to move things around here. So I'm going to go ahead and move my title over here. like that. And also just make sure that it's centered. And I'll click on the shape format. And let's see, I'll go back to the Home tab. I want to make sure the text is aligned to the middle. So I'm good to go there. All right, so there is my text. I do want to change the color. So I'll make it that nice blue here, or a little darker blue. I'll go for that. So I want to go ahead and insert 3 content layouts. This time it will be a little different. I'll go ahead and add, kind of stack them like this. So it's going to be 1 column, but 3 rows. So I'll go ahead and go back to the slide master. I'll insert a placeholder and I'll just go for content. So same as I did before, and I'll go ahead and draw this out. I'll use my footers on the bottom as a guide in terms of the width. I'm good to go. Right now, I'll make the height 2 inches. And then I'll go ahead and repeat that process here. So 2 more placeholders. Same width and height. There we go. And then 1 more to go. And so there we go. So that's a pretty nice layout as well. I do want to fix this though. I'll move this up just a little bit. Right there. And that looks pretty good. I'll go ahead and rename this one. So I'll rename the layout and I'll call this one 1 by 3. Right. So 1 column, 3 rows, and I'll go ahead and click on rename. Right. I could change the bullets here as well if I want to, but I'll leave them for now. And I'll go ahead and close the master view. And I'll go ahead and insert that layout. So here's my 1 by 3. So pretty cool. Now I can go ahead and do the same thing. Let's see if I can convert this one to the other layout here. So if I change the layout of this existing one to 1 by 3. So did a pretty good job, right? So just kind of use the existing placeholders and stack them. But I would need a wider picture to take advantage of this placeholder. My chart is okay. And I can go ahead and just enlarge some of these other items here as well. So pretty cool. Let's go ahead and create a clean slide. We'll continue the concept of the rule of 3. Another concept of the rule of 3 helps us to create clean slides. We'll take a look at the rule of thirds. So the rule of thirds is pretty popular and prevalent in photography and filmmaking as well. So how can we apply the rule of thirds to our presentation here? I'll go ahead and insert a blank slide. And then what I'll do is I'll go ahead and turn on the grid lines. So I'll click on the View tab and I want to turn on the guides first of all. And then I'll turn on the grid lines and the ruler as well. So if I turn the guides on, this gives me the vertical guide here and the horizontal guide. Now I can actually add more guides if I want to, which I'll do that in just a little bit. Here is the ruler. So the ruler shows me where I am horizontally and vertically. So right now I am on the 3 horizontally and 2 vertically. Well, what the rule of thirds says is that when you have a frame, you want to go ahead and divide it into 3, right? So we want 3 rows and 3 columns. So if I were to draw a line, let's say right here, this is not exact. We'll get the exacts in just a little bit here. So I'll go ahead and just put 2 lines here. So we now have 3 columns. Well, we also want 3 rows. I'll go ahead and draw another line here. And I'll go ahead and draw another one down here as well. So now we have 3 rows and we have 3 columns. The intersection of these different points here, so these 4 points, guess what these are called? These are actually called PowerPoints. So these are actual PowerPoints. And what the rule of thirds says is that when we align our objects on those points, then it's a great way to design our slides and to just capture our audience's attention visually. So that's the idea behind the rule of thirds. So if I have an object, I want to make sure to place that object, right? So if I have 3 objects on this slide, have one here, and maybe the big one here. Right? So that's a more natural kind of layout to capture our attention. So that is the concept of the rule of thirds. So we need to go ahead and just identify those different points. As you can see, did a pretty good job in terms of the columns here, but my rows are too spaced out. So let's go ahead and establish where those PowerPoints are on our canvas. I'll keep it simple. I'll go ahead and add a guideline here at the 2.5 mark horizontally on each side. So 2.5 on each. And then we'll go for a 1.5 on the vertical. So I'll go ahead and insert a guideline. So I'll right click here and I'll add a vertical guide. And now I can move this over to the 2.5 right there. Go ahead and add another one, another vertical guide. I'll move this one over here to 2.5 as well. And then I'll go ahead and add my 2 horizontal guides. This one will be at 1.5. And the other one will be at 1.5 up here as well. So by doing that, I could go ahead and highlight my PowerPoints. Here's 1, here's 2. It's not exact, but here we go. So here are our 4 PowerPoints. So just turning on those grid lines, and now if I go to any slide, I can see those grid lines. So now I can leave them turned on, and now I can go ahead and just make sure that I'm aligning my different objects to those PowerPoints as well. So that's how we can set up our slides for the rule of 3. And then we can actually create a layout that has content placeholders on these 4 different PowerPoints. Now, here's an example of putting the rule of thirds into practice here. I have 3 objects here on my slide, and this is typically how we see them laid out. We always have on the top, we always have our placeholder, and then we'll have our content placeholder, and then we'll have another one here to the left. But I want to go ahead and apply the rule of thirds. So I'll move my picture here on the PowerPoints. I'll actually increase the size of the picture. I'll place that right here on my PowerPoints. And for this one here, I'll place this on the PowerPoint down here on the bottom right. And for this one, it doesn't need to be that big. I'll go ahead and resize this one, and I'll place this on this PowerPoint. I'll go ahead and increase the font size here. Make sure they're consistent. And I'll just go ahead and do that. So I'll go ahead and turn off my grid lines here, my guides and my ruler. And if we take a look at this particular layout, we can see that this makes a lot more sense because I've placed them on the actual PowerPoints. Just need to align them here a little bit. And this looks much more balanced than the traditional, title, content here, and all of this empty space over here as well. So this is a really, really nice concept. Again, just identifying those PowerPoints and aligning our objects on those PowerPoints helps us to really create really nice and balanced slides. Let's create a reusable slide. Now, if I click on my new slide here, I can see that the slides that we've created so far, we have layouts in here. So we have the different content placeholders and they're laid out in different ways. But in this case, what I want to do is create a reusable slide. So it will have the layout, it will also have the contents in there as well. I want to create a custom title slide. Now, I did use the designer. I just added a title and a subtitle, inserted a picture here, and the designer kind of gave me some pretty nice ideas. These are what the modern title slides look like. They incorporate pictures we have our text, and we have some little accents in here, some little shapes. For example, for this particular one, so here's our picture. We can see that the picture is in a frame. So that's one of the picture styles that we've used. It's overlaying an actual rectangle shape that has that grayish fill color. Over here to the left, this is either an image or 3 individual rectangles with that gray shape here as well. And then of course we have our content placeholder for the title and the subtitle as well. So that's pretty much what that is. Whenever you add an object like an image, a shape, or an icon to the slide master, it gets locked onto the canvas. So notice I cannot interact with these different shapes. I can interact with this picture because I inserted that picture. But all of these here are just our basics. Remember when I inserted this little accent down here for all of my title and content placeholders, just a little shape, we cannot interact with it. So I want to go ahead and insert a custom title slide because they don't all have to look like this. Let's surprise our audience by providing them with a really, really nice opening slide. I'll click on the View tab. I'll go to the Slide Master, and I want to go ahead and insert a new layout. So I'll click on Insert Layout here. And I'll go ahead and rename this right away. This is going to be Title 2. There we go. I'll go ahead and hide the title and the footers for now. I can bring them back later. And I'll go ahead and look for a really nice picture. Now, I'll have a couple of options when I insert my picture. I can either choose a picture that will take up the top 2/3 of the slide. And then down here, I can have my title and my subtitle, and maybe even my logo down here somewhere. Or I can go for a more of a 2-column orientation, maybe the left 2/3, and then the 3rd column right, I'll have my title, subtitle, and then maybe my logo down here. So it all depends on the dimensions of the picture that I get here. So I'll look for a really nice picture. I'll click on the Insert tab here. I'll look for pictures. I'll grab a stock image. And once I find the picture, I'll go ahead and start working with it. So I have my picture here. Go ahead and align this to the left. Now with this picture, it's pretty big. So what I can do is I can go ahead and get some ideas. I can either crop this to a shape to kind of get an idea here. So that's one thing that I can do. I can crop it to a shape, give it a nice modern look and feel. I'll go ahead and undo that. I can also crop it to a particular ratio. So if I wanted this to be more of 16:9, it will crop it for me and offer me that 16:9 ratio. It actually looks pretty good. I don't need much of the detail that's at the bottom of the picture here. So I'll go ahead and leave it like that. So at this point, it's still taking up a lot. I would need to kind of trim it so that I can at least see the 1/3 of the right column there. So what else can I do? Well, I can probably crop some of the detail over here on the left. So I'll go ahead and do that. Don't want to crop too much though, because I do want to catch some of these nice colors from that monitor. So let's see. I'll align this to the center. Now I can use I can put this in a frame maybe like that. Right. Then I'll go ahead and just insert a basic shape. So I'll go for a rectangle. I'll put that over here just to kind of fill out that space. I'll send it to the back so my picture's overlaid on it. And for that rectangle, I can give it its own formatting here. So what a nice contrast. So I'll go for that. That looks pretty good so far. And now I can go ahead and return my title. And so here's my title. And now I can put that over here. Like that. I want to make sure it's center aligned, so I'll center it. And Make it a little smaller, doesn't need to be that big. So 40. And as far as the color, I can leave the color as is right now, or I can use the eyedropper to pick up one of the colors from inside of here. I think that's what I want to do. Or maybe I'll just go with this nice blue, dark blue over here. Not the color I was looking for. Let's see. I'll go for this one. I'll insert another placeholder here for text. This will be for my subtitle. I'll get rid of the bullets. And I'll also delete the second, third, fourth, and fifth levels. I'll go ahead and center align this as well. And at this point, it's just a matter of what color do I want and what size do I want this to be. So 28, that's perfectly fine. And let's see what other colors I have here. Let's see if I can pick up one of the colors from the picture. Maybe, let's see, I'll go for, there's a white background. I'll go for this one. No, not too much. Need a better contrast. For now, I'll just leave it as black. Right, and I'm good to go. So there is my custom slide. I'll go ahead and make sure this is renamed properly. Title 2. There we go. I'll go ahead and close the master view. And I'll go ahead and insert that new slide so we can see here it is. It has the content in there already. There we go. So that's a pretty nice looking title slide. And I'll just say present like a pro. And I'll just say learn with us. So there we go. So pretty nice. So that's how we can create a reusable slide. Now, if I want to make any other changes to this, I can just go back into the slide master. Maybe I'll change the color of this one. Maybe I can go ahead and add a logo down here as well. I'll go back into the slide master. I'm going to go ahead and insert just a basic logo here. I'll go for this. I'll go ahead and make that really small. I'll just put it down here. Make sure it's centered. Yeah, have that gray background in there. Maybe I'll change the background. And I'm good to go. Once I close the master view, I can see that that slide has been updated. Let's take a look at a few tips and or some of the newer features that are available in PowerPoint. If we click on the Review tab, we have the Check Accessibility. And if we click on the Slideshow, we have the Rehearse with Coach option. These are two tools that will run, they'll analyze your presentation for you and provide you with some feedback. We also have the high contrast mode that's available. I'll start with the high contrast mode first. It will be available depending on the type of colors in the background that you're working with. I'll go back to the Home tab here. I'll click inside of my content placeholder. Now I do want to change the color of the content placeholder. So if I click on the shape format here, I can change the shape fill. And typically we can change the color to an existing theme color. But the newer feature allows us to choose only colors that may be easier for others to read. So I can turn on high contrast here. And now we can see it just kind of filters out the colors that will work well with this background. So I can go ahead and apply one of these and I'll be good to go. So at this point, I don't have that much to choose from. I'll go ahead and choose this blue accent 6. And we can see that works pretty well with this background here as well. And I'm good to go. As far as the text, let's see if I were to highlight this chunk of text here. Let's see if I have so I do have the high contrast available for the text here as well, now that I've changed the background color. And so it's telling me that this color works well. So these are all the colors that will work well with that particular background because they are high contrast. Notice at the bottom, we even have additional colors that we can use here as well. So that's a really, really nice tool, a big help when it comes to just selecting the right colors in our presentation. It's not always available. For example, let's see if it will be available here. right? So it's not always available. It's only available for non-transparent colors. So that is a pretty nice option. So the next time you're choosing your font or you're changing the color of an object, go ahead and turn on the high contrast only. The other tool that we can take a look at is the accessibility tool. Now, if I click on the review tab, here is the check accessibility tool. And this is a pretty nice tool. It offers a lot of insight and provides a lot of feedback and a lot of fixes as well. I'll go ahead and click on the accessibility here. If you hover over it, it tells you exactly what it does. It says, let's make sure that your file follows accessibility best practices, and it'll help us fix issues along the way. So I'll click here. It opens up the pane over here to the right. So a lot of the feedback that we'll see here is things that are missing for screen readers. Now, typically what I like to do in here is look for any text that's hard to read. So any kind of color contrast is difficult to read. I don't have any right now, which is good. So that means for my entire presentation, all the text can be read easily. So if I click here, it says missing alternative text. If I click here, it brings me right to that place in my actual presentation. So I don't have a caption for this shape here. And the screen reader is going to try to figure out exactly what this shape is. So what I can do is go ahead and add a description here, the recommended actions, right? Or I can just mark it as decorative. So I can go ahead and do that. If I go ahead and click on another item here, so I'll go ahead and add a description, and I'll just say a horizontal line. And I'm good to go, right? So then we have the reading order. So this is basically telling us that we need to go. I'm missing the title, so that's why it's giving me an issue here. So I can verify the order in which it actually appears here as well. But what I want to do, I'm going to go ahead and purposely create a hard to read text contrast here. Let's see, I'll go for another color. I'll change the background actually. Change this to, let's say, here we go. So we finally triggered it. It's showing us that we have hard to read text contrast. So if I click here, it brings me right to that place. So if I go to another slide, if I click here, it brings me right to that slide, and it's giving me recommended actions to change the font color or to change the fill color. So if I do something like change the fill color to, let's say, black, it's corrected, and so it disappears from here as well. So that is the accessibility checker. A lot of really robust features, but those are the basics of how the accessibility checker works. If you are creating presentations and you're distributing them, you want to make sure that you run the accessibility checker to check all of these errors and correct them here as well. Let's take a look at one more tool, and this is a really nice tool. It's the Rehearse with Coach tool. I'll click on my slideshow tab here, and I'll go ahead and click on Rehearse with Coach. The Rehearse with Coach will give us real-time feedback, so this allows us to rehearse with the built-in PowerPoint coach. We will receive a detailed report giving us constructive criticism and feedback. So it's like rehearsing with a colleague, and they're giving you feedback. I'll head on over to my first slide, and I'll just cover the first couple of slides. I'm not going to cover the entire presentation here. I'll just cover the first maybe 4 or 5 slides here. I'll click on Rehearse with Coach. Here we go. It's going to show me real-time feedback. I'll go ahead and start rehearsing. Welcome to PowerPoint Tips for Amazing Presentations. If you want to present like a pro, make sure to come and learn with us. In Module 1, we'll answer 3 questions. And once we answer those 3 different questions, we'll take a deeper dive into them as well. First, we want to talk about the concept of storytelling. So what story do you want to tell? The main concept of storytelling is being able to add structure to our outline and adding slides for additional context. Storytelling takes our audience on a journey, and it also increases engagement because we are providing structure to our presentation. Now, what retention techniques will be used? It depends on what the science says, and based on that, we can gather some insight in terms of how to increase retention. When it comes to retention, it's all about, well, what do we remember? How much are we retaining? And what opportunities will we present? Will we provide our audience with text, speech, visuals, or all three? Here are some of the common mistakes that we want to avoid. Pretty much too much content. We want to condense content as much as possible and use our notes as talking points for our individual slides. So I'll press the escape key there just to kind of take a look and see. So here's the actual report that pops up. So we can see it's pretty exhaustive. So it gives me a summary, the amount of slides I rehearsed, the total time. I did not use any filler words like and okay and actually. No repetitive language. So I used a variety of word choice. That was pretty good. Inclusiveness. My pace is just right. So 132 words per minute. So this is a really, really nice tool. So I highly encourage you to make use of this tool before you present. You can practice over and over. You can click on Rehearse again, and you can really nail down your presentation, right? Originality. I avoided reading the text out loud on my slides, right? So again, this is a huge tip right here. So the rehearsal coach gives us some really nice feedback and allows us to implement some of the tips that we've talked about here as well, right? My pitch got a little low, so I need to pick that up a little bit. I've been talking a lot, losing my voice, but I need to go ahead and pick that up just a little bit here, and I'm good to go. So that is the Rehearse with Coach tool. Let's take a look at some other tips here. We did kind of mention them, but here, one of the first tips is that bullets have their own rules. So when you're working with bullets on your slide, 3 bullets are ideal, 4 is okay, 5 may be a bit much. Also want to make sure that you keep bulleted items on one line. We do not want to wrap them to another line. So that means that we need to condense the information that we're providing to our audience. Also, when it comes to font size, the minimum font size should be around 20. There are different professionals that have different opinions on this, but in my experience, at least 20. Anything smaller than 20 will be very, very difficult to see depending on the type of display that's being used. Now keep in mind that some fonts are naturally taller and wider than others, and some are actually thinner and shorter than others as well. So depending on the type of font that you select, you may need to go ahead and make it even larger than 20 in order to be able to see them properly. And then use the eyedropper. The eyedropper is a really, really nice tool. It allows you to keep the color scheme uniform. So you can use the eyedropper for text. You can use it for shapes, text boxes, and even content placeholders as well. So use all of those tips and we'll be able to really create some really nice, engaging, and dynamic presentations. Let's recap our learning together here. We want to be able to tell a story for our presentation. We want to prepare for engagement and retention using some of the techniques that we learned through this course. We want to avoid common mistakes, mainly providing too much content on a slide. We also want to be able to customize our presentation efficiently by using the Slide Master, saving a lot of time by making universal changes. We also want to create the appropriate layouts that works best for our audience and what we're trying to communicate and how we're trying to communicate as well. And then make sure to utilize the newer tools that are available. And feel free to always check out what's new. Maybe there is a new tool that was not discussed for this course here as well.